Hello, folks. Welcome to a very, I don't know, calm episode. No, well, at least a calm announcement. Here am I. Well, why don't start with me? We'll start with the proprietor, the Captain Hook of this special ship, the man himself, the the Australian mammalian Damian Myers? Oh my god. Okay, Damian J. Myers. All right.
Good morning. How are you doing?
Right. We have even on the highest of the seas, he still has the stickiest of the icky. And even when there's cause for panic, there's cause for mood changes, he still tries to remain his calm, easygoing, reliable self. We thank him, and we're always appreciative of this special gentleman right here. Only the best, folks. Only the highest quality in co-hosting. We have Charles. Don't worry, that reflection is you, and it's awesome. Weeden.
Hello, everyone.
And finally, folks, you know me, the hated, the controversial, the polarizing, the great accuser himself, folks, now turned content talking head special bitch. It's the man himself, folks. It's Stone David Jones. And welcome, by the way. Now we've done announcing ourselves a great deal. Welcome to probably one of the best shows on this and most channels. This is TEE TV, folks. Now, formerly of the idiots that are brilliant, and we're still those geniuses of the idiot box, but we chose to go a different way because we are a better dynamic here. So now it is TEE TV. Just a little bit of extra humor mixed in with all of this nerd awesomeness. That's us. Welcome.
Extra humor, couple extra hours.
That's right. Welcome, willkommen, bienvenue. All right. I think I did it all. I think that was about as good as it could be done right there. I mean, unless I was acting like Michael Buffer, I think I've done it all. There we go.
Good morning, Mr. Cash.
This is Gandalf the Complimentary this morning, I see.
Stone's best friend, Mr. Richard Kish.
And so, as we look upon our listing here today, now is the best way to go to start on Justified City Primeval?
We're thinking Halloween. And go to
Really?
Justified.
Yeah, let's go with Halloween because
Charles watched it, what, 2 weeks ago now?
No,
a week ago.
last week.
Yeah.
Last week. Yeah.
God. Wow.
Yeah. Which I'm gonna go ahead and ask. Damian, is your subtitle for your name a reference to that certain scene in Halloween?
Couple different scenes, yes.
Okay.
It is indeed.
All right. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. All right. Yeah. I wasn't expecting that. I wasn't.
But I was grateful for it.
Oh boy. I mean.
Damian J. Myers, perverted bastard.
Yeah.
I am's what I am's.
That's what, but booblip is just a polite way to say it.
That's it. It's kind of cute. He's a boob lover. He's not a pervert.
Yeah, better than a perverted wanker, as they might put it in your ilk, right?
Yeah, but another thing I wasn't expecting, a little off topic of the whole like perverse like thing that we're talking about, but I wasn't expecting Brad Dourif to be in this movie.
I forgot he was in this movie,
Yeah.
which is weird because I love Brad Dourif
Oh no, I'm a big fan of him as well. I really liked him in Deadwood.
as the Doc.
Yep, as the Doc, Doc Cochran, I think.
I don't think I've ever seen him be bad in anything. He's one of
Yeah,
those guys. He's like always reliable.
Yeah, he's a great actor. I really liked him in Child's Play, where he played the voice of Chucky, and yeah, and he was also good in that episode or a couple of episodes of Star Trek Voyager.
He was in the X-Files as, I think he was a serial killer. I can't remember exactly. I remember him being really creepy.
Well, I mean, he usually
really
plays
creepy in a lot of
characters like
things.
that anyway.
Yeah.
Yes, fun fact, he was in he was also in Exorcist 3, The Heretic.
Yes,
Was
he
he?
was, yeah.
Yes, he was.
I did not know that he was in Heretic, Exorcist 3. I saw that movie a long time ago, but I've only ever seen it once.
Yep, he was.
I've
in
only
there.
seen it once, but it was recently.
Yeah, I saw it when I was like, I don't know, in high school.
Well, if we're going to do the Halloween, I mean, like I said, I think this is why, like I was explaining to Damian, off camera, like I'm saying the other day, like this is like his first installment, Rob Zombie's first installment of Halloween is part of it starts the reason why. It's basically, I guess, the foundation of the reason why I'm so pissed off about about his sequel. Yes, it's always gonna be the Loomis phase of it, but I think it's all I realized watching this movie. It was also the fact that he had the situation so well fooled. You know what I'm saying? So well set up to pull the rug out. Like that's what I realize now why I'm so pissed off, because you realize, like, going back, I realized that Loomis was nothing like what he ended up becoming in the sequel, and that's the shit that pisses me off. But the rest of the movie, but we'll just I wanted to go ahead and disclaimer that right off the top. But the rest of the movie was fucking solid, I would say. He tried to put some more context into the movie, even having Laurie, like, even having Laurie attached to the early story as a baby, but you know what I'm saying, when everything else went down, so she would have had absolutely no idea. He tried to bring a little something to it, but he also, I realized too, I don't know if you I also realized that I felt like he tried to kind of, by doing that, like by doing this whole thing with the fucked up family, with the bullies at school and everything like that, I think it was like, I felt like Rob Zombie was also trying to pull the story away from the cult of Thorn, aka the Sam Hain theory. I just felt like it was much of the same thing, but I guess I didn't mind so much because he was really trying to give at least a little bit more of a storyline to it and amp the situation up. At least he was willing to try to explain, okay, like, this is why he knew. This is how he knew to come back for Laurie, because she was already there as a baby, and so he already had this on his mind. He cared about. He didn't want to kill her, and not initially. You know what I'm saying? So that's what they were trying to. That's what he was trying to do there, and I mean, that was cool. But I think I did recognize that they were really trying to. That he was also a part of this whole drive to get away from the cult of Thorn. It seemed like that's like a rule. If you're gonna, it almost like it's a rule. If you're going to
It's like it's a stipulation.
yeah, if you're
Yeah.
gonna remake or redo a Halloween movie, you've got to go away from the Cult of Thorn story arc. You cannot go into that. You cannot try to review it or do your own thing with that. It's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I mean, the things there were. I mean, I was expecting to dislike this movie. I mean, I'm like I'm stammering over my own words here. Um,
Stop doing an impression of me.
yeah. In the previous movies done by Rob Zombie that I have watched, I have not liked any of them. I've seen all of House of a Thousand Corpses, and I've seen parts of The Devil's Rejects, and I did not like either one of them. I
And
just
to be
like,
fair, I don't think it meant to like any of those people. I mean, for the most part, like they're all just horrific people.
well, it's not the characters I didn't like. I didn't like the movies.
Ah, okay.
House of a Thousand Corpses is easily one of the worst movies I have ever watched in my life. It's just,
I gotta disagree there. I love that movie.
oh my god, I fucking hate that movie. House of a Thousand Corpses, when I watched that the first time, I thought I wasted time. I thought, okay, that was a waste of time and money. Because I went to my local movie store and bought that movie thinking I was going to like it. And when I watched it, I was like, what the fuck did I just do? I mean, it's just like, I mean, this was a waste.
I mean,
Why?
to be fair, the first time I watched it, I was kind of like, "What the fuck did I just watch?" But not in a bad way. It was more just it's a lot to take it.
I didn't like it at all.
Why?
It's just, I mean, I don't know. It's just, I mean, I didn't like the tone of the movie, like the color tone. I didn't like it. I didn't like the story that was being told. It's just, there was just something about the movie that just did not click with me. It didn't click. And
Was it Baby's Love?
that was Rob Zombie's wife's character, right?
Yeah, Sherry Moon. Yeah, that's Psychotic Love, which it's very grating on the ears. Serves the character well, but it's.
I did find her annoying, but there was just more to it than that. I mean, I don't know. It's complicated. It's just there was I don't know. I mean, I'd have to, I hate to say this, but I'm probably gonna have to watch it again just to explain why I hate the movie.
Well, let me explain the nuances of Rob Zombie, just so just so you can get some kind of context why I understood that the movie had the potential to be good, and this is why I disagree with you. But I understand it's not easy when you have this uneasy feeling in a movie that everything is fucked up, that it just doesn't seem like this overwhelming feeling that things are not going to work out. Like when you see the opening scene, you just realize like these guys get robbed and they somehow manage to, overtake and like fuck those guys up. Like you just get this overwhelming feeling that whoever crosses these guys' paths, things are not going to work out for them. So you just always have this overwhelming feeling in this situation. And just in this everywhere you turn, you just have this overwhelming feeling that they're just not going to fucking make it out. And you know what I'm saying? And when you realize that there's no hope for the hero, for the final girl, you know what I'm saying? There's hardly anything there. It's just like, yeah, it's kind of like how fucked up. It's almost like a thing of how fucked up can it get before the movie's over. I understand how that could turn somebody off to that. I get it. I totally do.
Because it kind of takes sort of the Texas Chainsaw element, but makes the family the heroes in a way.
Nope. I'll still disagree
Not
with
heroes necessarily, but they're the people like.
If you're morbid, you'll like them. I guess if you're really fucking morbid, you'll like them. But I mean, you can't sit here and discount that baby and fucking Otis are fucking perverted, homicidal, just gone people, and it's like no one's any fucking better. I mean, then you see basically mutated Andre the Giant, coming. I mean, it's just a whole situation that's just not good. And like I said again, I get how you feel like, man, oh my god, it's just so ugly, and it's just so overwhelmingly dark, and it's just so overwhelmingly just depraved. Like, how in the hell are there no cops that have ascended on any of these people like that? But you do get that in the sequel. They do finally ascend on these people, but I mean, it's just like, look, I mean,
Reboot playing. It's one of the greatest finales.
Well, they ascend on them before Midnight Rider starts playing, if you remember.
Oh, yeah.
You know, so and then right from the beginning there, you see them doing fucked up shit towards, you know what I'm saying, right the opening credits of the movie. You know, it's just so I definitely feel you, Charles. I definitely feel you. You definitely want to feel like there is somewhat of a chance for the people that have been kind of pulled into the situation. But it's just, I think it's just a thing to kind of look at when you look at just the overall tone. Like for me, Rainn Wilson's character is like fucking. You know, he's like he's like the prime example of a guy that's like almost like saying, "Here, take me. I'm doofy. Kill me." You know what I'm saying? Please. You know what I'm saying? Please do shit to me. You know what I'm saying? Please kill me. You know what I'm saying? And it's like,
Almost got a sign on his head.
And then you got the other guy, forget his name. You got the guy like, oh yeah, I got the most awesome way for us to get killed. Let's go this way. You know what I'm saying? It's like, yeah, murder house, yeah, we're gonna get killed. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, that's what the fuck you got going on. That's what the fuck you got. And then, and of course now, neither one of these guys are gonna be fucking like if they came to chew bubble gum and kick ass, they're gonna pray to God they got plenty of bubble gum, okay? So they, you know, so the last thing you need is some female like, how about we just go, okay? How about we just go now? You know,
shut up, bitch, motor house, come on.
Can't we just go now? It's kind of like the way I went and I recently perused the original The Hills Have Eyes, and the father of the whole family caravan that was going out there, that got caught out there. The father used to be a police detective, and when he referred to some of the people that put his life in danger and things like that, he referred to some N-words, hard ER.
It was the 70s.
Yeah, exactly. It was the 70s, and there's a lot of
I'm not excusing it, of course not.
And there was a lot of Afro dudes at that point that was partially okay with old boy getting burned, you know what I'm saying, in a crucifix, you know what I'm saying, by these, you know what I'm saying, let's say handy capable cannibals out there. I'm just trying to tell you, it's just the way certain things change things. Excuse me. It's a certain way things change things up for you. It did for me. I mean, now, excuse me. It's not to say that I enjoyed the whole family getting done up, but it does bring a certain different tone to it. And I mean, honestly, no one said. Well, at least his wife didn't say, well, come on, don't say that. I guess, you know, she's just along for the ride and whatever you got to say, because he's big bad. What was it, Big Sam or Big? You know what I'm saying? I don't know, Big Bob or something like that. Yeah, it was Big Bob or whatever. Big
Bob. That sounds right.
And it's just like, you know, so it's always been that kind of situation where you have somebody going into something and it's like either you like them, either you root for them, or either you feel like partially they're getting what they deserve, or maybe you're one of the people who feel like no one really deserves something like that. But, you know, I'm just saying, like, that type of thing kind of changes the mental tone of what you're dealing with when you look at the movie. So seeing these guys come in and like they only see, and that's the thing. I think in a way that's why in House of Thousand Corpses, that's why that girl ended up being sort of the final girl. Before she got, you don't see her technically get killed, but you know that it's done for her at that point. You know, toward the end of the movie, you know, it's pretty much done, but you don't see her actually get killed or tortured by the time the movie ended. So she's technically the final girl, and it's because she was the one that you most liked. She didn't She didn't seem like she wanted to go to this thing, but she wasn't trying to be a fucking asshole. Like she, you know what I'm saying? She wasn't. She didn't help spark shit up like old girl. I mean, really, like you're being jealous over that. You know what I'm saying? Over that nerdy fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like seriously. Like to the point you gotta push the girl. Like you're already intimidated by the whole situation, but somehow you get pressed enough the way you push the guy off you. It's just I'm just saying, it's just a lot to that made me feel like it's just like it's Rob Zombie saying like what if you had these like sort of adventurous assholes coming down here like bringing trouble onto themselves. How would you feel about that? You've seen a bunch of horror movies before. How would you feel about someone? I mean, that's a question that I will actually pose to you, Charles. I mean, how do you feel about someone like walking themselves into a situation like that? Hearing about, a Dr. Satan and wanting to find out more about that type of shit. Like, what do you think about the movies that have depicted this before? Haven't you always felt like, oh my God, what idiots? Why would you walk yourself into this sort of situation? I mean, the old man, which, like, even the old man in the fucking original house, in The Hills Have Eyes, he tried his hardest to tell him to stay on the main road. There's no silver out there. Don't go venturing out there. Nothing you want to meet out there. Stay on the main road. Please, stay on that main road.
Wait, are you talking about the original Hills Have Eyes or the remake?
I think I said the original, yep.
Okay. I never saw the original, but I did see the remake.
That was a fucking great remake. I really enjoyed that.
Yeah, the remake was fucked up, but yeah, we're not here to talk about The Hills Have Eyes.
But yeah, but well, the point I was trying to make, I guess, was that at points, certain things with certain people are going, certain situations that they place in the movies. So so I will pose that back. So that was the whole thing. Is like so when people walk themselves into certain situations, it just kind of, basically that. I think that's a lot of what some like what Rob Zombie has, like the morbid perspective on certain situations. Like, did they bring it onto themselves? Did his stepfather, his mother, for allowing his stepfather to constantly call into question his sexuality, constantly just kind of pick on him and make him feel like anything that he does was just like, annoying and just like a bane on what, on his life. And she kind of just basically kind of let that situation go like that. And I don't know if he really felt like his sister was that fucked up the way he kind of had to do that. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's like he likes the morbid view of the situation. Like, did they have it coming? Does this make you feel at all like maybe they kind of had Michael kind of snapped. They could have helped him and he didn't, and he snapped, and they all got what they got. The bully got what he got. They, the family got what they got, and then the only person he spares, of course, is Lori, who's done absolutely nothing to him and everything like that. So here we are. Is that enough? Is that enough to pull you off of the Cult of Thorn arc? Do you feel like this arc kind of started out for you as a strong and better arc than the previous one? You guys
my original point was that previous Rob Zombie movies just didn't do it for me, but this was probably the first one that did. Because this Halloween 2007 specifically, was surprisingly handled very well. Because the stuff that I've heard about this movie was that it wasn't very good.
It's pretty universally disliked.
Because like I said, people don't. I think now why did you hear some people didn't like it? Do you feel like the reason was unanimous?
Well, I didn't think the reason was unanimous, but what I heard is that like crap. What did I hear? Look, I heard that people didn't like it because shit. It's been a while since I looked this up, but crap.
That's no
I,
problem.
I'm
Hey,
losing my train. I'm losing my train of thought here.
no problem. Just take your time and collect it. We're all good. Damien, what
Uh,
did you hear? What did you hear, real quick, while you're
Well,
collecting?
because I liked it when I first saw it when it came out, but I remember like very few people I spoke to liked it, and I think I looked up reviews like a few years back when I was thinking of rewatching it, and I'm fairly sure it was below like 30% on Rotten Tomatoes, and you know that like it's one of those movies. It's
What was
like
the grounds?
almost.
What was the grounds
Um,
of the dislike did you see?
I believe. Oh, you're testing my memory now. I should have looked it up again before we did the show, but I didn't because I fucking stink. But I think it was the lack of suspense,
The lack
which
of
I
what?
disagree. Yeah, I disagree with that. But I'm fairly sure that was one of the complaints. Is it falls into more like standard kind of slasher tropes, and that kind of thing.
Okay,
Uh,
because when you go away
I,
from when you go
and
away
I
from the
think I
cult,
think I think from memory, people like the first half more than the second half, which you kind of like. You don't really get the second half without the first half.
You see,
mm,
with that criticism, I actually have to disagree with that criticism because I don't know. It's just I thought that it had plenty of suspense. I did. I thought it had
Oh,
plenty.
definitely.
I mean, like during the second half of the movie, I mean, there were not even just that, just throughout the entire movie, and having seen the original Halloween myself with Jamie Lee Curtis and comparing it to this movie, there are some scenes in this movie that are nearly shot for shot with the original Halloween. There are, I'm not exactly shot for shot, but near shot for shot.
It's sort of a paying homage to the
Yeah,
first movie
yeah, paying homage to the first movie. Now,
without just without directly ripping it off.
without directly ripping it off, correct? Yeah, but now I will say that uh, I don't know. It's just not really. I mean, I from what not a criticism of the first movie, but a criticism of the second movie. I know we're not discussing the second movie, but I heard.
no, because that's a whole different attitude that I'm gonna have. See, right now I'm coming with this Halloween installment. I'm coming with an open, accepting attitude because I watched the movie and I definitely got some new things to impart on this. So
To, to, bring,
but to talk
to
about the
bring up
second installment, I'm not because I already know what to expect from that,
well
and it's
to bring up this point. This is something that I had heard.
okay.
Um, character in this movie and Rob Zombie's second Halloween movie, it seems like there was the reason why this Halloween movie was the way it was, how it was very similar to the original Halloween movie with Jamie Lee Curtis, was mostly because they kept a tight leash on Rob Zombie. They didn't really let him have a lot of freedom in the production.
I do remember reading that actually. Yeah.
Yeah, and then of course with Halloween 2, they let off the leash and they let Rob Zombie pretty much go nuts with the story and let him do pretty much whatever the fuck he wanted.
I
And that's why Halloween 2 is the way that it is.
So it was sort of like those like rules we gave you or whatever in the first movie. Like, forget that.
Yeah, they pretty much let him do whatever the fuck he wanted.
Okay.
I would say this. I think that the I think that what I see for me, people say they like the first. See, to me, all of that, stepfather around and all of this
William
type of
Forsythe, by the way,
yes,
great
absolutely,
character actor.
absolutely. See, he's in one of the movies that you didn't like, by the way, the Devil's Rejects. He's You know what I'm saying? He's
Where
the
was he in
brother.
that?
Hmm?
Where was he in that? It's been a
He's
while
the
since I've seen
he's
it.
the brother. He's the brother of the other sheriff or marshal that was out there looking for him. The guy shot in the
Okay.
head.
Yep.
He goes on. He's on a revenge. He's on a vendetta. He's on a vendetta spree for them at this point.
That's right. Yeah.
You know. So yeah, but at any rate, it was like that whole abusive atmosphere, weird energy, you know what I'm saying, and things like that. It was just a lot of it was just messed up and ugly. It was like, okay, you got this guy making comments about his stepdaughter right in front of his wife and things like that, and she's really
And
kind of looking.
she was
What?
kind of into it as well. Like that was some weird shit right there. I was like, what? I'm still not sure what I meant to think about that. Like, was there something going on? Was there not?
So yeah, that's just. I mean, all of that to me is just like it's like the ick factor
Yeah.
because I didn't really need. Cause see, with the original Halloween compared to this Halloween, you can say, oh my god, they really kept to the story. Yeah, because I didn't really need the family to be fucked up. Like to me, it's creepy enough to feel like. See, I'm trying to tell you, it's more unsettling. That I think that's why I think that's why Rob Zombie for some people is more unsettling to realize that this one kid out of nowhere just snaps and kills his fucking sister. Like that just started off just a really wild series of events in that movie in that original series. Because it's like all of a sudden we didn't think anything is Halloween. This kid puts on a mask and all of a sudden stabs his sister up.
Yeah, it's just this regular suburban family. Then all of a sudden, something just snaps. Whereas here, yeah, they're going to much more of an extended effort to humanize Michael Myers.
Whoa, I mean, yeah. See, I love that word humanize in these situations because they say humanize. It's like, wow, okay, yeah, he was human. He was human
Or at least, yeah,
before all
explain.
the other shit happened. You know, so
Yeah.
he was human before all this shit happened. It's like, I think like the process, I think like the process of dehumanization happened. You know, and happened that caused him to snap. But it's just like, and how can I also put this? Like I didn't need that, and then it was like the bullies. Like he really wanted to set a tone of, hey, it was like an ugly existence that Michael. And for some people that's really unsettling to think that somebody could deal with some hard luck, hard times, and then may turn into one of the most prolific serial killers there ever was. I guess in movie lore, it's kind of unsettling to think that. I mean, how many other people could be launched off into that type of thing because of that? And so while you would think it's kind of strange that would like why would you rather the other thing? Some people would rather to have that one unique psycho kid because at least it feels like it's more of a condition for that, you know what I'm saying, more of a personal condition for that kid, not so much a widespread thing of mistreatment and abuse that could kind of, you know, spark this type of, you know what I'm saying, this type of rage and this type of, you know, just thinking on terms of that. So I think honestly it unsettles Rob Zombie more to have a kid with a messed up existence like this and kind of sparks this whole thing that makes Michael Myers into who he is. I just feel like it's just really ugly. It really takes the story into another lane that it didn't need to be in. But then after that, they just, how can I put it? They just really make the rest of the situation just more, I don't know. Like everything was sort of, you say they really kind of put the reins on him, but it's like they really tried to amp everything up in my opinion. His escape, everything. They ramped everything up. there were way more kills in his escape. There were. It was the
There was also
mo-
that crazy rape scene as well.
Holy shit! Oh yeah, yeah. See, and it's like so you could say, well, yeah, they really kept the reins on him on that shit. I mean, maybe they kept the reins on him because maybe he wanted to tell a completely different story and really go out of the ring. But I mean, as far as the brutality, the weirdness of it, the awkwardness, the dirty griminess of it, no, they didn't. That wasn't. Trust that. In my opinion, that wasn't tamed down in this first installment at all. Is what I'm feeling like. It's. I think maybe he wasn't able. So maybe Rob Zombie he made the choice. It was his thing to do to make Loomis into this fucking media whore. I just I don't know. Maybe that was now when he finally got the reins off him. All of a sudden, yeah, let's turn. Now that he's kind of gotten famous off of this thing, let's turn him into this big media whore that eventually gets what he deserves. If that's what quote unquote taking the reins off of Rob Zombie was, then I think they did a great job by kind of putting him in this nice little balance point. Then, because otherwise, I don't see where anything really all of a sudden went gonzo with the second installment besides Loomis. And maybe the white horse, maybe that whole white horse and the white woman on the horse or whatever. It's just maybe those whole
Was
weird
it
dream.
like dream sequence stuff?
Yeah,
Yeah. This next one, Halloween 2 will be the first one that and the new trilogy will be the first time, watching all those four.
So yeah, it's just that's what I think. So otherwise, I don't see where there was like a whole lot of they really made points to ramp up the brutality of things, like was okay like when he stuck like when he basically posted the kid up on the wall. It just they still wanted to make it seem even more violent than what it was in the original Halloween,
Mm.
or was it just me?
No, in general, this movie is. I would say overall, it's probably the most brutal out of all of them. Really, just straight up, just brutal. In the sense, because a lot of them have kind of shied away from really showing the truly violent aspect of it. You know what happens, but this one was just straight up, just like you see the brutality of everything every time.
So that's why I say he was still able to be Rob Zombie in that way. I just feel like basically I'm just not sure if it was more about the story. If it was more about okay, now he's able to kind of do the script the way he wants to do the script based off of he had some success with this one, but the success was based off the fact that he tried. There was a story to stay within and not just kind of going like haywire with everything. So, oh God, please, if you could talk amongst yourselves, you got to handle a couple of things.
But I don't think it was actually. I don't think it was insanely successful. This first one, it's kind of almost to a point, kind of surprising that there was a second one because I don't recall this doing overly well, like box office wise.
Yeah, I'm not.
I
I
want.
mean,
I want to say it was under 100 million worldwide. I could be wrong about that, but
wait,
it wasn't
under
like
100 million worldwide.
it wasn't like or maybe slightly over 100 million. Like it wasn't a success. Real, it made its budget back and whatnot, but what's generally considered a success, I don't think this was by any means.
Well, then how the hell did they get a sequel made?
I guess they just really wanted a sequel. They just wanted this franchise. I guess. I mean, you figure probably with every single one of them, even if it's not successful, they're like, yeah, this one didn't hit, but they sort of know what they've got, so they hope the next one will be the one that hits big.
Just because they have a successful IP does not mean they're going to strike gold every time.
No, because I'm fairly sure this was something I read randomly when we were doing one of the earlier Halloween movies. The guy who produced a lot of the earlier ones was Mustafa
Mustafa
Akkad.
Akkad. Mustafa
Yeah,
Akkad.
yeah, he died in a bombing in Jordan. at some point, and I think he had a couple things in development, but then his son took over.
Uh huh.
Okay, here we go. So $50 million budget, $80.4 million box office, and I'm fairly sure that's worldwide. I don't think that's domestic.
Yeah, but would that be
Which is
considered a success with a $50 million budget?
that's what I'm saying. Like it is a success, but only barely. Like I remember that thing being advertised like crazy.
Uh huh.
So I don't know what
So
that
do
budget
I.
was, but
I mean, I remember when that movie first came out. Hell, I actually remember what I was doing when that movie first came out, and yeah, it's just like people were going nuts for it.
yeah,
People were like, they were excited for a reboot to the Halloween franchise. Like around Halloween time, everybody was dressing up as Michael Myers.
because what the previous one was, Resurrection was that 2002? I think it was.
Yeah, it was 2002.
Yeah, so it's been 5 years, which is not crazy for the Halloween franchise. I think there's been a couple times where that's happened. There's been a decent gap, but yeah, sort of like, oh shit, it's back. And Rob Zombie, who was at the time, like I don't know how well his movies have ever done, but he's just one of those people. He's just
Well, hell, he's the guy that was tackled by security at the Oscars because they thought he was homeless.
that doesn't surprise me.
Oh no, yeah, that legitimately happened.
Yeah, I
He
was
was
gonna
he
say
was
that. Yeah.
at he was at some award show. I don't think it was the Oscars because he's not. Well, it might have been the Oscars. I don't know. But he was at some award show and he was dressing up like he normally does, where he doesn't wear a suit or anything, just wears his denim jacket, his
Yep.
jeans, had his hat and his long bushy hair and all that. And security ran up to him and tackled him because they thought he was homeless. Yeah,
He's like, motherfucker, I heard Dracula. Get the fuck off me.
yeah.
To make me slam you in the back of my.
Yeah. They assumed he wasn't supposed to be there because they thought he was a homeless guy.
That, to be fair, that happened to Nick Cage once too, in recent years.
Did it?
Yeah, he was almost kicked out of somewhere because I think he was drunk and they thought he was just some vagrant.
What?
Yeah,
Nick Cage has like one of the most recognizable faces in the industry.
I know.
How the hell do they not know it's him?
I think he was just like sitting around having some drinks, wearing like flip flops or maybe Crocs or something. I don't know, but yeah, they thought he was homeless and either did kick him out or tried to kick him out. I feel like did kick him out.
What?
Like Rob Zombie, at least like I love Rob Zombie. A lot of people love Rob Zombie, but he's no Nick Cage as far as being recognizable.
Here, let me see if I can find that story. Let's see. Rob Zombie gets tackled at award show.
Because Oscars is TV, isn't it?
Oh,
So- Probably would have been Academy Awards, I guess, or maybe one of the music ones. But you'd think of the music ones, they'd kind of know who's. Yeah, but again, Rob Zombie.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Oh, god damn it. Well, it turns out that entire story that I thought was real about Rob Zombie getting kicked out of the Oscars was fake.
Oh,
God
it's so believable though.
It is believable. But according
It's
to
just
a
like-
website called Snopes, which is notorious for debunking popular like stories, it says no, Rob Zombie wasn't kicked out of the Oscars. An article claimed that Rob Zombie was kicked out of the Academy Awards, but it originated from a satire site. Oh,
Okay.
God.
I've seen Snopes be wrong, but in this instance, I'm gonna say it's probably correct. I feel like I would have heard of that at some point, surely. But it's so believable though, and that's how you trick people, stupid people like me. She's like, yeah, Rob Zombie looks pretty homeless a lot of the time, so he
Yeah, he
probably
does.
did. It probably did happen.
Oh man, that fuck. I thought that story was so cool, and it was going to be like, oh, that's an interesting story to tell about Rob Zombie, but now I can't tell it anymore because it's fucking fake.
Motherfucker.
It's like, you good story, you assholes.
Like, good for Rob Zombie, but fucking son of a bitch.
Yeah, exactly. All right, but let's see. Do we have? Oh, yeah. Daniela Harris. Which is it Daniela Harris or is it Danielle Harris?
Danielle. I think it's Danielle Harris.
Danielle Harris. Yeah. Danielle Harris in this movie. Yeah, I kind of liked her. I liked her in the movie.
Yeah, she was charismatic. Like, she was, I would say, probably better than the actress that played Laurie. Really.
Yes,
Which
I
I
agree
was
with
actually
that.
thinking, watching it, I was kind of like, that would have been kind of cool if they got her to play Laurie.
You know, I actually think that would have been cool. That would have been a nice like callback because she played Laurie Strode's daughter in the Halloween movies that she was in
Yeah,
before.
would have been a nice connection.
Yeah, and then she played Laurie Strode in this movie. That would have been very cool if they did that. But unfortunately, they didn't. The actress that played Laurie Strode,
She was okay. Like, even a little bit. I would say Danielle Harris stood out, but I would say those three teenage girl characters were kind of interchangeable to a point.
yeah, I'd say.
There was
I'm
really,
surprised that
for
I'm
the most part,
surprised
nothing
that
stand
Danielle
out about
Harris
either of them.
survived the whole ordeal. I'm surprised she
Yeah,
survived. Yeah. But that just means that she's probably going to die in the second one.
probably. Like, you only get so many movies.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, although, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I did end up like looking up like how old Danielle Harris actually was when she filmed this movie. She's supposed to be
Early
playing.
20s?
Nope. Actually,
No?
she was 30 when she filmed that movie.
Oh yeah, I suppose the last one she was in Halloween 5, and that
That was
was
a different actress. That wasn't Danielle. Well, actually, no. No. In Halloween 6, it was a different
it
actress.
was 6 when she was older, but so she would have been 5. She was in 5, and that
She was.
was
I looked it up, and
90.
Danielle Harris was born in 1977. So in 2007, she would have been 30.
Yeah,
Yeah. So yeah, she was 30 years old playing an 18-year-old. Man, come on.
believably so, actually.
Yeah, it was shocking how believable that was.
Like, yeah, I wouldn't know, like, I probably should know she would have been about 30, just based on when that last movie was. But
To be honest,
yeah, I would.
when I watched the movie, I hadn't looked up how old she actually was when she filmed it. I looked it up after I had already watched the movie. But when I was watching it, I knew that the actors that playing Lori and I can't remember Danielle Harris's character's name, but when
Uh, Annie, I think
maybe
Anna.
I know the character's name started with an A. I know that, but
I
it
say it was
might have been
Anna. I
Alex.
think it was
A- Actually, I
Anna or
think it
Annie
was Annie.
Brackett,
I
because it
think
was Sheriff Brackett.
it was Annie. I think it was Annie. Yeah, I think it was Annie.
Yeah, and yeah,
But
Brackett
no,
because
it's
she was
just
the sheriff's daughter.
I would have assumed that the actors would have been at least in their 20s. They would have
Well,
been. They would have been in their
yeah,
20s probably. But when I looked it up, I didn't try to find out how old Laurie Strode's actress was because I mean I did check out her IMDb page and she was in like a bunch of stuff that I never even heard of. So I was like, I don't care about this woman.
She's like, yeah, fuck this.
Yeah, she's
Next.
like, I don't care about this woman. But I looked into Danielle Harris and I was like, wait a minute, she was 30 when she filmed this movie. I was like, damn, like how the hell did they pull that off?
Yeah, like I would not have guessed that.
Yeah. Like she must have just turned 30 as well, because I mean,
came out 2007. You figure they filmed it the previous year, so she's probably 29.
yeah,
or
29 probably.
ish.
Yeah.
But even still, like, yeah, would not have guessed that.
Yeah, but still, I mean, rounded up, she was like late 20s, early 30s when she was in that age range. So I'm like, holy crap, how do they get someone that old to look that young? I mean, that was impressive.
Yeah. Sound like Jamie Lee Curtis in Halloween.
Oh yeah. Jamie Lee Curtis.
55.
Yeah, I thought you said she like Jamie Lee Curtis in the original.
She gets 10 years older every time we bring it up.
Yeah, Jamie Lee Curtis in the original Halloween looked like she was in her 40s playing a high school student.
Sorry, guys.
Oh
Sorry
my
about
God.
that, fellas.
It's like Jamie Lee Curtis looked like that she was old enough to not be a student but to be a fucking teacher.
That used to be a thing though. Like if you watch older movies, quote unquote teenagers are more often than not played by people in their mid 30s to maybe even 40s.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Please, there's no one. Okay, really.
Have you ever seen a movie from the 60s or 50s, Stone? I am not talking shit. I am talking fact.
Not very many.
Or maybe
not very many. Apparently, if you're saying, look, I would like to think that I could tell someone who is okay. I always knew there was a little bit of a handicap when it came to like sitcoms or even dramas like 90210. I always knew it was a handicap to that, because I think with most content, I think you can't really have a 6-year-old playing a 6-year-old.
No,
You gotta have an 8 or 9-year-old that knows how to play a 6-year-old, or at least play a smarter version, a smarter, more precocious version of a 6-year-old. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
yeah.
So it's like, yeah, the typical high school teenager is going to be weird and awkward and still finding themselves. But we want the cool, already together, already seem like the most likely to succeed. What are those most likely to succeed high school students? What do they look like? They seem older than the normal teenager. That's always their running thing.
See, this is why I do not like child actors. I mean, I understand that in certain situations, child actors are necessary, but I mean, I don't know where I'm going with this point.
Oh, but real quick, have you guys seen Hancock?
Hancock, what are you talking about?
It's the Will
movie.
Smith superhero movie.
The Will. I didn't know if you were talking about the Will Smith movie.
No, I was just asking. Sidebar, real quick. Have you guys seen it?
Yes, I've seen it many times.
So then you realize that young Michael Myers was in that movie.
Wait. Yes, he was. He played Michelle. The kid that was calling
Le petit asshole.
The petite
Wait,
asshole.
was he European or a girl?
He was French. He was
Okay.
French. Yeah.
Le petit asshole.
Yeah. You know what? Yeah, I remember that kid. The one where he threw him up in the air and then he like jettisoned up into the sky and then fell down and then Hancock caught him and then he like had all frizzied hair from like going up into the sky at high speed and then falling down at high speed. So his hair was all messed up. And then he started screaming for his mom in French, I think, and ran off to his house or something.
We're still so
Sacre bleu. Where is my mama?
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
it was a funny scene. I liked it. Yeah, he was like, call me an asshole one more time. Look, that movie did not do well in the box office. I know that much, but I enjoyed that movie. That movie was not bad.
Yeah, I barely have any memory of it, but I remember enjoying it. I've only seen it the once, but I do recall enjoying it.
Yeah.
I mean, I mean, look.
Even though Will Smith is a piece of shit, but okay.
I mean, but they took certain
His wife
references.
was.
But they took
Yeah,
shit
his wife
talking
is
to a whole
was.
new level. You know what I'm saying? With having a superhero as the main character. This man told a guy that he was going to stick his head up his ass, and they actually showed that happening.
Yeah, I remember that.
Like, you know, that just took shit talking to a whole new level for me. I'm like, man, see, it's like, damn, that's what you do with superheroes right there. Like, you
Look,
could like a superhero could say some shit like that and then actually can do it to you. You know?
yeah, that movie took the superhero movie genre into a new direction that I really liked.
But why
And
they no why did they play no the reason they played the Sanford and Son theme song I'll never know. I don't know why they played the Sanford and Son theme song after that happened. That it will always be a mystery to me why that actually went down. But you know that's just me.
that's what that was. I wasn't sure if that was where that was from. I
Yeah.
wasn't sure. I never watched Sanford and Sons.
Oh come on, man.
That's the
Look,
one that's like.
That was before my time. That
yep.
was before my time, man. It's just yeah.
That, that's why I'm always thankful to my mother. That's why I'm definitely always thankful to my mother for that for showing me the oldie, you know what I'm saying, the golden oldies that she could and everything like that. And I sifted through what I liked, but I would just say, you know, if we're still on Halloween, correct?
Yeah.
Yes, we're still on Halloween. We were talking about Danielle Harris and like how like someone who was almost 30 was able to play someone who was 18. So
Convincingly.
convincingly, yeah.
Well, you know, but see, that's the thing, though. Like, there's not, see, we believe, but the truth is, the reality, I think we all know the reality is, there's just not just, there's not a bunch of Megan Foxes and Danielle Harrises walking around 18, 19 years old getting ready to graduate high school. It just ain't happening. It just ain't happening. You only get a few of those sprinkled, you know what I'm saying, sprinkled in there, a very, very few of those sprinkled in there. It's just
Look,
not just
Again,
like,
look,
it happens, but
I'm going to go ahead on a limb and just say that Danielle Harris is very attractive. Like even now, a woman who is in her mid 40s is very attractive even now.
mid
But she,
40s. Oh, gross.
yeah, yeah. She look, I looked it up. She's 40. She's 46 currently,
Okay.
and yeah, and but she is no Megan Fox. Like, look, Megan Fox is a talentless hack who cannot act her way out of a paper
Oh
bag.
man, she's like she's hot, but she sucks as an
Yeah, yeah.
actress.
She is terrible as an actress. And to make matters worse, she's getting another acting credit soon. She's going to be in the fourth Expendables movie.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense.
I guess. But I mean, Megan Fox as an action star, really? I mean,
Yeah, I mean, I was about to say she was in the Transformers movies, but she wasn't really. She didn't really do much.
no, she was just there for eye candy. That's it. That's all
And
she was there for.
and for some reason, I always remember the scene in Transformers 2 when she was talking to what was his fucking name? Shia LaBeouf's character, Sam,
Yeah.
and she said something like, "Sam, why do girls like boys?" And it's like, ah, you suck so bad.
Oh my god. Yeah, she's so fucking terrible.
Both what is this scene and why are you in this movie? It's just because of the way you look. It's gotta be.
Yeah, yeah, and I watched her other movie, Jennifer's Body, and that was one of the stupidest movies I've ever fucking seen.
Was that the one where she was like she was like a zombie or something in that movie?
No, she got turned into a succubus.
A succubus, that's it. Yeah, and it was something like some kind of outlandish shit.
Yeah, she got turned into a succubus because, of course, you turn Megan Fox into a succubus. Because why not?
but I understand we weren't doing any parallels with Danielle Harris and
No,
Megan
no.
Fox.
My whole point of bringing that up is that it's just like I said, Danielle Harris even now is very attractive, but she's no Megan Fox. Megan
Underst-
Fox is a solid 10. when it comes to her beauty. She's very attractive. When it
Understood.
comes to her acting, my God, you
It's like
could
a
lock
minus
her.
two.
You could lock her away in a paper bag, and she wouldn't be able to act her way out of it.
Understood.
Yeah,
But what I'm saying is, the point I'm trying to make
A
is,
cardboard cutout would have more emotional impact.
exactly. Yeah.
but all the point I was making was that the reality of high school is that whether you prefer Daniel Harris, whether you prefer Megan Fox, whatever the case, that they're not just running around there in twos and threes, you know what I'm saying, all through high school, just ready to, you know what I'm saying, just juniors, you know what I'm saying, juniors and seniors ready to graduate. It just doesn't happen as often as you think. So when
Yeah.
so sometimes they have to get a more polished, they have to get a more, you know what I'm saying, a older, you know, a somewhat older, more polished person that's like, okay, because that's the one, okay, now that's the kind of 18-year-old we want to depict. Someone who's a little bit more sure of
Yeah.
themselves, someone who already feels like they got things together already, a little bit more adventurous. The average teen is still awkward and still trying to find themselves and everything like that. You know, but then you got this certain sect that's more sure of situations. They've gotten into more things at a younger age. So by the time they're ready to be, their seniors ready to graduate, they're on a completely different level by that point. So you have to have different level, different level people playing those roles. So that's the reason why they kind of go older, completely that way with 90210. I mean, and things like that. So it's just the way, Saved by the Bell. Also, it's just the way it was done. So I mean, I'm not sure how overboard is gotten. I never thought it gotten over where it could almost double somebody's age. I think that's crazy. I think I would be able to know whether I'm dealing with somebody in their 30s at that point. I mean, you can get unique situations where you can get fooled for sure, but it's not every situation where it's like believable. I think I would know where I'm dealing with somebody like way over 20 something years old.
Mhm. Yeah.
I would think anyway. But maybe I've
Well,
been wrong
well,
for a lot of times.
well. Let me ask you this: like, were you able to tell that Danielle Harris in Halloween 2007 was at least 29 years old?
I was definitely feeling like, because I wasn't want to do a whole lot of research on people's like stats and everything like that. But
Hmm.
I felt like we were around the same. I felt like we were around the same age. If not, if she was not a little bit younger, because sometimes the way they depict certain things, they would make it seem like, you were okay. Is she really like younger like that? Because certain movies I've seen her in, and there've been other things I've seen her in, and it's like, okay, am I perving out here? Because like sometimes you can never can tell, and I don't always rely on the stats. Sometimes the stats can be fucked up and doctored up or whatever, but so I mean, she definitely was one of the unique ones that could definitely, because of her baby face, can make you feel like she is younger than what she really is. But I kind of always felt like that maybe she was around my age, if not a little bit older than me.
Yeah.
I definitely was sort of struggling with the fact that she may have been younger than me. It was kind of weird for me, but
Yeah.
Yeah, no, surely not.
All right. Well, let, let me. I have a question for you guys. Now it's off topic from the whole conversation we were having about Danielle Harris, but
oh, in that case, okay, no, go ahead.
as we saw with Dr. Loomis in this movie, him being a media whore and everything, which I will say with Malcolm McDowell, I do like as an actor. I think he's very talented in everything that he's done. And I like his performance in this movie. I just don't like what they did to the Loomis character. My question is clearly that Loomis did survive at the end of this movie. At least I think he did. Is he
Oh,
in the
yeah, he
next
did.
one?
He is.
He is in the next one. Okay. did they increase his whole media whoring thing?
No,
That's
no,
Stone's
but
whole
he
issue
because
with the
he
movie.
because he wasn't that in the first. He seemed
That
more. He
I
he
was going to
seemed.
say that before. They they gave a brief, almost slight hint at it when he went to the cemetery with. I don't think they ever said his character with Sid Haig's character when he went to the cemetery and found that the stone that was it Michael Myers' mother's stone had been removed.
Hmm.
When they went to the cemetery, he said something like, some guy wrote a book about it or something like that. I thought it was a piece of shit, and uh, Loomis was just like, no, it was a masterpiece. That was sort of the only real sort of maybe brief kind of hint that they gave as to what might come later.
Possibly, but I just felt
But
like I
it's
said,
sort of like, what is he? He's supposed to not write a book about it? I would too. Like, I think most people would, dealing with something like that.
but I would just say but he was definitely more to what what I would have expected. I mean, okay, there may have been certain little things here and there, like being said, but I think overall, it wasn't. It was, trust me, this is not what I was talking about. The media origin was nothing directed toward this first installment for sure. That wasn't the great happening. At that point, it
So
definitely
it's all
happens.
so it's all isolated to the second movie.
Oh, for sure. This wasn't it,
Well,
and
I'm
this
back
was
in a
not it.
second.
Even, yeah. Like I said, this first installment was not my reference at all. And like I said, and looking back at the situation, I like I said, being able to see it again, I realized that, like I said, he was definitely more solid, which was why it was so disappointing. That was another added charge to it to make it even more disappointing for me because he did start out as solid. He did seem to be on par with what Loomis was in the original series, and to a to a much more degree than what, like I said, it was definitely heavier on him being like the old Loomis, which may have been the studio or whatever putting the reins on Rob Zombie. Fine, it was almost a saving grace then, for him to do that, because if again, if the reins going off of him was what happened in the second installment, yeah, that's just no. But this is nothing like what that was. Yeah, it's just the way that feels to me. He was definitely still more involved in trying to kill Michael Myers. Oh yeah, and they definitely did a lot more with that. He didn't just go away. He ended up attacking. He ended up coming back at him again and everything like that. It was just he almost got Loomis. So they tried to give, so in typical Rob Zombie fashion, he tried to give more of a, you just don't get away from his bad guys that easily type of situation. It's always going to be that the bad guys that he creates, are never going to just go away that easily. Or if you get a one up on them, it just that ends that for right now. It may be they're going to be coming right back at you if they're still alive and things like that. So that's the kind of thing that we're, I guess, kind of dealing with here. So just saying.
Okay. All right. So I guess I have that to look forward to when I finally watch Halloween 2.
Yep, you'll really see where my disappointment lies. That doesn't lie in this one. This one, like I said, overall, Rob Zombie tried to deal with the overall story arc and how does he know about Laurie? I mean, how does how does everything develop? He tried to shore that up and to pull away from the Cult of Thorn, so you could at least accept, okay, she was already around when she was a baby, and okay, fine.
Mm-hmm.
Then he grows up, he gets out. They make all the the other inmates seem to be, they seem to like revere him in a way, or be intimidated by him and by his presence, which sort of suggests that he's been sort of more of an issue in the, in the facility than what was suggested in the original series and things like that. So, and then the brutal escape. Like I said, a lot of the things that we dealt with this movie was more brutal. Again, more violent, typical Rob Zombie fashion. Not a lot of holdbacks and things like that. So, I mean, well, I would say, we wouldn't say a lot more nudity, because I mean there was definitely some nudes. There was some nudity in the original Halloween, so I wouldn't say a lot more, but it was definitely going to make sure we keep to that and everything like that. So yeah, overall, I think if Rob Zombie doing Halloween with the reins on, supposedly with the reins on, much better movie, much better movie. But it was still, in my opinion, the only reins that only is logical to me from what I saw was the fact that now he's going to just send the story in a bunch of weird directions, including what they do to Loomis, which is, yeah, if that's reins off on this one, then yeah, that's not, he made a mistake. And so, but yeah, he definitely did well, even though people want to say, because they just don't like the ugliness of it. The ugliness and the nastiness of it, and it just felt like a different tone to the situation, I guess. And then with him trying to still be like emotionally connected to Lori more than anything, it was just weird for some people. It was just weird. But some people just didn't realize it, and some people may have thought like, but they should have known from the very beginning that Rob Zombie was going away from the Cult of Thorns story arc. I know some people probably would have thought that he might. I think I'm probably one included. That I probably would have thought that Rob Zombie would have went actually and re-examined the Cult of Thorn angle, and I was actually surprised that he didn't. So, while there were certain changes that were kind of disappointing, there were certain changes that kind of definitely amped up. The horror aspect of the Halloween movies. But give and take, I guess. What I'm saying.
And poor Danny Trejo.
That's it. That's what we come back in on. Poor Danny Trejo.
He was trying to be his buddy. He was his buddy for all these years, and then he kills him with a TV. Well, almost drowns him, then kills him with a TV. Poor Danny Trejo.
Mikey, I was good to you.
Yeah, well, here's a TV to the face.
Yeah, exactly.
Thanks for all the kindness, friend. Fucking take this.
Yeah. You left me with those assholes. If you saw the unrated version of this movie, then you know what assholes I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's the one I did see.
Yeah. If you saw the theatrical cut, then it's just a prisoner transfer that he just kills all the prisoner guards and then escapes. But if you see the unrated version, it's a lot more fucked up.
So it was the unrated one that had that wild fucking sequence with the two dudes and that new broad they brought in.
That female inmate, yeah.
I figured that was one of the things that would have been different, because I was like, I don't remember this from when I first watched it.
Yeah, that's definitely the unrated scene. But that's the only scene that I'm aware of that is in the unrated scene. I'm sure there are others, but that's the only one I know for certain that is in the unrated version.
Well, I think there's like 10 minutes of difference, but I'm guessing it's more just extended versions of some of the more violent stuff.
But no. First time I saw that scene, I was like, wow, they really went there. Okay. I don't know if I should be watching this.
Yeah, no, that was rough.
Yeah,
And in that moment, he almost like he kind of seemed like he was a Michael Myers was a bit of a hero.
he was. Yeah.
And then it was like, oh no, but he killed everybody else too. So
Well, the thing is, he didn't kill the inmate though.
no, but everybody else in his path
Yeah,
definitely didn't have a good
including
time.
Danny Trejo.
Yeah,
Unfortunately,
which I kind of like. I kind of thought he would let him be.
like why kill Danny Trejo? He never did anything to anybody.
No, he was just like he would be mopping the floors. He'd pop by like, hey buddy, don't let this fucking shithole get you down. And then, nah, you get the same fate as all these other scumbags. Oh, that sucks. Michael Myers really is a jerk.
Well, hell, he killed that nurse that was like sitting in the mess hall with him, and she didn't do anything to him.
Yeah, like his his decisions or his reasoning for killing people is very questionable. Questionable and kind of what's a word? Inconsistent.
Does he even really need a reason?
No, not really. He's just, I mean, even as a kid, he kind of did what he wanted, really, to who he wanted. But as a hulking beast of a man, there's really no stopping him.
Oh yeah. Which the actor they picked to play adult Michael Myers was perfect. Like
Oh
like
yeah,
he like he was intimidating as hell.
just like during that scene when the two what would you call them? Orderlies, I guess, or
Yeah, orderlies.
orderlies, yeah, when they brought that chick in, it was just like, hey Michael, we're gonna fucking do this horrendous sexual thing to this broad, and we're also gonna make fun of you and fucking poke at you the whole time, even though you could easily kill us, as we will see in a couple minutes, with just brute force. We're gonna fuck with you. It's like that was satisfying when he destroyed those two guys, those two
Yeah,
rapist pieces of shit people.
yeah, it was very satisfying.
But yeah, and then you know just goes on a tear and kills whoever afterwards. But
Yeah.
I'm guessing while I was gone, you talked about how he didn't kill Laurie, or at
No,
least
we
wasn't
didn't get
going
to
to
that.
kill her initially. Oh, you didn't?
We didn't get to that part. No. Um,
Okay,
he
because
wasn't going to
yeah,
kill her.
initially he wasn't. No, he. It seemed like he just wanted a reunion of
Yeah.
sorts. He's like, here, I'm like, aside from my mother, who obviously is no longer on this plane of existence, you're the only one I ever actually was just like really truly cared about, I guess. So he finally managed to get to her, took off his mask, and just kind of kneeled down. Like, here's the photo of us together. I can't speak, but I hope you kind of understand what I'm saying, which she absolutely didn't. And then, yeah, I'm still not entirely sure that he wanted to kill her after she turned on him either. Like, he definitely went a bit nuts, but I don't know. I'm not sure if he would have killed her or not.
I'm not sure either. Like he
I
might have been angry that she attacked him, but
Yeah, it's like you
I
just
think
stabbed me like deeply
I
with
think he would
this
have forgave her.
giant knife, but I think so.
Yeah.
I think it was more just like he's just like, no, I just, I want to get back to the way things were. You were the
Hmm.
last person I remember. Yeah, again, aside from the mother, who is no longer around. Like you're the last person I remember actually having some connection to.
Hmm.
Wasn't like in the original, but it's like, oh no, he definitely wanted to kill her.
Yeah. But okay, so what else is there?
And what else we got? Haven't we covered? Oh, this may be the first movie I've ever seen where Clint Howard wasn't a weirdo creep gay.
I'm sorry, who?
Clint Howard.
And who did he play?
He was one of the doctors at what was the asylum where he was being held called? I always forget the name.
What's his name again?
Clint Howard. He's Ron Howard's kind of funny looking brother.
Oh, Clint Howard. I know who that is. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, might be the first and only movie I can think of where he wasn't just a weirdo. He was just a regular guy in this movie.
Yeah. I know Clint Howard. I've seen him in a bunch of stuff, and he even was in an episode of Fringe.
Yeah, and that's another thing I was going to say. Like, I don't think I've ever seen two things with Clint Howard in 1 week.
Yeah.
Was it a
Yeah,
good thing, or I want to say it's a good thing.
yeah. He played a conspiracy theorist in Fringe.
Yes, he did.
Yep.
Thought he was
Where he
from the
thought
planet Vulcan.
that he thought he was Spock.
Yes, he did. And a whole bunch of reasonable shit. Well, reasonable by, Fringe standards. Reasonable stuff. And then it's all of a sudden like, no, this guy thinks he's a character in Star Trek. All right.
Yep.
You muted stuff.
You're muted, Stone. All right.
Just want to know where we at right now because I want to get my charger real quick before I drop off the show. So,
Yeah, we were just talking about Clint Howard and how Halloween is I think the only time I can ever think of where he wasn't just a weirdo creep character.
Okay. No, there's also a small part in Austin Powers. I think it may have been the Spy Who Shagged
Johnson.
Me.
He played Johnson. I can't remember his rank, but he played Johnson. Where they did that whole joke saying like, where they do I can't remember if it was the penis joke or if it was the boob joke, but
No,
it was like
it was a
I think it was boobs in that one, wasn't it?
No. It was the penis joke because his name is Johnson, and that's also a reference to a penis. But
mainly, but it's mainly because the spaceship when he basically escaped away in the spaceship and it looked like a cock and balls. Okay.
Yeah, it's coming across the radar, just this giant cock.
Yeah, so
it looks like someone's Johnson.
I think those movies are dumb as fuck, but goddamn, are they entertaining?
Yeah, they are.
I haven't seen them in a long time, but I can't imagine they wouldn't hold up.
It's also the first movie I ever saw Elizabeth Hurley in, and goddamn, she was hot back in the day.
Yeah, it probably would have been the same. Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
And there was also that movie, was it Bedazzled? With
Bedazzled,
Brendan Fraser?
where she played the devil. Yep.
Yeah.
And she was also hot in that, too.
Hopefully she's still hot. Hopefully time hasn't.
I've looked at her recently, and to be honest, no, she hasn't really aged very well.
That's a shame.
Yeah. Whenever she goes on TV shows or anything, she has to put on a lot of makeup to be able to make herself look as attractive as she used to be, and it's very noticeable.
That sucks.
Yep.
She just seemed like the kind of woman who would age well.
Nope. Didn't age well. I don't find her attractive anymore. I really don't.
I think she was married to an Australian cricket player at some point, I think, actually.
I remember hearing something about that, but I can't remember the guy's name.
I think it was Shane Warne.
I have no idea who that is.
A guy who always looked like he'd been out in the sun way too much. Which I know, being Australian, that could be anybody. But
Yeah.
very, very famous sports star in this country. I'm fairly sure it was him.
All right.
I was like, wow, he pulled Liz Hurley. God damn.
And then, of course, the second movie had Heather Graham, which I never really found her all that attractive, to be honest. But then again, I'm not really a big fan of blondes. And then...
See, I'm a huge fan of blondes, but Heather Graham's kind of... I mean this in a nice way. She's not like traditional hot.
eh,
You know, like she's very attractive, but she's got a unique look, I guess.
she just never really was.
And I don't mean that in a bad way at all.
And then, of course, the third movie had, about who you would expect, Beyonce.
Foxy Cleopatra.
Yep.
Expect.
Yeah, I know. But the only reason I say that, Stone, is because she was popular at the time, so they picked her because she was the popular music star at the time. So that's the only reason why they picked her.
Well, so are we ready to jump into Justify City Primeval, or are we still possibly?
I think we covered everything we need to cover about Halloween. I think we've covered everything.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty good job, I'd say. And it only took us an hour and a half to do that.
Oh yeah. That was a long talk about Halloween.
No, it's a lot though, because I mean it's a lot. The initial series was a lot, and now dealing with the Rob Zombie series is, in its own way, it brings its own special lotness to it. So it's understood. So I mean, it's fine. But now, and plus,
I'm both looking forward to seeing the sequel. Also, not based on what Stone's told me.
I'm not
looking forward to seeing it because I've never seen it, but based on what Stone's told me, I'm afraid.
I can't believe I can't believe you only really heard me on Halloween, on Rob Zombie's Halloween 2.
Yeah, it's one of those ones that just it just came and went for me. I never really paid too much attention to it, which is odd because usually I'm right on anything Rob Zombie does. But yeah, that one just kind of.
But there wasn't any more rumbling. But there weren't any more rumblings from anybody else about this particular movie.
No.
I like final thoughts is that I enjoyed it more than I thought I would. I liked how there were like subtle connections and like callbacks to the original Halloween. I liked that they used a lot of the same musical tracks from the original movie. I thought that was a nice touch. Certain
even references to which one used Sandman? Or Mr. Sandman. Was that 2? I think.
I believe it was 2, yeah. Yeah, I believe it was 2. I mean, it's been weeks since we watched Halloween 2, so I mean, yeah. Actually, it's been over a month, hasn't it?
Yeah, it would be. At this point, we're up to... This is... what, up to 9 out of the 13?
Yeah, so actually probably closer to like 2 months, right?
No. Yeah, it would be 9. So yeah, about 2 months-ish.
Yeah, 2 months. Yeah.
So unless we're hoping for Jim to come around, I guess we're ready to go into City Primeval, are we?
Yes, I'm ready to talk about it.
Sure. Okay. So I'll let you guys. I mean, one of you guys want to lead off the conversation on this one?
All I'm gonna say, like initially, I'm not gonna go into too much detail, but I fucking called it when it comes to Sandy. Yep, I called it. I knew it was going to happen.
And I called it with Redhead Lady Cop.
Yep.
So is that no? Okay, whoa. Okay, wait a second.
What we're trying to say is, white bitches be crazy.
No, okay, but wait a second.
Well, in my case, white Australian bitches be crazy.
You know,
But wait a second here.
briefly dip into Fringe. I'm fairly sure she's another one from a hot blonde factory that we have in this country, apparently.
Yeah, well, I mean, from Fringe, Anna Torv is Australian, and then
Yeah.
the actress that plays Sandy in City Primeval is also Australian.
There's got to be a factory somewhere. There has to be.
Yeah.
But anyway,
I'm just saying. Okay, you called it on a. See, what I'm hearing. See, to me, that's different than. She's a page in the book. She's not. Just like any one of those people who are page in a book could have, could have done something, could do something to fuck somebody over, or to keep, or to keep him free at that point. But
Yeah.
I mean, see, her just being simply corrupt and whatnot is different than being a page in a book. I feel like, which is
well,
what
that's the thing,
Raylan
though.
was getting at.
I was going back to when we were talking. Was it the end of the previous episode?
Yeah, why?
Where,
Why does he? Why does he keep getting off? And you guys seem to think it might have been, like you said, you think it might have been her that was. Yeah, but see, I say yeah, but no, because her being a page in the book, I still look at that as different than just being on the take. That's different. You're
Yeah,
being
but
leveraged.
she was actively trying to fuck that investigation. Actively,
At,
aggressively
at
trying
that
to fuck
point,
that investigation.
at that point, but without that gun, at that point, she doesn't have a way to frame somebody else up with it without the gun.
No,
So
but
I don't think it was planned, but I think when the gun was found, I think he or someone else, or he along with someone else was still working people to make sure that he doesn't get put away on that. And I think somebody might have tapped her shoulder right around that time that gun was turned in to basically try to frame somebody else up.
I don't know. I'm just going on sort of like what's been revealed to us, and yeah, I guess at this point, it's got to be her who is at least one of who knows how many insiders there are, but she's the one who's been sort of constant throughout the series.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I just feel like it's just a little different. I feel like she's being leveraged. She's not on the take. She's not being bribed. She's not being paid. She's being leveraged. And I think I think that's a little bit different. That can happen at any point in time. I don't think she was always here with this. I just think that it was more of like she ended, like I said, she ended up getting leveraged as Raylan started to tighten that noose or whatever, or starting to tighten that lasso around the situation. It was like, now we got to figure out a new way to kind of throw this off. I think it's not just Mansell though. I think we're going to find out that it's not just that Mansell's not working. Is because he just got the book, and now Sweetie's dead. But he's looking at this book, and now all of a sudden he just knows to hit this person and that person and who's working the case. He knows shit. He knows certain shit.
Yeah.
Like, or
Just
he's
think about it, like,
or he's got somebody who's got connections, who knows who's working the case, who knows who's doing what, who can be leveraged. Because a lot of these people you don't know unless you're checking them out and things like that. And then all of a sudden he knows that this person is actually working and investigating him only at the time of getting this gun. I mean, I just think it's a little bit more than just Mansell on the other side.
it could be, I'm just thinking back to last week when very few people knew about that sting operation. Or sting operation? Whatever. When they were going to catch Menzel. And she was one of the few who was really in on that. And then, yeah, somehow he's tipped off, and now, yeah, she's actively trying to fuck that case. I kind of think she has to be like the sort of the main one.
Mm-hmm. But again, Carolyn was the one who
she's the one with something to lose.
Carolyn,
as far as we know about the like most other people, like I think she's the only one we actually know for a fact she has a family.
But you guys are not seeing it though. Do you guys remember what happened at the end of this episode though?
With the Armenians?
Mm-hmm. Do you remember? Okay, oh yeah, we do have that. Do you remember what else happened then?
I mean, what specifically?
Carolyn.
Oh yeah, was she completely just gave Raylan up, basically, to the Armenians. She was making whatever the fuck it was, whatever deal she was making with the Armenian mob, which we still don't know exactly what that was. Exactly. All we know is she turned to I forget the Armenian boss's name and just said yes after she found out that Raylan was already making his move.
I thought it was okay. I thought she said okay.
Oh yes, okay, yeah, something like that.
And then before on that sting that you talk about, she also put in the call to Sweetie to pull him away from being there at that meet.
She did. Yeah, she definitely pulled Sweetie away from it, but
So you gotta know. Look, man, I'm just saying you gotta know. You gotta know that there's something else at play here. It's not as simple as just that. As somebody who's a page in a book, they're just somebody who's just being leveraged. But there's somebody who's either on the take because they want to be on the take because they want that extra money and they're willing to fuck over their badge to do it. Or there's somebody who's just completely corrupt and in their practices. And it's also, it's about the money, but it's also fuck the power and everything just makes them feel like they can do whatever they want to do. So it doesn't matter anyway. And then, so it's either one of those situations that's at play here, not just this redhead, and not just Carol.
Oh yeah, there's definitely got to be more about it.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like the detective, she's being leveraged more than anything. And that's why that happened. By who exactly? You could say it's easy to say Mansell, but I think there's somebody else who's leveraging her. He may have the book, or he may have the book or whatever the case, but somebody else is helping him leverage these people that he may or may not even know about, depending on the situation.
I mean, I guess because as we've seen, he almost doesn't really know how to use the book to a point. Like, yeah, you kind of tried to get some money out of David Cross and you stole his painting, but he almost seems kind of like he's got the book and he doesn't exactly know how to use it properly to a point. It seems like he's kind of thinking more in the short term rather than what he could actually get from it. It's more like, hey, I could get some money from this person rather than, what he could truly use it for.
Oh, by the way, guys, are you getting any criticisms for your are you getting any backlash for your criticisms of the, I guess, intimate relationship between Raylan and Carolyn?
No.
Okay.
Wait. Who's bitching at you about it?
I've gotten a small bit, just feeling like that's messed up. We shouldn't be doing all that, but I'm just saying.
Really?
Yeah, it was a little bit of that, but I can't. the point that I tried to make is, what we've been making. Like, I mean, the guy can be a. We've seen Raylan a couple times on this show without a shirt on and everything like that, and somehow they think, oh my god. And
like, did you see her in this last episode?
Well,
goddamn.
What's the particular thing that you're going on about?
Her without, being all made up. It's even worse.
Oh god! And
Poor
then
fucking Raylan.
And then they did the classic shit of putting her in workout gear. Like, did you work out? Did you really go and work out? Did you really go and run or something like that? Did you really?
Stupid workout pants with the crazy patterns. Just like, oh, Raylan.
I just don't see how they felt like yeah, this was the thing to do. Like, again, I understand an older cast. I understand we're trying to deal with like an older, weathered, more grizzled veteran cast. I get that, but still.
Like,
I just
Raylan may be technically older. He's not more grizzled. He's a little gray. Otherwise, he's the same guy we saw.
When I say
back 10 years or so, not 10 years, however many years ago now. He really hasn't changed much.
But when I say like grizzled, I'm talking about like these people who've been in like law enforcement for like a long time and got good and still got goals and ambitions and what I'm saying, a little bit downtrodden. They feel certain ways. They've had to do things and everybody that's kind of what I mean in the situation. Not so much in the way their looks or their aesthetics so much, but it's just the way of like a lot of these people probably, like I said, have been in law enforcement. Like I said, the average people that we're dealing with here probably been in law enforcement. Like they could probably boast, or like based on the script, probably 20 years or more. All of them in law enforcement. It's just like a lot. So it's just like a lot of things that they've seen, a lot of evolution that they've seen in law enforcement and in crime and where things are, and so they're just kind of dealing with their lives now. And so is Raylan. Like, he's dealing with his life as it is now. And so are these other people. And it's like, and I understand how they felt like these two sort of like downtrodden people were brought together based on similar circumstances. But I still feel that it doesn't have to be somebody like it almost like they want to. I almost kind of feel like it's a little bit of a disregard, because why do you have to try to show the downtroddenness so visually on the black females on this show? Like, that's the thing that I feel like, just come on, really? Like, you really don't have to do that. It's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that everybody's got to be glamorized, but I'm just saying, like, they really didn't have to show. It's like, for me, they really just kind of show the downtroddenness of these, of those two females in particular. And just really kind of shows, like, and it's really kind of just illustrating this whole fetishizing of being with a white guy in a way too. It was kind of funny to me. It's just like, it's weird. It was kind of weird too. I always felt like I kind of didn't want to say it, but I just kind of needed to say it. It's not me being racial for like they should go for a black guy. No, I'm just saying, like, but the fetishize it though, it's just weird to me. The way they feel like some people fetishize, saying black women in a way. It's like doing that in the reverse way is not equality. It's the same bullshit. It's equal bullshit. It doesn't make it better by saying, oh, we can reverse it now, and now we want to fetishize Kevin Costner. We want to fetishize some Yellowstone or whatever. It's just and make that him, and then say rodeo clown. Like, really, it's just like, whoa, okay. I think a lot of that.
What are you trying for here? Because it's not translating.
Oh yeah, it's translating all right. Like I said, like Kevin Costner is gettable. Kevin Costner is gettable now. Like these older white guy type, they're gettable. So
Kevin Costner's 90.
still not get.
I
Still,
wasn't
still not gettable. Still not gettable by either one of these two. Females on the show with cameras.
probably not. I wasn't gonna come in because I have a horrible toothache, but you brought this up and it reminded me. Holy fucking shit. Okay, so you said something about having to show her all like worn up or whatever. When she had her wig off for like those couple of scenes, and then she had her wig off like all day from after Sweetie died, no wig, up until outside with Raylan in front of her house, no fucking wig. But she says, "Come inside. You got to come inside." Saying, "Let's go fuck." They fuck. The very next scene in bed, she's wearing her wig.
Wakes up wearing the wig.
100% Raylan said, "I will fuck you, but you got to put on that wig if you want this prime dick."
Like, I'm sorry, this whole thing,
Fact.
it's not doing it for me.
It happened.
I had the exact same thought.
And on that, I bid you guys adieu again.
I see what you did.
Oh my god. Really, that was.
I did not notice that she was wearing a wig. I thought she was just wearing a head cap.
Well, either she's wearing a wig or somehow she does her hair while she's getting fucked and then just wakes up that way. I'm leaning towards wig.
Yeah. I'd have to say he makes a good point because that hair, the way it's kind of done, and it's no, you don't pull out from that little ponytail that she had going on and get that.
No, it just becomes that. No.
I wholeheartedly agree with that. So yeah, so that's what we're
Unless you've
talking
got some
about.
kind of miracle fucking some kind of hair advancement that I've never heard of. I don't think that happens.
So yeah, it's just and it's just the fact that and it's so weird for me, man. And I think it's like right before they show a scene with her and Raylan where it's almost like once again alluded to that they might have had sex. Like they had a scene right before that where they actually show Mansell and Sandy actually. Well, they don't actually show them having sex, what I'm saying, so much. But
it's below frame, but it's.
And then you kind of see where he's starting to put himself in position before they go down. So they show some things, and they constantly show him walking around. They constantly show her walking around, and it's just like they really just. I don't know. Like they really, it was really a sort of like a soft pitch. It was really like this love letter, but it's like you could have did it in another way to where it could have been really fun. It could have been really like woo. It really could have been really saucy and salacious for real if you would have really had a really good looking older black woman that really got into this thing with Raylan. I mean, yeah, that would have been fucking fun. But to have, come on, man.
Just the chemistry in general just doesn't seem to work. The chemistry never seemed legitimate.
Well, yeah, that's a running theme, but that is a running theme for a lot of the new content to that's happening right now. It's I guess the best way to put it is this, because there's this whole new division that I spoke to you guys about that I think this kind of plays in this. It's race being used in a very divisive way and very manipulative to a point to where if I say something and point it out, it makes it look like I have an issue with one, black women, and two, interracial relationships. Like I'm like all of a sudden I'm having an issue with that. Like and it's not really the case. It's how it's being used as a divisive tactic, much the way that to respond to the overwhelming desire of wanting Idris Elba to be the next James Bond, to all of a sudden say a we're gonna put a black woman or African woman, you know what I'm saying, or British actress with, you know what I'm saying, African descent in as a new double O seven and everything like that. To me, it's just a way, in my opinion, of just kind of causing that same divisiveness, and then kind of putting the challenge of, if you say something, you know, then you're being an issue. You're making an issue out of the situation. You have an issue with, you know what I'm saying, with black women. You have an issue with this or that. So I think that's what's happening here. And I think it's more of that. I'm sorry. Please respond. Give me a quick second. I'll be right back.
Okay. All right. So, Damian.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were going to say something. Yeah, with the Idris Elba thing, like I definitely I see what he means. I think it's definitely something they're trying to do. I think the Idris Elba thing kind of maybe backfired if that was what they were trying to do, because I've never seen anyone say Idris Elba would be a bad Bond.
Yeah, I don't think he would be a bad
I've seen
Bond
the
either.
exact opposite.
Yeah, but I mean, I saw that. I can't remember the name of, like, No Time to Die, I think was the name of the James Bond movie.
Yeah, I think that was the most recent one. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
well, they
I
actually
saw that
killed him
one.
off, right?
Yeah, they killed off Daniel Craig's character, and they had that new 007 agent. I can't remember the woman that played that character, but it was a black
Yeah,
woman.
sure.
And to be honest, I didn't have a problem with her. I thought she did fine, but I can definitely see people's issue with that character. I can definitely see their issue. I didn't have a problem with it, but I can see the people's problem with it. Now, do I see how it could affect Idris Elba's claim to the position of James Bond? No. I I don't see how it would affect his claim to that role at all. People saying that it could ruin his chances to becoming James Bond. I mean, how? I don't see how. I don't think the two are connected at all.
No, I can't say I've seen that, but it doesn't surprise me that it's a topic of discussion. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, I don't think it hurts his chances at all. I think it is like, if they were to replace James Bond, it could even be a white woman. I don't think color is the issue there. If he was like, you know, it goes back to this whole thing where like gender swapping and stuff is a thing these days,
Hmm.
and I don't think people generally have a problem with like, hey, do the female Indiana Jones. Just don't try to be like, this is Indiana Jones.
Yeah, do
Like,
something
just
different.
make it its own thing.
Yeah, make it its
That's
own thing.
like, which is, you know, in this day and age, it's a crazy statement to be like, hey, don't do that. But it really is just like, stop trying to take things and make it something else, and just do something original in the exact same way if you want to. Just don't fuck with the established thing. It's
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, on the subject of Indiana Jones, like, I know what they were trying to do with that woman that was playing his goddaughter. And I mean, I would have been fine with her replacing Indiana Jones and basically becoming the new face of the franchise. I mean, I 100% would have been fine with that if that character wasn't as insufferable and as obnoxious as she was.
And that's another mistake they make, is they try to replace characters with just poorly written characters,
Yeah.
poorly written or slash and or performed
Well,
characters.
that boils down to the problem where you have a predominantly male character and you want to replace that character with a female character, and that's fine. You want to put more actresses in like high profile roles to, representation and all that. There's nothing wrong with that. That's fine.
No,
But
Why would-
the thing is that they're going about it the wrong way because they have the wrong outlook. I mean, it's the same route as what they did when they announced Rey was going to be the new character in the Star Wars movies. It's like they had this whole slogan with the new Star Wars movies, which was "The Force is female," and I'm like, what are you doing? What are
You're
you doing?
forcing it. That's
Yeah,
all you're doing.
they're basically taking that shit and they're forcing it down our throats.
But
And that character didn't even like she didn't have her own journey basically.
She didn't. No,
She
was-
just
she
all of a
was-
sudden she knew how to do everything.
That
it
is
took
that is
Pretty much
text-
any other character years
That
ago, years to learn.
That is textbook Mary Sue. Absolutely, that's textbook Mary Sue.
And I mean,
Because people want to say like, oh, you don't like strong female. Sorry, stuff. People
right.
want to say you don't like strong female characters and stuff. I'm like, I've known strong female characters pretty much my entire life from watching and playing things like, fucking Tomb Raider and
Alien.
like countless aliens, fucking Fifth Element, just like countless things.
Yeah.
Where it's like because it was never shoved in your face, like, oh look, it's a woman doing things that a man would do. Like you don't have to do that. Just write a strong female character and let her be her own thing.
Well, if you guys want to know something funny,
always.
recently I had became aware of an interview that Jennifer Lawrence had done where they were talking to her about her role in the Hunger Games.
I think I know what you're going to say.
Yeah,
Continue.
and she had said that before her role in Hunger Games that they had never put a woman in an action movie before, in the lead of an action movie before. And that's paraphrasing, by the way. And when she said that, I was like, wait a minute, what are you saying? I mean, so what? Sigourney Weaver in Alien doesn't come to mind?
Wow, Charles.
Fucking,
you know what, man? You know what?
God damn it, I'm forgetting her name from Fifth Element / Resident Evil movies.
Mila
Fucking-
Jovovich. Mila
Yeah.
Jovovich.
Charles, your
Angelina Jolie.
Charles, your journalism is astounding.
How?
You know, I've never heard that before you brought it up.
Really?
Yeah, you never heard that? I came across this like about I don't know, like maybe like a little bit less than a week ago.
Charles, I'm being sarcastic. I thought you could smell what the
I
rock
was
is
gonna
cooking.
say, like,
I'm not good with sarcasm, dude.
Oh, I'm sorry.
apparently I'm not either.
Yeah.
I thought you could.
I was just like, how have you not? This was everywhere for a minute.
We even discussed it, Damian. That's what I'm saying. My
Did
God,
we?
you guys got to smell the sauce. I was putting the sauce on for you. You couldn't
You
smell the
smell
aroma?
what-
Hey, I still don't remember if I lied to you about eating kangaroo or not. So, what do you want from me?
Yeah, you were.
And you don't either.
You-
So
You were 3 sheets
Fuck
in the
you.
wind that night, mate. You were 3 sheets in the wind that night. You would have said anything.
Yeah.
You would have said anything
No,
that night.
just the fact that she said that, and then of course when people tore her to shreds on social media, calling her out on her bullshit, she decided to downplay it by basically trying to save her own ass because she fucked up, which she clearly did, because apparently she's never heard of the Alien movies, she's never heard of the Fifth Element, she's never heard of the Resident Evil movies. I mean, it's just wow. It's like women
fucking
as action.
Barbarella.
It's just like wait, did you just say Blubberella?
No, I said
Barbarella.
Barbarella. She was
Oh,
quite
okay.
thin.
Okay, because yeah, Blubberella is that Uwe Boll movie. Okay,
Wait,
Uh,
what?
and-
That's a thing?
yeah, that's a thing.
Blubberella?
And believe
Yeah,
it
Is
or
it-
not,
is it-
the-
Is it Fat Barbarella?
No, I don't know. It's like it's similar to Uwe
She
Boll,
floats
like-
around in space and fights enemies, but she mostly just floats because she's very spherical.
No. Blubberella is Uwe Boll movie that is very similar to the Blood Rain movies. Only it's
Because he made those too, right?
He did make those two. Only Blubberella is a severely obese, like vampire princess, like lady that fights Nazis with a bunch of resistance fighters, and she ends up killing a Nazi by sitting on his face and farting on him.
I've
Yeah.
never heard of this, but I'm going to add it to my list right now
And
because I
the
need to
seconds of
see
my
that.
life that I won't get back, Charles. Thank you.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
but also believe it or not, what I always believe, RoboCop also had a strong female lead. Like it or not,
Wait, it's been a long time since I've seen RoboCop. Well, which character are you talking about?
his partner.
Oh, that's right. I can't remember her name. What was it? What was the actress's name?
God, but I remember. Cause fun fact, she was in. Since she goes way back, she was in Dress to Kill once upon a time.
Was it Sharon Stone? I want to say
No,
it was Sharon Stone.
no,
Okay.
no. You're
Oh no,
reaching.
I'm thinking of Total Recall. Never mind.
Yeah, the woman who played what was her name? Nancy Allen. That's who played in the movie. She played what was her name in that one?
Nancy Allen. Okay. Ah, there she is, Nancy Allen. I found her.
Yeah,
She
she's a bit.
played Anne Lewis.
Yeah, Lewis. That was what she was. She's a bit of a legend. Like I said, in Dress to Kill at one point in time,
Hmm.
in the original Carrie movie.
The original Carrie.
Yep. She was part.
Okay.
She was part of the. She was part of the female goon squad that tortured Carrie relentlessly.
Really?
She was the one along. She was the one right there along with with Travolta, basically pouring the pig's blood on her.
Huh. I did not know that. But then again, it's been a long time since I've seen that movie.
Which is why that's the thing about it. That was an action movie, but she always kind of played a strong figure in different movies. Like in Dress to Kill, she played this prostitute that happened to be going to the elevator when she seen this one woman being killed. Angie Dickinson, as it were, in the elevator, and and that still began her journey with trying to figure out who this guy was, who's possibly trying to kill her now and everything like that. It's just she's always played like a strong character, even in that one, tried to stand up to the PE teacher and tried to, and tried to revolt against her punishment and everything like that, getting slapped in the face and and is still trying to strike back at Carrie and everything, and causing that whole massacre. So she's always kind of played, sort of like a standout scene stealer, and when Murphy became RoboCop, she kind of had to carry a little bit of the load, trying to figure out, trying to basically get him to recognize who he was and everything like that. That was part of her thing, getting him to recognize that it's still you. It's you, Murphy. It's you. That was one of the more poignant moments of the movie, as a matter of fact. And so yeah, and definitely like being right there when he first got mowed down. So like when he first got mowed down, she was right there, and she was her tough look, her smirk, and and that gum chewing, but she just had to look down there. I don't know why she felt like she had to look down there.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, I'm gonna have to watch RoboCop again, the original. I mean, I've seen the remake like several times. Oh, all right. Well, since I am the only one here talking, I guess I will go on camera. All right. Give me a minute, folks. Uh, yeah, I know, folks. Uh, all right. Let's see here. All right. Do. Yeah, Jeopardy music. All right. Yes, I know. All right. All right. So on the subject, everything all right, Damian?
Yeah, I was trying to unmute and it wouldn't unmute. I was
Oh, okay.
actually there before you decided to go back on camera, so sorry about that. Yeah,
That's
I've
all
never
right.
actually seen the RoboCop remake.
I've seen it twice.
Actually, I think I did see it once, but I don't really remember it. No, it's a Dread remake I've never seen.
The Dread remake I've also seen, but I've only seen that once.
And then I saw Total Recall as well, which was
I've
I don't
seen the
remember it
Total
being
Recall
terrible, but it's
remake.
nothing like the first movie.
I've seen the Total Recall remake as well, but I've only ever seen that one once as well.
That was Colin Farrell, I think,
Yes,
that one.
Colin Farrell.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
And the woman that played his wife in the Total Recall remake was Kate Beckinsale.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
I
she.
remember that being alright, but I
It
barely
wasn't.
remember at all.
The
It
Total
wasn't?
Recall the Total Recall remake was nothing compared to the original.
No, I remember it being pretty much a straight up just kind of action movie with
It was
not
a
a whole lot
mediocre
of plot, really.
it was
What
a
do you,
mediocre action movie that only had subtle like similarities to the original.
Yeah.
None of the movie took place on Mars. It all took place on Earth. They all had like there was like this like weird like plot that they had that didn't even really make sense from what I remember. And yeah, I mean it was an overall stupid movie. I didn't really care for it. I
Yeah.
don't think I would ever
Whereas,
watch it again.
yeah, that's pretty much my memory of it. Whereas the first one, that's one of my favorite sci-fi movies ever made.
Oh yeah, the original Total Recall was I would say probably a masterpiece when it comes to good science fiction.
Yeah.
And science fiction mixed with action, I will say.
Yeah.
It's
was a
it's a it's a
perfect
fir-
combination.
it's a perfect combination of the both.
Yeah.
it's 2 weeks.
Oh
2
yeah,
weeks.
Gets your ass to
yeah.
Mars.
Oh yeah.
2 weeks.
Yeah. Every single time I talk to my friends about something that's gonna take like 2 weeks, I have a picture of that woman with the red hair and she's smiling, and I just post that picture. No context, no text in the picture, just a picture of that woman just tilting her head and smiling, and that's
weeks.
it. And unfortunately, most of my friends don't know why I post that because either they've never seen the movie or they just don't get it. And I'm like, you know what? I'm disappointed in you guys. How do you not know what this means? I'm talking about something that I'm about to do that's going to happen either in 2 weeks or it's going to happen, or I'm going to be gone for 2 weeks or something. And I'm posting something that's referencing 2 weeks, and you don't get it. I mean, how do you not get it? Have you never seen Total Recall before?
If not, why not? And why am I still talking to you?
Exactly.
Go watch it right now.
Yeah. I need to see that movie again. I haven't seen it in like 10 years. I need to see it again.
Yeah, I'm probably about the same, actually. That's one I used to watch pretty regularly. Like, anytime it was on TV, I would watch it, and then I bought it eventually. But, yeah, it's been quite a while.
Yeah, but
But it's still just pretty much burned into my brain.
Yeah, but the Dread remake, I would definitely recommend. Because
I've heard good things, and what Carl Urban played Dredd, right?
Yes, he did. The Dread remake, I would say, is probably one of the best remakes of a classic movie I have ever seen. It was really well done.
Well,
I mean,
why you guys?
And then I guess to call the first one a classic is debatable.
I mean, come on, who
I
doesn't
love
want to
that
hear
movie, but it's
it's cheesy and campy as hell.
You know,
but,
no.
oh
you
yeah,
know
but
what?
that's what's fun about it.
Yeah.
No, because what you have to understand, real quick, and while we're on this whole streak here,
Pamela.
I'll put a pin and see that's the thing. People got to really suspend that shit because it's not all. But anyway, I'm just saying that's why I always love Tango and Cash because he shut shit motherfuckers up and that movie anyway. But let me just go back real quick. Let me put a pin.
That's
in
another
something.
movie that stinks, but it's great.
But let me put a pin in something. I'll tell you if as far as these remakes we were and not talking about City Primeval. If there was one remake that I probably would recommend, it would be RoboCop. Honestly, and I'll put a pin in there and I will explain. But I would say that with Dredd, what you got to understand with Sylvester Stallone, what I feel like he was doing with a lot of his action movies, he was doing a lot of. If you noticed, he was doing a lot of possible future movies. He was starting to get into that a little bit. Into possible future movie, Demolition Man, and and this one, it was like he was getting into this possible future to where, guys like him are being seen as dinosaurs, or something like that. or the way that he looks at things is not the way that the reality of the way things are now, and he kind of has to kind of change and adjust along with that somewhat. I think that's what
Which is
Dredd
the
was.
entire premise of Tulsa King,
Yeah, and it's like,
basically.
and then it's like, so with Dredd, it was like with Judge Dredd, it's a ridiculous whole culture where the judge is the executioner, and trials are instantaneous. You have to look. You say it's campy, but it's like it's crazy. It's campy. See, it's campy because it's crazy. People want to say something is campy or corny when they're
Hey,
intimidated.
do you remember Rob Schneider hiding in that robot covered in spaghetti?
No, that doesn't ring any bells. What
Yes,
are
I
you
do. But
talking about?
but when you put Rob Schneider into a movie, you're not going to expect.
Yeah.
It's definitely not going to be action hero, but it's not always going to be you can do it. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes it's going to be this wimpy little ineffectual guy that just
That is kind of his role throughout a lot of that movie. It's sort of save me, Judge Dredd / you can do it.
I'm just saying that and that when you have to think about the whole system, like think about RoboCop. See people make stuff look campy that they're intimidated by. People are intimidated. That's why they're intimidated by a corporation like OCP that now runs the police force. That they're so powerful as a corporation, they now run the police force. The state no longer runs the police; they run the police. Yeah, it's like people and they'll categorize RoboCop as campy because they don't want people to think that something like that could actually happen. But now you've got private military. How long before private police? I mean, you've had private military for years now.
RoboCop's never one I've thought of as campy, but people do think of it that way.
Come on, the overall material, the overall shit they try to sling in that, the constant "I'll buy that for $1." We think it's funny. We think it's nice little humor thrown in there.
Guess,
but see, it's making it campy in its way, so that you don't look that you don't look at the overall storyline too critically.
Well, yeah,
and
because I mean, having private military, of course, is scary, and then having private police is even scarier.
and then having mechanized weapons that that could snap off and kill somebody and believe that they got a gun in their hand when they really don't. That's also scary and real. It can happen.
Yeah, it can happen.
Not only make the mistake, but not back off when you commanded to, which is, really the terrifying part.
Oh yeah,
You can make
absolutely.
mistakes, but you like to think there's someone there who can back it off. But what if it doesn't respond to those commands?
Yeah.
And what kind of people do you want running those kind of mechanized
someone to
weapons
pieces.
anyway? Even if they did work, what kind of people do you think they're gonna have running those things? It's just it's very real and it's very scary. But it's like if you make it look campy, then it doesn't seem so scary. It doesn't seem so real.
Yeah, it makes it easier for the audience to consume it, to accept it.
Or accept it, but not talk about it too much, not think
Yeah.
on it too much.
Yeah, it makes it less threatening, I guess, is the way to say it.
Same thing with Demolition Man. Same thing with Demolition Man in a way.
Yeah,
Make it some.
that's another movie I haven't seen in a long time. But
Make it
there
but make it somewhat campy. Make it somewhat campy so you don't see the overall story arc in this situation. That people can that people, certain figures, certain political figures or whatever, gurus or whatever can take over society and make and make it so repressed, so closed in. So that people will go and live underground in order to have some semblance of freedom. Like it seems corny. It seems campy because you got these cops singing, singing commercial jingles as like golden oldies and everything like that. But it's like, so it keeps you from looking at the overall story arc a little more critically. Same thing with Judge Dredd.
Well,
Like-
I mean, when I watched Demolition Man all those years ago, I mean, yeah, it was campy, but I was able to pick up on all the subtle messages about the differences in society and all the messages it was trying to tell. I was able to pick up on all that.
And most people, if they try hard enough, they can.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying like when you have a situation where where they make you feel like it's played in and like any humor into it. If it's not completely heavy all the way through, then it doesn't seem real. So if we put this humor into it, if we put this weird stuff into it, then it makes it seem like it's not really real. And I'm not saying like, okay, it is. What I'm saying, the realness of it is, it could happen. This technology can and is happening. We are mechanizing things all the time. You know what I'm saying? Different, you know what I'm saying? Different robotics are turning up in different situations all the time now. It doesn't seem so far fetched now. The further and further we go, you know what I'm saying,
more and more, yeah.
The more Terminator doesn't seem, the more Terminator and all his evolutions doesn't seem so far fetched. Just saying.
Which that, if anything, I think we're closer to than ever. Like the whole AI thing, like as cool as it is for certain stuff, I definitely do find it concerning.
Oh no, the whole AI thing freaking terrifies me to no end. Like, I mean, I think it would have been better if we just abandoned the technology before it gotten to the point that it's at now. I mean, I know that they're not going to abandon it, but I still think they should have abandoned it while we still could have.
Because think, like, the stuff that they've given us for free publicly, what that can do, has got to be the shittest, like, just the worst possible version of that technology.
Oh, yeah.
What people have behind closed doors...
Oh, yeah. The military, the technology that the military and the government has access to, from what I remember, is they have access to technology that is 10 years ahead of what the civilian population has access to.
And at this point, it's probably increasing almost yearly. Like, it's, you know, it becomes 15, becomes 20, becomes, you know, like, we're getting to that point where shit is really just the acceleration of technological advancements, which ties into what we'll be talking about later, is getting insane.
Yes, yeah, and it's frightening.
But
I think technology, what it's going to look like in the next 20 to 30 years is going to be very different than what we're going to be seeing now, and that is terrifying to me.
I don't know, guys. I feel like the government has always kind of I feel like the government and high level corporations have always had, like, at least I'd probably say a 30 to 40 year head start as far as the technology that they know about.
That far ahead.
Corporations, definitely. Government, I don't know. Probably not.
Please, they had a fucking supercomputer, you know, way back then. Charles, come on, man. They had a supercomputer way back then. Yeah, it was just gigantic then, but I think it was just mainly for everything that they were probably doing at that point. They needed like that big gigantic supercomputer. I think it didn't take them long for them to scale it down, for them to figure out certain amounts so we could scale shit down and do certain things, certain ways and make computers smaller and so on and so forth. I truly believe that they've had like a 30 to 40 year head start on us, man. I truly believe it.
I don't think that governments are more advanced than corporations right now. I don't think they are.
Please, government. See, that's the thing about movies. I'm trying to tell you, I look at movies the way some people look at like tabloids. I've taken bits and pieces from certain movies, and I just felt like I just worked a weird theory in my head. I'm sorry. Like the one common thread that I see in movies and TV shows and content is like, whenever a discovery is made, government is always there to get their piece. Always. There's no person makes a discovery and just goes off with the discovery and just does what they want with it. There's always some government person there for some reason, because it poses this danger and we want to make sure this and that and the third, or it, you know, we want, you know, so we want to regulate this, that, and the third, or, you know, they're always there for some reason. It's never, okay, a corporation makes this and then, okay, we're going to do it, and we're just, no. because the same corporate interests that want to use it for their purposes, their government, there's corporate guys that turn politicians. They get in there that want that more influence and power, and they want to be able to, and they want to use it for their own purposes. They're now making contact. They're now using their business acumen to make contacts with other governments. Certain people that are okay when we like them. They're presidents. When we don't like them, they're dictators. And we sell weapons to them, and we make deals with them, and things like that, and we give them certain access to technology and information and things like that. I mean, it's always purposes, man. And government is, and like I said, from what I've always seen, government is always there to get, to get their cut off the top. Always.
That's it. And like, there's all these segments, all these like, you got your tiers of government and all your different sections and so on, which again ties into what we'll be talking about soon. But yeah, there's these sort of upper levels of government that, yeah, just the shit we don't know, if we were to find it all out at once, I'm sure is fucking mind-blowing. What's possible, what has been made, just all of it, I'm sure is fucking staggering.
Yeah.
We're getting into, conspiracy theory, QAnon, but it's, I don't see how it's not a thing.
Yeah.
From everything we know about the way shit's been handled throughout at least modern history, if not forever, but at least modern history, there's definitely it's the tip of the iceberg, what we do actually know.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
If it's even the tip. Just the tip would be almost a courtesy.
Yeah. All right. So, is there anything else to discuss about City Primeval or no?
Still no Willa, so that's a plus.
Yeah, that's a plus. Absolutely.
I figure she'll probably at least spoil a scene in the finale, but
yeah,
that was my best case. I was like, hopefully she only comes back for the finale. Seems like that probably would seem weird to end the series without her returning at least once.
Oh, really?
I mean, why have her return at all?
I mean, ideally, sure, but you figure there's got to be like one of the final. I don't know how it's going to end, but
you know what?
I see her popping back up at least once.
You know what? I've
to
changed
annoy the shit out of everybody.
I've changed my original perspective. My wish for you guys is to have a child and have an asshole daughter like Raylan's. So you can have that special experience for yourselves.
Well, joke's on you.
Stone, I can't even afford to pay for my life. Me and that child will starve to death. You really want that?
Damian, I think you're a tough egg. You'll be okay.
Yeah, and thankfully, I don't want any kids. So yeah, there's that.
But I do believe you to be a tough egg, Damian. You know what I'm saying? You're a smart old chap. Okay, I don't know why I said that. You're Australian. You're not. You're smart. Okay, do you guys use bloke? You guys use bloke, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because that sounds tougher, even though the Brits use it too.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. No, chap is not a thing. Bloke is.
But yeah, man, you're tough.
Well,
I figured you do what you do for your for your baby girl if you had one.
There's another word
I'm sure
that Australians use that I will not say out loud. So yeah.
But this question, I don't know if you guys answered the question already while I was away or anything like that. I just wanted to see. Did you?
Wait, what?
Did you answer the question while I was away or anything like that?
What question was that again?
Is that attorney a love interest? Is that
Oh, you're
attorney love
talking about
interest in
the
the Ranger
question
story,
from
or was that
Kish.
a
Okay.
woke move by Hollywood?
Well, I never read the book, so I don't know. But if it was going to be a woke move from Hollywood, I would not be surprised if it was.
Well, Raylan wasn't in the book, so if she was a love interest, it was for somebody else.
Yeah. So what was the character in the book? Raymond Cruz?
Yeah, Raymond Cruz.
So if she was a love interest for Raymond Cruz, that'd be an issue for that character. So I mean,
Well, apparently the guy who played Raymond Cruz in this also played the same character in some other adaptation of a Elmore Leonard novel or something from like I think it was the 80s. Wasn't this, but it was something else.
huh? Okay.
Yeah, there's been stuff like I always thought, like, I didn't know any better. I always thought Justified was the first thing, but that's not even the first time Raylan Givens has been on screen, which I think we discussed when we were doing Justified. So it was a guy who played like I can't remember the fucking character, some kind of bearded dullard character that popped up later in the series who actually played Raylan initially, but it's cool that there's been all these adaptations over the years. Certain things I'm definitely going to have to look into.
Hey guys, talk amongst yourselves. I gotta go take care of something for a few minutes.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
So are we still railing on about Justified? Pun intended.
Trying to think of anything we didn't cover from the last episode.
I do
Sweetie was an okay bass player. I don't see how he's a legend. He was pretty good, but
I mean, he was definitely showy. He was definitely showy
yeah,
as fuck. Like
he
really,
was good, but
like lead
legend
bass.
status.
I mean, no, I mean he played. I mean he was playing that bass almost like at flea level. But I mean, it's like lead bass though. That's just kind of weird though. I mean, like
yeah, it is a little bit weird.
yeah, like you
It
really.
goes
I
from
mean,
like it sort of goes from really like what you go like like blues funk to almost a little like a prog rock kind of interlude that they did there.
yeah,
Which I'm kind of wondering, like, would that drunk audience have really accepted that as well as they did?
I don't
Going from super high energy to be like, yeah, here's almost some Pink Floyd shit for you.
Like I don't. Wow. I mean, see, that's what I'm talking about. You giving him a lot. You giving him a lot of pop on. You know what I'm saying, on that bass solo. You know what I mean? Like you gave.
That's
I
what I'm
mean,
saying, like it was decent, but I've listened to a lot of prog over the years, and you can pretty much do nothing, and you know, it still sounds good, but whether or not it's like amazing or not, that's a different story.
But I just, like I said again, the thing that's always going to be issue, no matter how good you are. Like Flea is great. I consider Flea the great, you know what I'm saying, the great few bass players I was ever aware of. But like lead bass, it just seems super weird.
It does. It really, because that was front and center, which, yeah, I can't think of anything I've ever listened to really where bass has been like the lead thing for more than like parts of the song, whereas that seemed to be the whole song was focused on that bass.
Yeah, it was,
Like instead of lead guitar, we got a lead bass. It's like, yeah, huh?
oh yeah, super dulled down, and it's like I don't know, man. Like they try to act like this girl. 87. I mean, no, it's 1980.
It was 88, I think.
Oh, okay, 88.
Yeah, more or less same difference, but
I just figured she was I figured 88. I mean, I don't know. I guess she did look like. She look still like they had her as a preteen, 11, 12. They had her 11, 12 years old. Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
I figured she was like 10, 11, something like that. So what do we? Don't do math so good. What are we jumping forward?
But
25 years. Is
I
that right?
guess, I guess you could say, and that would put.
Yeah, I wouldn't have
Nah,
pegged her as 38.
no, no, no,
Like probably closer to
no.
50,
Yeah,
maybe over 50.
yeah, yeah. I'm gonna say
Like
yeah.
I don't think this is mean to say, but black people age better, so it's
That's
harder
not
to tell.
that's not mean to say. That is not mean to say at all.
Like,
But
I'm not sure if you can say that anymore. I think it's a compliment, but you never know anymore.
man, please trust me. As long as you're
It's
not.
fucking like John Noble in Fringe. He would, I think he was like probably mid 50s, but yeah, he looked like at least 20 years older than she did. But I would figure she's probably around the same age, a little bit younger, but
Yeah, but I'm predicting based on what I saw toward the last part of the show is that this situation is going to force the different sides of the same coin to sort of like work together as a team to get out of that situation. It's just funny. It's just really funny the way they just kind of have the way they kind of have like Raylan and what Raylan might have been like if he, what I'm saying, if he followed his father's legacy.
really just gave into the full. Damn it! What was his father's name? Fucking Arlo. If you went full Arlo, or not even full, but yeah, definitely at least like 2/3 Arlo.
I just feel like they're just doing that now. I mean, because I'm sorry, there's very few there's very few guys that I can compare, Mansell to as far as like villains go. And it's like, but when I hear him and
Yeah,
I see the way he talks and I see the way he kind of moves around a situation, it's like Raylan. The way Raylan moves around a situation is not the way most hero guys move around a certain situation. The way he talks about it,
yeah,
the way he kind of handles himself around. He doesn't quite. Everything is almost like, okay. I'm going to stand here, and I'm going to say what I'm going to say here, and almost everything, almost every interaction is almost like a draw. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like a draw session with him. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't, and
I
like
definitely with that penultimate scene of the last episode where him and Clement was sitting at the table, had the gun and everything. I definitely got kind of vibes of that first scene from Justified, where he's sitting with the guy and he's like, I've given you 24 hours. I got vibes of that scene, and I was if it was the final episode, I kind of would have been more inclined to be like, it's going to go that way. But given that there's still one full episode to go, I was like, yeah,
but that's a twist.
something's
See,
got to happen here.
but that was a twist though. That people want to think that, but see, that was the twist. This is the whole thing of like, see, certain people know how to work certain things, like with Bad Boys for Life. Like they tried to create a situation in there, to where Will Smith's character Mike Lowry and his undercover history, got up with this female who was the wife of a drug lord and whatnot, and end up basically, having a son with her and everything like that. and this kid who's a lot like him and everything like that. So it was this whole Gemini Man thing that he did before his actual movie Gemini Man type, you know, the type of thing that he had sort of going on, a younger version of him, except a little more Latino too, but you know, of course, but you know, it's that whole thing that happens. And where he's trying to create, okay, I'm getting older, I'm not gonna be able to do this forever. So it's like, now I don't know what's happening here between Mansell and Raylan, but it's definitely this thing of, yeah, you almost thought, but there's no way that could end that simply between these two guys.
Yeah,
It's
that's
just-
like I was gonna say that before when I like, you know, you say something, you're just like, yeah, I wish I'd worded that better. Yeah, when I said before, even if it was the final episode, it still felt like, yeah, it couldn't go that way. But then, like, especially knowing there's one more, but even if it was the final episode, like, yeah, there's got to be some kind of twist. Otherwise, it's almost lazy writing at that point. If it just ends that same way, like,
I don't
I'd
know,
still be
because
satisfied, but
I wouldn't say lazy because I don't say lazy because he's been calling for it, because the script has had him calling for a showdown.
yeah,
but
it's been begging for it, but just not. I don't know, just that specific way. I don't know. It just felt off
but I would still say
somehow.
I only felt that way mainly because it just truly felt to me when I first saw it, like when I was first starting to watch this, like it just kind of felt to me. I don't know what made me feel it, but it seemed like the moment, if for some reason it's like the moment that he met Raylan, it seemed like he was immediately put on his priority list. Like I don't know how else to explain it. I don't know how I felt that way, but for some reason I just felt like something about their interactions made me feel like for him, his overall reaction and everything, for no real reason, it just made me feel like he just put him on. For some reason, he just put him on his priority list. Like all of a sudden, this guy became something important, right along with everything else that he's doing. He's just like, there's something about this guy that I've got to explore at some point. You know, and it just felt that way.
I think somehow he kind of recognized that this guy is my challenge. Like I think he sort of he understands that most people he comes into contact with aren't going to be an issue. But I think just the way Raylan is, I think he kind of got this thing which is like, okay, if anyone's going to be a problem for me, or, you know, an equal or something, it's this fucking guy right here.
All right, sorry about that, guys.
I think
I'm
just
back.
somehow we understood that. Welcome back, Joe.
Some it seemed like some people understand it, but then some people don't. It seemed
Okay,
like Jim,
so did you guys jump into Fringe?
not yet,
No, not
Okay,
yet.
all right.
but it seemed like okay. Let me see.
All right, so
I think-
you got all right. So since we're not going into Fringe, all right. So what is the topic of City Primeval now? What have I missed?
We're just talking about the parallel between Raylan and Mansell and things like that. Just kind of seeing the
And
way they.
Why Mansell zeroed in on Raylan so much?
See, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I never understood that. I mean,
I did.
well, look, I mean, Mansell, like, I mean, sure, just Raylan is there, but he's a
No.
marshal.
Yeah.
I mean,
But there's plenty of marshals, plenty of law enforcement he probably dealt with in this time, but he's probably hardly dealt with one in cowboy boots. You know,
that's probably the only reason why Mansell has fixated on him so much is because he's a cowboy in Detroit. That's the only reason.
because
At least that's what I'm seeing.
because he's a Wild West outlaw in Detroit.
Yeah. Well, I
Yeah,
wouldn't call him an outlaw.
just thinking the same
but,
thing. But I think that's, yeah, definitely sort of how he envisions himself. Like, yeah, he's very much that outlaw guy who can just get away with whatever the fuck he wants. Because he's smarter than everybody.
But see, that's the thing though. He's slick he's calculating, he's perceptive. You know, but I smart. You know, I think he's smart enough, but I still think he's working with somebody. I think he's got somebody on the inside.
He has to be. He like
But
at
not,
this
but
point,
but
like,
not like, but it's not the detective. She's just a page in that book. He's got somebody else that's like that's letting him know who's working the case, who's doing what, and things like that. More about his case and investigating him than anything. You know, he's got somebody on the inside working the situation for him. And no, Jim, no, I am not suggesting gay stuff. The hell's wrong with you?
I mean, he is the Oklahoma wild man.
No, I'm just saying, like basically, I just look at it as some people just see different things as fun in their lives. It's just some people see strange things and weird things as fun in their lives, and someone who's an outlaw and who feels like in this, and someone who is like from from this place, from this country, Dust Bowl type place where it's just a lot of it's a lot of tough, wild, shoot 'em up motherfuckers around there like that. It's like Detroit. You think you think, oh, it's a lot. It's so tough. It's so intimidating, and he's just not so intimidated by it and anybody there. But then here comes this other guy who's definitely not from Detroit, who's definitely from another place that's more like a real country Dust Bowl type of place, like like his, and he just feels like, okay. He happens to be looking into some situations, or at least connecting to some, like their paths happen to cross, and he just saw somebody like, okay. Some people just crazy like that. That's why I say sometimes the smartness, I think, is kind of pulled down by the crazy a little bit, the psychoticness of it. That's why I feel like sometimes he's not so smart, because he's so forward charging and crazy in a way.
That's
in a very
that's
calm
where
sense.
him having to have someone on the inside works for him, because at this point he's made like so many just impulsive decisions that there's got to be a slip up somewhere.
And being that he doesn't have, and being now that he's
Typically
detached,
would completely fuck a person.
and being that he's now detached, Sweetie as his cooler, he's now it's now basically, if he doesn't have somebody on the inside, there's no telling how long before he really fucks something up. But he seems to keep, he still seems to keep. It's like this person. I mean, I don't even know if Mansell could have even talked to this. Could even talk to that damn detective. But somebody is leveraging for him. I just don't know. I could be wrong, but I just don't think that the conversation with that detective happened with Mansell. I think it happened with somebody else, and then they in turn got this detective to basically try to pin this gun on somebody else for Mansell. So that's where I come out on that.
Yeah. Okay. So, anything else to bring up, or do we?
I will just say to that whole thing, when you're talking about Clement being the kind of alternate Raylan, I think that's why Boyd was the perfect alternate Raylan, because Boyd has the intelligence of Raylan. Clement doesn't.
No, see, I think in a way, man, how can I put it? I never saw Boyd as sort of like bad Raylan. I always
saw them as two sides of the same, two sides of the same coin. Raylan being the side that chose the path he did, Boyd being the guy who chose the path he did, but having a very similar, if not almost exact same level of intelligence.
Okay, I'm just gonna take a moment to say something that's very important here.
Okay.
Mansell and Rayland do not have something that Boyd and Raylan did have that is very key to Boyd and Raylan's relationship that Mansell does not have, and that simply is Raylan and Mansell never dug coal together.
I fucking knew it.
But see the thing, but
That is very important. But I fucking knew it.
the thing that's important is this. Like even by criminal elements and by old country, you know what I'm saying, mountain tough guy, standards and whatnot. Raylan was seen as the golden boy. He was a tough kid. He was the, you know what I'm saying, he was the one you really, even back then, you really didn't want to mess with, even still. And it's like they were rivals more than anything, more than two sides of the same coin. They were rivals. Like
Yeah.
boy even recognized that his own father kind of, you know what I'm saying, kind of saw, you know what I'm saying, kind of saw something in Raylan, like you know what I'm saying, that he felt like he wanted for his own sons in Raylan, and that's what brought on another special jealousy and rivalry between them two. That's why I never saw them as sort of like the same. They were always
But then
rivals.
same with Raylan's father, though, as well. To the opposite effect.
What do you mean?
He never wanted his son to be a lawman.
Oh, of course not. But see that was never an issue until he became a lawman. But back in those days, even, you know what I'm saying, even Boyd's father still kind of felt a certain way about Raylan. And then even when he became a lawman, he still alluded to feeling a certain way about Raylan. That still pissed Boyd off. You know, it's you know what I'm saying, he's still, and that was even more that kind of stuck out to me even more because of what you said. See, Raylan's own father was still pretty pissed at him for becoming a U.S. Marshal, but Boyd's father still had some level of pride and some level of like longing for Raylan's potential, even though he became a U.S. Marshal. And Boyd recognized that, and that's what really pissed him off even more about their rivalry. It's like he couldn't fucking stand it. He couldn't fucking stand it. His father didn't fucking see him, didn't fucking put him on a higher level than he put fucking Raylan, and he's a fucking U.S. Marshal. Even still, you know. So it's just like that whole rivalry between those two. He was never seen as what Raylan was, and even becoming U.S. Marshal didn't bring him down to Boyd, you know, in a lot of people's eyes. It really didn't. That's what's crazy, and that's why he had to start taking more control as the seasons went on. He had to start taking more control and doing more shit because he started to recognize that people weren't taking him seriously, and so he had to kind of fucking step it up and things like that. So, but it was just a different situation that came because of history. I think automatically it's like they had them crossing paths because he was newly being represented by Carolyn, and he had to go in there and speak to Carolyn about something. He wanted to go in there and speak to Carolyn about something, and then boom, their paths just happened to cross at that point. And then from that point, he became so fixated. The next thing you know, he found out about his daughter and is buying her chicken fingers. I mean, it's just like that's what let me know. Like, okay, yeah, he's really just kind of put this guy on his priority list for some reason. You know what I'm saying? Just like, and it's and I feel like Raylan is feeling like, okay, he's doing the type of weird shit that I might do when it comes to, you know what I'm saying, if I'm pursuing a suspect. I might do some bothersome like vexing shit, you know, by coming by their business, or, you know, so they're coming by when they're having dinner someplace, or, you know what I'm saying, and things like that. And it's like, now I got this guy like coming to the hotel. He's at the hotel where I'm at, and he's buying my daughter chicken fingers. You know what I'm saying? It's like what the fuck is this right now? You know.
Do you think Carolyn's ex is going to be like a plot point at all in the finale, or do you think that was just pretty much a complete waste of our time for the most part?
No, well, not for us maybe, but for the overall stories, they're selling her desirability, you know, by having this guy be her ex, you know, so her ex-husband and shit like that, you know. And and also selling the reason why she had to let him go because he's such a sleaze and he's you know what I'm saying, he was corrupt, he was unethical as a lawyer, and he put her in debt, and he possibly cheated too. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's probably gonna it's just, you know, it's kind of par for the course. You know, that he probably cheated on her. You know, it's just, trust me, that it's a, I don't know if it's a black thing or it was a male thing. I don't know, maybe both, but I don't know. But yeah. Anyway,
And the more we learn about her, she might be the exact same.
corrupt.
Could have been just too corrupt, cheating. Like, who knows? Like,
We will see.
I'm not sure what her limits are at this point.
We'll see, because it was definitely confusing to realize, you know what I'm saying, because they love doing that. They I don't know, they seem to do that with her quite, you know what I'm saying, a little bit. I've seen it a couple of times. They'll close in on her, and then once they wide the shot out, then you'll see something that kind of gives you questions. It's like her being in the office, like, okay, well, and she's like, okay, like, I don't know if she told him, okay, was it just me? I felt like, just to be truthful, to be completely truthful, I felt like she told him to hang back, like, as in saying, like, not to come to the restaurant. Did you get that? Or was
No,
that
I
just
didn't
me
get that.
reaching? You didn't get that, okay. How
No,
about you,
I
Charles?
just got. Yeah, I just got, like, she was in the middle of planning something. Raylan told her what he was planning, and she was just like, okay. Yeah, you know what, just go ahead. To the Armenian guy, just, yeah, keep doing what you're doing.
But I kind of thought she was on the phone with him. She was like, kind of hang back, cowboy, or something like that. I thought it was kind of her way of saying, like, don't go to the restaurant. Maybe, just
I got
Yeah,
the
yeah.
impression that she wanted Raylan to hold off on what he was planning on doing, and he straight up told her, "Don't worry, I got this."
Yeah, I'll
That-
see you later.
Yeah, that's what I got from Raylan's impression. And
Yeah.
then, of course, Carolyn was going to go off and do her own thing, which, of course, was meeting up with the Albanians.
and
Albanians, sorry, not Armenians.
Yeah,
and-
I almost said Armenians, but I quickly corrected myself.
Fucking Eastern European people. They all look the same.
But no, it's just like I don't know. I mean, what? Like, my question is what is Carolyn's plan going to the Albanians?
well, I would theorize to make them aware of his whereabouts.
Yeah, but are they going to kill Rayland? Because I don't think they want that kind of heat killing a law enforcement officer.
Well, I mean, Charles, did you see the last scene of that episode?
Where they threw away the murder weapon?
Okay, among other things, yeah.
Because when he's like, what's it? Sometimes the old ways are the only way to do things, or something like that.
That you stack those things up and taking his weapon and things of that nature. I mean, not even so much, okay, look, taking his weapon and leaving him while taking Mansell. But taking his weapon and then taking Mansell along with him is the bad sign. You're already making decisions that could get you in a lot of trouble with a federal, you know what I'm saying, with a federal agent like that.
Yeah, but why? Like, look, yeah, it would get him in trouble with a federal agent.
Just by taking him, just by taking his weapon and abducting him, just putting him in the car against his will is enough to get you a lot. Is enough to get you a lot of time. You know what I'm saying, when it comes to a federal agent.
Yeah.
So I mean, just that alone. So you already made some big decisions there already.
Yeah.
And then you're dumping a murder weapon that would allow you to do your job, as he said in the car. Allowing him, would you just allow me to do my job? And he throws away the thing that would allow him to do his job and put Mansell away. So, yeah.
I was
Alright,
kind of
then,
wondering if maybe they're going to try and make Raylan kill him as a way of, like, you know, we can get this out of the way and then have blackmail on you if you ever try to turn on us, kind of thing.
That might be, but
You know, like, we'll make you be the one who,
but I hear that story. I hear that story, and I don't hear that possibly happening. I just hear dead bodies, bombings, and that's the way we had to do things in Albania, in order to gain control, in order to so on and so forth. So that's what I'm hearing. So I'm hearing at this point to gain to make sure we maintain our control and make sure that people know what's what. This is what's got to happen.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm getting. I don't know it's going to be some high stakes game to where they're going to keep him alive and keep a finger up his ass. I just don't know. I mean, I don't think it's impossible. I just think the likelihood is that the old way is just to basically take him out, and let people know Albanians are not to be fucked with. Period. Even the guy who runs a hot dog sandwich shop or whatever, don't fuck with him, please.
Well, yeah, he even specifically said that Sandy was a dead woman.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
And she was stupid. Like the second she was just like, "Let's get away together," and he was all smiling and shit, and she just completely bought into it. I'm like, there's no way this guy is not going to just be like, hey, yeah, no. Which I don't know if it was just the accent or if it was like an intentionally meant to be a funny moment, but he's like, you broke my heart and also my leg. Like there was a bit of a pause. I'm like, was that meant to be funny? Because it was. That poor fucking guy. That poor stupid hot dog salesman.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, and I even like hot dogs. I mean, hot dogs are great, but
they're shit, but they're delicious.
Yes, they are delicious. Yeah, but I don't know. I mean, like I said earlier in the discussion about City Primeval, I called it with Sandy. Now I changed my theory a little bit. I don't think Sandy is going to be locked up. I think she is going to be let go, but she was turned. She's going to testify on Manziel.
Or at least, like, I was a little confused about that. Like, I kind of thought Raylan might have let her get on a flight. I wasn't sure about that. Maybe I missed something during that sequence. I wasn't, because I know he was sort of like, you're going to give me your phone.
We didn't actually see her get on the plane. We just saw her give her phone to Raylan. And then, we didn't actually see her do that. She just said that she needed to delete some photos from her phone.
And if I was Raylan, I'd be like, nope, you got to give it to me right now. I got to see everything that's on there.
Yep, exactly.
Photos might be important.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Those are probably
Might have to save them to my personal computer just for later research. Who knows?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. It's like, ooh, boy.
But
iced coffee.
Have either of you seen Oz?
No, and I swear if you are going to put Oz on the watch list, I'm going to be very uncomfortable with that.
He doesn't like booty rape.
Eventually, but
he don't like booty rape. He don't like booty rape.
Charles, it could be fun. But yeah, have either of you seen Oz?
No, I haven't.
I mean, we all talking about that Oz, right?
Yes, the one that
takes
place in prison.
Yeah, yes, I have seen that. Again,
the guy who plays. Oh, you go.
Again, I thank my mother for that.
Yeah, we are totally talking about the wonderful Wizard of Oz. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, she did put me onto the Wiz too. The more funky version, the more Quincy Jones, touched version. But yeah, Oz. She also put me onto the HBO show. I thank her for that. I was still coming of age at that point, and
he said coming.
Oh God!
Oh my God!
And you're still not mature enough to be watching Damian. All right. Jeez.
I've been watching that show since Probably well before I should have. But my point being, the leader of the Albanian mob is the guy who ran that prison block in Oz. Remember the guy, like the thin white guy with the glasses? Tim McManus?
Oh yeah. Okay. I do remember.
Yeah. He's gained like a decent amount of weight, but at first I was like, why do I fucking know this guy? And it took me a second. I was like, oh shit. Because he looks very different from last time I saw him.
But also I really do think that, like I said before, that John Malkovich changed the game in Rounders with how like Eastern European like boss guys look. You know what I'm saying? You would never think that somebody who looked like John Malkovich in that movie would be like so intimidating, would run like an organization that you would be scared of. But he changed the fucking game. And now it's like, they want motherfuckers to look like that guy. It seemed like that guy is the more dangerous fucking guy. You know what I'm saying?
Sort of became the standard, kind of.
As John Malkovich does, he does the standard of. He's like the standard. He changes the game in Assassins in that movie with fucking Clint Eastwood. I forget what the fucking name of it is. But I fucking love him in that damn movie. He changed like I said, to be a fucking assassin, especially like a presidential assassin. He changed the game in that shit.
He was supposedly the most intimidating guy on the plane in Con Air.
What
He was like the crazy serial killer guy.
He was at least more. Let me see. In the Line of Fire. That was the name of the fucking movie. In the Line of Fire. He changed the game, and he changed the game as far as like what you thought about fucking like assassins and presidential type. So these crazy guys that want to kill the fucking president. He changed the game on that type of shit. He's just like I said, just that fucking Malkovich, man. He changed what it is to make a movie about someone. Being John Malkovich is probably the weirdest movie about somebody. It's odd. It's odd as hell.
Yeah, it's crazy, but it's also crazy good. That's a movie like. Yeah. I think you understand a little bit more each time you watch it.
I don't know what I think I try to think I understood, but with being John Malkovich, and like I'm still, I'm barely. I think I'm not even 21 quite yet, and it's like I'm just not sure what I was seeing there. But I was like, of course, I was liking John Malkovich at that point, but I wasn't sure of what the fuck I was seeing, man. Because that guy in the 90s, that guy from 88. From on like Dangerous Liaisons, In the Line of Fire, and then you still have him going on the Rounders, The Man in the Iron Mask. I mean, it just keeps going on. I mean, like I said, in the 90s, he was the shit. Culminating with being John Malkovich, and Con Air and fucking like it was like. But anyway, we're getting off on our tangents here. Like we usually do, but it's fun. It's fun, but I can't help it. When we get onto a subject and
it can't just be TV. It's got to be TEE, whatever that entails.
And then looking at that guy, I can't. Every time I look at the show and I see him, I can't help but to see Teddy KGB from Rounders. I can't fucking help that, man. I cannot fucking help. Every time I see him, I just keep thinking of that, man. It's just like, God, he just looks so. It's like they really tried to make him look like Teddy KGB.
All right, I got to step away again for a couple of minutes, but I will be right back.
No problem. If this helps, if anything helps with you being more productive or helping with you being more okay or whatever it is, man, even if it's just to take a shit, I don't care. It's fine. We support you, is what I'm saying.
It just means that I have to step away to go check on my new dog to make sure that she's not chewing on anything that she's not supposed to.
Oh, so you're making sure that
you got a new dog?
Making sure that dog's
That's
not
awesome.
shitting. Okay.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
well, not shitting. She has a tendency to chew on things that she's not supposed to.
Yeah, they're gonna do that.
Yeah, well, yeah, they tend to do that. But my
We-
old dog Sophie, she is no longer with us. We had to put her to sleep. So yeah.
Well, hopefully she
So
doesn't.
yeah.
Well, let's just hope that this new dog doesn't find your fleshlight.
Okay. First off, I don't have one.
Mr. Star.
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna go now. I will be right back in a couple.
Yeah, you go do what you're gonna do.
Yeah.
Yes, and it counts. But I don't know, man. I think we.
Burn Off the Reading. Did you ever see that one? The Coen Brothers movie with John Malkovich, Brad Pitt, George Clooney, Tilda Swinton.
I almost felt like I wanted to, but then I don't know, man. It was Brad Pitt being that aerobics guy. I don't know. It just kind of threw me off in the previews. I was just like, man, do I want to see this?
I mean, I recommend. Like, do you want me to give you a spoiler?
Fine.
Brad Pitt's character gets shot in the fucking face.
Well, I'll trade you.
Does that make it better?
I mean, that's
He's
funny.
hiding
I mean,
in a closet at take a what?
It's not that I hate. It's not that I hate the character. It's not that I hate the
He's
character.
hiding in a closet. Pops up. He's all smiley faced, and then he just gets shot in the head.
But it's not that I hate the character or anything like that. It's just I just thought I just thought it would be kind of. It was kind of giving me the impression. I mean, it's going to be really weird, I guess. But I could trade you one back. I could trade you one back. Do you want to know? You want to know something about a further reveal and for a few seasons down in Fringe? It doesn't really.
I mean, I know it already. So
what do you know?
Everything. A bit fuzzy on the final season. That's about it.
What do you know? Okay, so what do you know about Peter?
Yeah, Charles has seen it already as well. I know Peter has been stolen from an alternate timeline, and that. How much do you know?
Okay, so you do know. Okay, so you do know. Fine, so you do know.
I was gonna say, how much do you know? I might accidentally spoil something. Have you seen the whole show?
Yes. But I keep
Okay,
telling you,
good.
Yes, I've
I
seen,
just always forget.
yes, I've seen it all the way to.
Okay, good. Because the only season I don't really remember as much. I mean, 4 a little bit, but mostly 5. Because 5 I never owned, so I've only seen it the once, like when it actually aired.
There is
my details on the ending are a little fuzzy.
Oh, it's such a, like I said, sci-fi boys and girls and Star Trek enthusiasts creaming in their pants. It's like I told you, it's those ending moments because they I mean, it's a pretty cool moment though. It's a pretty cool fucking moment though toward the end. That's all I can say. I don't want to ruin. I don't want to ruin. Huh?
All right, I'm back.
End of season 1.
No, I'm talking about the end.
Okay.
I'm talking about the way end. Like
What are you talking about?
We're trying to outspoil each other with things. Stone was like, you know what happens with Fringe? I'm like, yeah, motherfucker, I know what happened with Fringe.
You've both watched Fringe. Hell, I've watched Fringe. I know what happens at the end.
So like I said, so am I exaggerating toward the ending episodes, right? For like all the little sci-fi, all the little sci-fi nerd boys and girls and all the little Star Trek enthusiasts creaming their pants for those last couple of episodes, huh?
Wait. Last couple episodes of what season?
Of the last season.
Of the last season. Okay.
Yes.
Well,
yes.
I mean.
Yes. Come on.
We're jumping that far into it when we're only supposed to be discussing season 1.
Of course, but what we're saying is that we were speaking about the ending moment. He said he was fuzzy on the ending and everything like that. And I was just saying that the ending, those last couple of episodes toward the end of in the series finale, it's just like it's like a sci-fi kid's, you know what I'm saying, dream in a way.
Well, yeah, because they like Walter travels back in time with the Observer kid and resets the timeline so that the Observers are never created.
I'm not even talking. See, the thing that I'm talking about is okay. No, we're not going to do that though.
You just talked about how you were trying to outspoil each other.
You can't do that.
Yeah,
though.
a little bit kind of vague. Like, come on, Charles. Too many details.
All I'm
got
gonna
5
say,
weeks of this.
yeah.
So.
All I'm gonna say is the moments that I'm talking about is where they go and they have that meeting, and they have the meeting with William Bell. Do you remember what I'm talking about now?
The meeting, which meeting with William Bell? There were several.
But there's a really poignant meeting. I mean, come on, man. I'm not trying to give details here, but it's towards the ending season, and they.
God damn it! Are you talking about the one that took place on the boat?
No. The one that took place. Okay.
Yep. Fuck this. Let's get into season 1.
Yeah, let's do
abandon
it.
This.
Yeah, let's do it because I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that.
Why were you doing it in the first place? We're supposed to be discussing season 1.
Because me and Damian just had this thing going. Okay.
All right, fine, whatever.
We had this thing going for a minute, and then we realized it got out of hand. Okay.
Yeah, it really did get out of hand.
That's all. That's what was happening. We were doing something. I thought that I could scoop him on the Peter angle, and he had me, and then it just kind of turned into a thing.
You see that in the bottom right, Stone? Walter's looking at you like, what the fuck are you doing?
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I was trying. I thought Charles would be able to get there with me because there was a really cool element, and just it was a really cool. It was a really cool element where they meet him, and that's all I'm saying. It was just really. It was like a really cool situation. That's all I'm willing to say. But we're gonna go into the first season, and I would just say that that this was truly around this time that Fringe came out. It was really a Fox was really trying to take some chances with the content that they were bringing out there with 24 and. You know, and with this one, they were really taking some chances. They were really trying to, I guess, because no one would have thought Fox would come out with anything that would kind of be like pointing or looking or trying to have critical conversations about government and about overreach and about things like that. You know, so people were kind of surprised to see something like Fringe, to see something like 24. So it was just like really just like, first of all, like something like this is like what is this going to be about? Especially when they started showing those images and those things. Like they constantly would show during, you know, during the segments before and after commercial breaks and everything like that. Like the apple cut, you know, so the apple cut open and you see like two little fetuses inside the seeds.
Yeah,
you know,
the
in
cones, the seeds. Yeah.
Or you see the butterfly. You see an X-ray of a butterfly and it's got like bones in the wings. You know, things like that. You know, you see a guy with 6 fingers. And things like that. His a handprint. He's got 6 fingers.
Wait a minute. The butterfly has bones in its wings?
Yes.
I noticed the 6 fingers. I noticed the whole thing with the apple with the fetus growing in it, which I'm half expecting Damian to make a little soundbite about that.
see what I'm talking. Do you see what I'm talking about? This guy right here. This guy right here.
There it is. There it is.
That's what you. No, I thought. Oh God. Okay. Go ahead.
Berber.
Oh, apple barber. You're thinking all this everything's about, but then you say the apple barber. Now you've got more questions.
But you didn't notice that X-ray of that.
It's kind of seedy, isn't it? Yeah, the apple barber.
Oh.
Should be noted, this is Charles' fault this time, not mine.
Yes, it is. I take full responsibility.
but didn't notice the bones in the.
I never noticed the bones in the butterfly. I never noticed that.
There's at least something that kind of looks like bones.
And what's going on with the frog? Like, there's one with the frog too.
With that symbol on his back.
I don't see a symbol. I'm gonna have to look back on that.
Yeah, I think there was a symbol in all of them because they're all sort of
But the
hidden messaging.
but the flower, the flower, one petal was a little off. I forgot what was going on with the petal.
It's so like semi-transparent.
Okay, and then the smoke, and then there was like the smoke. There was like this sort of like puff of smoke, but it seemed like it seemed like it revealed a face within the puff, within that smoke figure.
Yeah.
Things like that. So yeah.
There was a few special features on the Blu-ray that I was going to watch before we did the show, but I just ran out of time. So maybe if there's anything worthwhile, I'll bring it up next week. But there's some things that definitely seem interesting that I don't think I've ever checked out before.
But I would say but this one definitely some twists and turns from the very beginning. You almost like it's like somebody definitely felt like that the higher up the clearance chain you go, the more like secrets are kept like within everything. So it was like you realize, okay, they're already having this relationship. Not that they're cheating on anybody, but it's like for some reason it's frowned upon and it's all weird and things like that. Because I guess, what if somebody's corrupt? Will you be able to, I don't know. I guess in government, some people feel like love is a liability or trust is a liability or anything like that. Or you can only trust somebody to a certain extent because because we're all potentially, but isn't that what the whole vetting process and training and evaluations and that's supposed to all prevent people from being potentially corrupt and potentially willing to do shit to the fuck over the country,
Yeah.
or, you know what I'm saying, and or its citizens,
And the relationship thing goes down to kind of like that's to a point. It's almost like a more basic kind of corporate thing where it's just like, yeah, they just kind of like I know a few places I've worked for where there's stipulations in like your contract where it's like if you get into a relationship with someone you work with, you have to disclose it. And so this kind of shit, like I don't think anyone ever does, but it's probably just some kind of liability thing at a base level.
Well,
'Cause, you know,
well, they definitely tried to make it look that way when this whole situation went down with Scott and everything like that. So they definitely tried to make it look like it became a liability for her, at least. But going back on it though, see, going back and being older, I now notice certain things that I just didn't, that I just really wasn't focused on. I guess certain things like your radar when you're younger and you look at certain things, you're looking at the mystery and the tech and the sci-fi of the show, and you're not really seeing the different things.
Moses erections.
Okay, maybe that's something you grow to appreciate, I guess, but that wasn't. I'm even talking about the whole like tension, like somehow his loyalty to this other guy who rears his head later on, even though he had some sexual assault accusations that she was a part of the investigation on, but somehow it was a perceived tension because of that and things like that.
Okay, so the whole reason Lance Reddick, Broyles' character, is a complete piece of shit to Olivia Dunham in the first episode. Like this, supposed friend who turns up later in the season, and it doesn't even seem possible that they were ever friends, really. Like, based on the way this guy seems to be, like, it's hard to picture them as friends.
Well, loyalty.
But I guess that you can kind of go down to, you got loyalty and.
But there's books out there there's a book that is titled "How to Win Friends and Influence People." Now, some people look at it as a positive and say, I can read this book and find out how to be more personable but sometimes how to be more personable, how to interact with people in a more positive way and connect to people and be more popular. But somehow, in my mind, I never read the book, but somehow my suspicious mind makes me feel like it's a book that tells you how to manipulate people.
Yeah.
Yes, into being your friend and how to and I think when it comes to people moving up in the ranks of government or in politics or whatever, it pays for people to think that you are always good to work with, decent person, solid, loyal, good leader, and everything like that, save my life and all that type of shit like that. Like the Manchurian Candidate, that was the thing, especially in the remake. I love the way they did it in the remake more. The way it was more like they indoctrinated and hypnotized every guy that whenever they told the story, they would tell that same story of all his heroics and how great he was and how liked he was and everything like that, when that really wasn't the case at all. And everything like that, because all of that makes him look good to be president. Not only, is he, was he groomed to be a politician, but he went and served his country. He was a good leader. In a moment of great tension and great crisis out there, he stepped up and showed this steely resolve and handled business and blah, 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 and all that good stuff, because that's what, So it's just that type of situation.
It's checking certain boxes that people are going to
that moves
recognize.
him that moves him up to where he is, to where he can now look at somebody that considers him a friend and say, hey, okay, at one point this whole thing happens, and now all of a sudden you're in charge of 2,000 people. It's that thing that makes him feel like now he can look down on this person, because now all of this and all these connections that he's made, all these people that's willing to vouch for him, he's he's able to, a lot of that stuff that happens, he's able to bounce off of that quick and move up to a point where now he's overseeing an investigation on this whole division that he's running and everything like that. And then actually says to his face that he kind of questions and suspects how he was able to run this. It's just, yeah, it's too late now. He's now in big time, so he doesn't have to be anybody's friend except for the people higher up than him still.
Above him.
That's all. Yeah. So yeah, that's what that is. So that's how that whole game works, man. You just sometimes when people get to a certain place where they want to be, either they're still genuine people, or they'll big time the people that help them get there, because now it doesn't matter anymore. So it's always going to be one or the other. So
no.
And I just think that sometimes that, at least though misguided, and though it seems like a little misogynistic at that point, some people might even argue, it was more about his loyalty, to a friend, more than him being some sort of like boys club member that feels like chasing a little ass, isn't that big of a deal, so. But I guess he kind of said that as compared to what his exemplary record was, and things for his career. But I guess he was trying to imply that. But we quickly got past that when he realized that she was definitely valuable, in a lot of ways. But let's just go ahead.
I was just going to say, not only valuable, but I think he's sort of got a glimpse as to what she's like as a person, as well, and I think that very much endeared him to her. But so what do we actually start off? We start off with the flight 627.
Yep.
Six.
The dissolving. You know what I'm saying? The
627.
dissolving. Yeah. The dissolving flight. Yeah.
Yeah, the flight full of people that just turn to mush, basically. The skin essentially melts off, and they're all just, mush. Because of this one passenger who injected himself with some unknown...
or so it was initially thought.
what's the word? So was initially thought. Yeah. What's the word? It's not
Insulin.
contagion. Yeah. Well, thought to be insulin, but what's the word? Contaminant? No.
Biological weapon?
That's a word I'm looking for. It's not coming to me. But yeah,
Synthetic-
basically he
synthetic-
injects himself with.
a synthetic compound.
Yeah.
That's what they called it. They called it a synthetic compound.
And then of course we immediately start getting into immediate action at that point. And of course we get to where they actually catch up to someone, and we realize that, okay, because we think it is Fringe and it's weird sci-fi thing, like, okay, why is this guy showing up again that we just saw on the plane? We had no idea what the hell was going on. At least I didn't. Of course, like, oh my
Well,
god.
like he turns up at the gate in the van. Like, is something going on? He's like, wait a minute, you're the fucking guy.
Yeah, see, people thought that. I thought clone. I thought, okay, we're already introducing like a clone scenario in this situation.
That was my first thought. Yeah, it was clone.
But okay, but of course they turned out to be a more simpler answer. Just a twin that did some dirty shit to his twin brother and did that whole flight thing that they realized he was communicating with John Scott when when he was talking about what he did to his brother. That was realized after she had did all that she could to try to save his life and everything like that, including this is where we introduced to Peter, of course, in Baghdad, making some sort of deals out there, and
Yeah, some kind of $600,000 deal for infrastructure. I think it was some kind of construction infrastructure deal that he was trying to make, or bluff his way through to get some money. I'm still not sure if he was legitimately going to do anything or not. Based on what we know about Peter being kind of a bit of a scam artist, that I don't know if he was going to do shit. I think he was just going to get the money and probably, disappear again. But I guess we'll never know about that one.
Yeah.
And so now real quick, what do we think about what do we think about the father son eliminating what we know and what will be the eventual like big reveal?
Just based on current season, the first season information.
Like, what do we think about how does the father son relationship affect? How does the father son relationship affect who Peter actually ends up becoming?
I think as the season progresses, like at the beginning of the season, Peter doesn't want to have anything to do with his father. He doesn't want to have anything to do with the Fringe division. He's only there because he feels like he was blackmailed into it, and he's kind of forced to do it because of that blackmail. But as the season progresses, he starts to care about his father again. He starts to understand that he actually wants to be in his father's life, and he wants his father to be in his life again. And to be honest, as the season progresses, I kind of like that development. I do.
Yeah,
I thought that was a good development for his character.
But what I meant was, like, for a long time, like his straight conversation and what he believed to be true was that his father worked at worked at a company working with toothpaste.
Yeah, making toothpaste.
And the next thing you know, he was locked away. For the last 17 years.
Because I think he knew that someone died in a fire or something, like a lab accident, but he still thought it was toothpaste.
But
which is like, even that I kind of question. I was like, because Peter is supposedly genius level IQ as well, along with Walter.
But you gotta have
You're
the
like, you
information.
never thought about like how? Yeah, but like,
But you gotta have the
so
full story.
they were making toothpaste though. Like, do you not kind of question like, how did someone die in a lab accident making toothpaste? Do you not kind of think about that?
No.
I mean, did she drown in a vat of toothpaste or something? I mean, I
Yeah,
don't know.
exactly. Like what kind of accident was this? Like, and
Or-
if he knew it was a fire, again, I'm kind of just like, how was there a fire making toothpaste?
Were they secretly testing out a new and improved, like, flammable toothpaste?
Yeah, or is it some really like spicy mint toothpaste? It's really biting.
Yeah, it's just like you can brush your teeth while you're out camping, and it can be used as an accelerant for your campfire.
Yeah.
Okay.
It'll whiten your teeth. It'll fan the flames. It does everything.
Yeah.
It all seems funny and fantastical until the token co-host, it tells you to look up an article that says that China was putting antifreeze in their toothpaste.
What?
I mean, that's China. Of course they were.
But still, I mean, okay, yeah, fine. Now, yeah, we can humorize that one, but I'm just fucking saying, you got the most
There's no humor in that. That's terrible. I'm just saying, of course.
I'm saying new flammable toothpaste, my ass. Like, yeah, come on, like, okay.
Why?
Okay, yeah. If Walter's lab was in China, I could see just being like, yeah, okay, well, probably.
Come on, man. But okay. Look, China's got caught. Don't act like
a dash of antifreeze. I mean, why not? But
Please don't act like, okay, China got caught. Don't act like fucking the U.S. ain't going around just putting, we're putting the sprig of mint out from the garden in the back, and we're making our toothpaste.
Yeah.
Don't give me that crap. Don't give me that crap, Damian.
Mint leaves.
Well, I brushed my teeth many times. I've never caught on fire, so.
Okay, were you smoking? Yeah. Were you smoking while brushing?
Probably at least a couple times.
What? That kind of defeats the whole purpose, don't you think?
I mean, smoking cigarettes and doing anything vaguely worthwhile is kind of pointless.
God. Let me get my notebook out,
Note number 1: Damian is a fuckhead. Disregard everything he says.
but one thing I noticed that was very interesting to me is that FBI agents just have blood packs set up for them.
Oh, you're talking.
Yeah, in case they get injured. Yeah.
Yeah. That seems like standard practice to me.
Standard practice for what?
Well, just in case if they get injured in the line of duty, I mean, they might need.
But that's that's wow. I mean,
they might have to have a supply of blood on hand so that they can get a blood transfusion.
Yeah, that one didn't seem crazy to me.
Yeah, it really didn't to me either.
Not crazy, but I mean, not crazy, but it's just interesting. That's what I say is interesting. That wow, okay, that's a little surprising. Is what I'm saying. Like they just have that for each agent, though. Is what I'm saying. Not like a reserve. They have it for each fucking agent, though.
Well, I would assume that they would need to do regular blood donations, like maybe at every physical or something, because I would assume that FBI agents do regular physicals, and at every physical they do a blood donation, and that blood donation goes into their personal reserve of blood whenever they are shot in the line of duty.
Interesting information there, Charles.
It's just a theory. I'm spitballing here.
Yeah.
Secret.
But if that's not a thing, like, shouldn't that be a thing for anyone who, even cops, like anyone who has to deal with the possibility that they may get stabbed or anything, and lose a lot of blood, like.
No, man. No. I haven't heard of that. I haven't heard.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying it should. Like, shouldn't it be?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
I would think any job where you're putting your life on the line potentially every day, you would think it'd be smart to have that kind of backup.
Yeah, it would be.
Like it would make sense to have that kind of backup.
But if
Yeah,
they were
it
hooked,
was.
Just because
but if
you don't know. Like, if you're working in an office, maybe you get a paper cut and lose a little bit of blood. You don't need a transfusion. But yeah,
Yeah.
if there's a potential, you might get stabbed or shot or something. Like,
but if they were
would
hooked
make
up,
sense.
but if they were hooked up like that, so many cops wouldn't be on the take. I'm just saying.
I mean, I mean, a blood transfusion isn't a cure-all for
No,
everything.
what I'm
No,
saying
it's
is,
not.
what I'm saying is, if they
If you
had
get
like a
shot in the neck, I don't think a blood transfusion is going to help.
No, it's not.
what I'm
You
saying
get
is,
shot in the neck, you're gonna die.
no, what I'm saying
Yeah.
is, what I'm saying is, to have this whole situation where they've got like, where they just got, this whole, where they've got like a whole like life aid kit. You know what I'm saying? Not a first aid. I mean, they've got like a first aid, last aid, and all types of shit set up for you as an FBI agent. And it's like, you know, I feel like if they were more hooked in like that and seen more as and treated more as federal agents, they probably wouldn't. So many cops probably wouldn't be on the take. They wouldn't take bribes. They wouldn't. They wouldn't get turned over to corruption if they were fucking hooked in like fucking federal agents were and shit like that. They would have those blood
Nah.
packs ready to go. They wouldn't go to the regular
Yeah,
hospital.
but-
They wouldn't go to a regular hospital and deal with like other people would deal with. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I would assume that FBI agents are paid better than regular law enforcement.
And even then, like, corruption isn't based on pay level.
No, it's not. It also has to deal with the person themselves. Maybe they're just greedy.
And it's just, yeah, greed, it's just shitty human beings. Like, there's a lot of factors involved there.
Yeah, there is a lot of factors. And of course, we end up learning about a certain somebody in this show that turns out to be a corrupt asshole.
Well,
And his name
it's a
starts
couple
with the
people
letter.
as it goes
there's-
along.
Well, no, I'm talking about somebody who is introduced in season
Very
1.
specifically, like, just a complete shithead, not a kind of ambiguous shithead.
Well, I'm just gonna go ahead and say his name, Harris. Yeah, fucking
Yeah.
hate that guy. Turns out that he is actually corrupt as hell, and yeah, I'm very pleased with what happens to him. Oh yeah, he dies. Yeah, he
Like,
goes
it was
out.
both.
Huh?
Oh, I was going to say it was both shocking and not at the same time.
He went out in a spectacular way, and the first time I
Yes,
saw
he did.
that, I cheered. I was very happy how he went out.
It was so satisfying. Like, oh, finally, we're rid of this motherfucker.
Yeah, I was very happy with him gone. Oh man, Harris was such a dick. But the actor that played Harris, oh yeah, he's a great actor because he's very good at playing bad guys. He always
I was trying to think of what I've seen him in. And
I've
I
seen him in a
could
bunch
not
of stuff.
think of it.
He was also in a show that I watched recently that was let's just say not very good, but I finished it just to say that I finished the show, and that show was Designated Survivor. He
I've
played
never
the
seen that
governor.
one.
Don't watch it. The only season that was good was season 1. Season 2
And it's just
was
all downhill from there.
yeah, season 2 was mediocre at best. Season 3 got very preachy and very woke. Like it was
Yeah.
bad. It was very bad. And I was like, holy shit. I mean, this, like, people were telling me that this season was woke, but I didn't believe them. But, oh my God, they were right. And I only finished it just to say that I did finish it, but I will never watch that crap again. Holy crap. But the actor that played Harris in Fringe, he played the governor of Michigan in Designated Survivor.
Is it like a main character or just a recurring?
He only showed up in a few episodes, but yeah, he was pretty much an asshole. He was a straight up asshole in the show.
So it's definitely his wheelhouse.
Yes, I've seen him in a bunch of other stuff too, but I can't place it. But yeah, he's a good actor. I think he's very talented. I'd put him in the same wheelhouse as another actor who's very good at playing bad guys, and that is Ronnie Cox. Ronnie Cox has played all kinds of bad guys over the decades, especially Senator Kinsey in Stargate SG-1.
God damn it! That I know that name, and I'm just
He was also
struggling
he
to
was
put a
also in
face to it.
RoboCop. Ronnie Cox was also in RoboCop.
RoboCop.
I don't remember who he played, but I think he played the leader of that corporation that created RoboCop.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, Ronnie Cox has
Yeah.
always played villains. But yeah, his role as Senator Kinsey in Stargate SG-1, oh man, he was a dick.
Just perfectly hateable.
Oh yeah, he was an asshole. Yeah, he played the role very well. But anywho, enough talking about actors that are very good at playing assholes. Let's go back to talking about Fringe, season 1.
All right, where were we?
Yes.
So we covered episode 1 where we learned that Olivia's lover, John Scott,
Yep.
played by Mark Valley, who you've definitely seen in things. He's a
And during
Boston
the
legal.
filming of this show, Mark Valley and Anna Torv were married in real life.
Really?
Yep.
That
were
I
married.
didn't know.
They were married for 2 years.
Huh.
Yep, they got a divorce too. Yeah, I don't.
Like
I don't
during
remember-
this season?
I believe they got divorced during the show's run, but I don't remember
somewhere.
who filed for divorce.
Okay.
According
He's
to
a guy I know
Wikipedia,
from,
it doesn't say who filed for divorce. I think they're keeping that private. But yeah, yeah,
That's rare.
they were only married for 2 years.
Maybe she's a size queen.
I don't know, but yeah,
Speculation.
when I was watching the scenes between between John
Maidstone
Scott and
leave again.
Olivia Dunham, I was like, yeah, this would be all well and good and be all romantic and everything if I didn't already know that these two were married in real life and got a divorce. So
That was just sad.
yeah, exactly.
He's a guy from he was great in Boston Legal. Did you ever see the show? It was a fairly short-lived show, Human Target.
Yep, I watched it. I watched both
With
seasons.
what was it? She McBride and Jackie Earl Haley.
Yep, I watched it. I watched season 1, loved it. Season 2 was hot garbage.
Yeah, I never saw season 2, and maybe that's why. I definitely watched season 1, but maybe I heard season 2 sucked, and I never watched it because I've definitely never seen that one.
Yeah, season 2 was literally a tire fire.
Because the first season, it showed so much promise.
No, season 1 was fantastic. It was, but nope, they ruined it in season 2. I don't know what happened.
That's a shame.
Maybe they got different writers. Maybe they got a different showrunner. Maybe both. I don't know. All I know is that season 2 was hot garbage. Hot, wet, sticky garbage.
Damn it! Because I was actually thinking maybe I should check out season 2, but now I'm just maybe I'll check out season 1 again. But that was a great cast combination.
I would only recommend checking out season 2 if you're drunk and or high and you are fully prepared to make fun of all the problems of that season.
What are we talking about?
I mean, I'm sometimes drunk, so maybe.
Yeah,
Human Target.
Yeah,
which had Mark Valley, who played John Scott, Chi McBride, Jackie O'Haley, and I feel like there was a female character, but it's been a while.
There was a female member of the team, but I can't remember her name.
No, but those 3 names, that was a great core cast.
Yeah, and it's also a fucking shame that Jackie Earl Haley hasn't rose to more prominence. He hasn't really. I haven't really seen him in a whole lot in years.
No, last thing I can think of, and I didn't even see it, was Nightmare on Elm Street. And actually, was Human Target after that?
No, it was before that.
It was probably it was before. Yeah, that was the last thing I can think of. I'm sure he's done other shit, but yeah, I can't think of anything I've seen him really.
He was in the RoboCop remake.
Okay, so was that That was afterwards?
That was 2014. The RoboCop remake came out in
Okay,
2014.
so that would have been... So yeah, I guess it was that. Really? Like, unless I'm forgetting something, I think that was the last time.
Aside from his role as Freddy Krueger from Nightmare on Elm Street, the only other biggest role that he had was Rorschach from the Watchmen movie. That's it.
But I think that was right around Fringe time, I think.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
2007 or 8 or something like that.
But
Something
you
like
guys,
that.
but you guys don't say prominence. But he's had a long situation. Is I mean, you guys do realize he was in the original Bad News Bears movies.
Was he?
Really?
Yeah,
I haven't seen that in decades, but I'm trying to...
yeah. This I don't know. It's one
I'm
thing.
at a loss.
It's one thing. I'm kind of like Olivia. I'm kind of like Olivia Dunham that way. It's like once I focus on a person or a certain thing, I can start connecting certain things that I might have just seen little glimpses of when I was a little kid at certain points. And yeah, he was like that.
So what you're saying is that you were a part of the Jacksonville, Florida Cortexiphan trials.
Nope. But I do have to say, I'm glad you brought it up because I do have
Well,
to say.
you don't remember that you were, so maybe you were.
Okay, but I do have to say that between Fringe and Deadpool, Jacksonville seems like a very exciting place.
I have a friend who lives in
It
Jacksonville, Florida. He says it's not all that great.
I mean, but what did he say about the TGI Fridays?
You know what? He hasn't actually said anything about TGI Fridays.
But he doesn't know the road Jacksonville then.
He just says there's
Isn't
a lot of
TGI
bad
Fridays
weather.
pretty much the same everywhere?
He says the most exciting thing that's happened to him is that when he had a hurricane, the shingles off of his neighbor's house got ripped off and like came through his windows like freaking bullets and impaled themselves on his wall. That's like the craziest
That's
thing that's happened to his life recently.
Well, see, he might live in a certain part of Jacksonville, but I just don't know. I mean, he like I said, Deadpool said they have a great.
Oh, I know what you're doing, Stone. Yes,
No.
I've seen Deadpool. I'm
I'm saying yeah, but I'm just saying that he says I was talking to Damian. I'm just saying that he says in particular that TGI Fridays in Jacksonville are just fantastic. So I just don't know.
I don't
I
think.
mean,
I've
I know
ever-
Deadpool says that, but I was asking a legitimate question. I think isn't TGI Fridays pretty much the same everywhere?
I wouldn't know.
Isn't it like going to McDonald's?
I don't think I've ever been to a TGI Fridays.
I have. But I wouldn't know that they are all the same at every place though. It would be hard to know because I mean even some of the McDonald's places are different. Some have a higher quality of service and and food prep than others.
Same basic idea. Though.
Yeah, but if I ever go to Jacksonville, Florida, I will definitely end up looking for a TGI Fridays, and I will eat there.
Me too. It's the first thing I'll do, and then also find out where I can get some experimental drugs.
Well, I would probably find out.
Maybe not necessarily in that order. I'll
And I might find out where are the best places to kill people. It seemed like that. It seemed like that's good for some black bag wet work out there. If you can get some. So.
Money's money.
I mean, when Jacksonville is kind of mixed in with Baghdad, Mogadishu, Jacksonville. When they kind of when you kind of group those names in, yeah, you know then that you're definitely doing some wet work out there.
Oh yeah. It's gonna be a wild time.
So, what was So I kind of have my own titles for the different episodes. So I think number 2 was that the Lord of the Flies episode. Well, that's what I titled it. The one where the bus passengers were. Oh, was that number 3? I probably need to get my notebook.
I think that was.
You're talking about the episode where they got encased in amber.
Yeah.
I don't think that was episode 3. I think that was like further down. I think that might have been episode 4 or 5.
Hey.
Yeah, like it was definitely very early as far as placement. Not
Let me
quite
get my
sure.
I don't think that was episode 3. I really don't think it was. Here, hold on. I'll look it up. All right, I can just go to Max and just check it now. Well, looks like I have a movie to watch.
What is it?
The Flash on Max.
Ah,
I saw it in the theater, but I could watch it again. Maybe see if
No.
my opinion on the movie changes.
Episode, yes, it was episode 3, but episode 2 was the were the were the
Oh no,
super.
I knew what episode 2 was. That was the episode with the woman gets like pregnant almost instantly and then gives birth. They had to perform the emergency C-section, and then the baby ends up growing in the nurse's arms almost instantly, and then they have to find that guy that has to steal the pituitary gland to keep himself young or something.
to keep himself from aging almost immediately.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I know that episode, which of course, like I could have sworn that episode was further down the list of episodes. I didn't realize it was the second episode.
I just checked in my Blu-ray box that has like a booklet with all the episodes in it.
Yeah, yeah, but no, just that episode was like the first time I ever saw that episode, and the woman, of course, being pregnant, being rushed into the operating room, and then having her scream, and we hear that crunch where the baby like breaches and everything, and then they have to perform the emergency C-section. Yeah, first time I ever heard that, I was like, "Wow, okay, they really went there. Okay, that's kind of fucked up."
Yeah,
Yeah, that was
God,
really rough to listen to. And then
God damn it!
it
I
gave me
knew
a
her from
glimpse
somewhere too.
it gave me a glimpse into the kind of show that this show was going to be, because I was like, okay, so this show is not afraid to get graphic when it really wants to.
Oh no, you're in for a wild ride.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, hell, with Grimm, we get introduced to that level of graphicness when Monroe rips that guy's arm off in the boiler room. But in this show, we get introduced in the second fucking episode when we see a baby literally burst out of a woman's belly.
And then with Grimm, it's kind of sparing, whereas Fringe gives it to you on a pretty frequent basis.
Yes, they do. I mean, hell, there's a freaking episode where Walter and Peter go to a hardware store looking for a freaking saw, and the woman asks, like, what kind of wood are you looking to cut? And he says, like, oh no, we're looking to cut human flesh. And the woman freaks out. And then Peter's like, oh no, don't worry about calling the police, and she just quickly walks away. Oh
Peter,
my God.
this hardware store is amazing. Yeah, they're like this all over the country, Walter. Yes, but look at all the stuff they have.
Walter, you've been in a mental institution for 17 years. Of course things are going to look new to you.
Oh, right.
How many observer spottings did you guys make?
I spotted at least one in about half the episodes.
Yeah, I would say I was, probably about the same.
Yeah.
I feel like I noticed more, like, on previous watches, but, like, yeah, sometimes they make them kind of obvious. Other times they really just, they're slipped in there.
Yeah. But every time an observer popped up and I was able to catch him, I felt like that meme of Leonardo DiCaprio where he's sitting in the chair and he's like holding like
beer.
a glass, holding like a beer glass, and he's pointing at the screen, going like yeah, and he's like he's pointing at something. I felt like that. I was like, oh yeah, I found one. It's like a bad game of Where's Waldo where they just make it too easy.
And so, what did you guys think about the? So we're really starting to get deeper into the situation. I mean, of course, and we haven't quite spoke about Nina Sharp as of yet. Like,
Right.
Very, very mysterious, very.
Well, as you know, there is something that happens around the end of season 2 to the beginning of season 3, or maybe it's into season 4. I don't remember, but something happens and it completely changes the Nina Sharp character. So this version of Nina Sharp, jury's still out on her. Like, you don't really trust her all that much. Like, I mean, sure, she can be helpful at times. She also has her own motives, her own agendas, because she is basically technically
Which
the head of
she's
a,
not. Yeah,
No, she's
Like,
not.
yeah,
No, she's
I don't
not.
know. Like, there's
but
just
she's
something
the.
off.
She's the. I guess even second in charge doesn't sound right. She's the.
She's
What would
not
you
the
call that position? Because she's not the second in charge, but she's
I think the
like
term is
close
COO. I think it's COO, Chief Operations Officer.
Or the right hand of God.
Well, yeah, because William Bell does
Well,
consider
yeah.
himself God.
with his
As we
shiny
find
white
out later on
dentures.
the show. Yeah. Yeah.
So that's. So let me see. Here's. So what do we think about? Well, at least say for right now, because we got to explore that when we explore that, because of course because that's one thing from season to season, as we'll find out, things that things change rapidly. But right now, of course, she kind of seems to me almost what a female vampire would be.
What,
at
like-
least in my opinion, at least what a female vampire would, what I'm saying, with especially a sort of older, what I'm saying, more experienced one might be like, and everything like that. And it's just like the whole thing with the reason of keep trying to appeal to Olivia and this whole, we're women, we should look out for each other. I'm just trying to look out for you, and this type of shit like that. I just, I kind of wondered what that whole shit was really about, and because it seems like both Olivia and Broyle seems to fucking point at it like what the fuck is that even really about? It's like. But of course, as we find out with Massive Dynamic, everything in the world that they inhabit is like a spider web, and they are the spider. So it's just like, it's always something like that has to do with that. That has to do with it. That's. What purpose does she serve as? As a fly caught in the web or whatever? Who knows?
Yeah.
But it's always something. Other people might look at it like, why in the hell do you keep kind of throwing these job offers at me as a way of lightly kind of like throwing me off of the investigation, or why a little early to be trying to poach one of my agents right now and everything like that. It's just like they keep looking at this, and this is like. But of course, as you started to reveal later on, of course, about again the part of Jacksonville that your friend doesn't get to see, apparently. They're conducting drug trials around there. Shit. I mean,
In the back of the TGI Fridays.
See, they got. I think Charles. I think they got guys like your friend that kind of tell people there's not shit going on in Jacksonville. Ain't shit going
Go
on
to
around here,
TGI
man.
Fridays. Stop asking questions.
Like ain't shit going on around here. Just tornadoes and and Florida, man.
I don't think he's seen a tornado, but he has definitely dealt with hurricanes.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. It's hurricanes in Florida, man, and so on and so forth.
Like, they deal with tornadoes too. I just don't think my friend has seen a tornado.
Oh, okay. I'm just saying, like, basically they keep those people making people think, okay, there's nothing to see here in Jacksonville, and Jacksonville becomes a perfect place to have everything going on.
Yeah, well, you need to go into the back room of that TGI Fridays, get some of that Cortexiphan.
That's
Hey.
it.
Hey, I don't know, man. I'm just saying,
Maybe
like,
some Cortexiphan, some spicy wings. Who knows what's going on back there? But seems like the place to be.
Yeah,
mean,
exactly.
Of all the places, of all the places in L.A., just think about all the places in L.A. to be, right? These fucking gangsters thought it would be a great place. It'll be great to have their meeting. You know what I'm saying, at Dave and Buster's. You know.
Oh my God, you're talking about Barry?
Yes, I am. I'm just saying, like you got to think about
We
these
haven't
things.
talked about that in like months, dude.
But it kind of play.
Was that not one of the greatest things ever committed to film?
What the Dave and Buster's meeting?
With all the gangsters and the Dave and Buster's.
And they're giving their PowerPoint presentation. Yeah. Yes.
Yes, that was some of the funniest fucking shit I've ever seen.
I'm just saying. Like I just think it's like the weirdest places and the weirdest things. Probably shit like that. You never know what kind of shit happens in weird places like Dave and Buster's, you know, or TGI Fridays. Is all I'm saying.
I still think it was ridiculous that they had a crime meeting at a Dave and Buster's.
They have the great wings there. They have the great wings there and sliders. You know.
I've never been to a Dave and Buster's, so I don't know what
That's what they said. But that's what they said in Barry. They said they have the great wings and sliders there, and you know, just they have the private room where they can kind of give their presentation and you know bring the bring the guys together. You know. It's just,
yeah,
you know?
play fucking.
It's gonna be fun. You know, it's great.
Or foosball or something.
Yeah, probably get a little game in or two, but you know, maybe a little Dance Dance Revolution, but it's great. You know, it brings some togetherness in there. You know.
Yeah, togetherness with a bunch of criminals.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, of course.
Then we'll drown you all in sand.
Of course. I mean, look. You know what I'm saying? It's possibly only what you know what I'm saying, what a gay Chechen gangster could, you know what I'm saying, could possibly think of, but it made it fun. You know, so but I would definitely say again, so what I'm thinking, because now what starts connecting into this situation here on Fringe is that fucking Earth missile. Like it's what I call it. You guys,
It was called the Beacon.
Yeah, that sort of almost egg-shaped. Yeah, I guess torpedo that came up through the ground.
Well, it didn't look egg-shaped. It looked like something else. Something of the.
I was just thinking, egg is the closest shape I could think of, but yeah.
where's he going?
The suppository torpedo.
Yeah, it looked more of the suppository variety.
God.
Yeah, that's one hell of a suppository, dude. I mean, is it like man, it's gonna have a hard time shoving that up someone's ass.
Yeah, but once you guys just stop playing around with
But at least it goes out the way it came in.
Stop playing around. But stop playing around with the joke and just say butt plug. Stop playing around with the joke and just say just say butt plug and stop playing around. Oh, you guys and your old school suppository jokes, and you really just want to say butt plug. You know you just want to fucking say butt plug. Let's just stop playing around. Update the joke is all I'm saying. Like don't be afraid.
Butt plug torpedo playing this Saturday at the Mercury Lounge.
I'm sorry. Don't keep saying suppository. Who the fuck knows what a suppository? Like, oh god.
Everybody knows what a suppository is.
No way.
Probably too many people.
Because the only thing I know about suppositories is I have ventured to never have to take one in my life.
You can't see it, but I'm totally raising my hand.
What do you have?
Yep, I have. For medical reasons, but yeah.
Of course, that's the only. I would hope that's the only reason. I would hope somebody didn't tell you. You know, but you know what? There is.
I think I learned about what a suppository was from Futurama. I think. And they had to take pills to survive underwater. Yeah, they were probably about the same size as this butt plug torpedo from Fringe. But yeah, they were fucking massive. Everybody take your suppositories. Yes, stop asking.
Yeah, but a little bit of story time here. When I was 26, I had, let's just say, some internal bleeding. And, I had to get, I put it simply, I had to get a camera. Let's just say camera. I'll just say camera. God damn it. I had
colonoscopy.
I had to get a colonoscopy done at the age of 26.
I've had that.
Yeah, I had to get a colonoscopy done at the age of 26 to find out what's going on. They found out what's going on. Everything. It wasn't anything serious. It wasn't, but it did require that I had to take a regular suppository. and I had to take that medication for about 2 weeks.
Yeah, I didn't
So
have that part.
yeah.
Well, I found out. I learned from World's Dumbest, like this video show that shows a lot of dumb clips. I learned something. I heard a different type of suppository, butt chugging. Where
God damn it! I am familiar with that thanks to Jackass. God damn it!
I was gonna say, I was thinking that's where I was familiar with that from.
Yeah,
Really?
yeah. Steve-O fucking
Because of
did that.
course.
Yeah, Steve-O took a fucking like beer chug thing and shoved it up his ass.
Huh? No, okay. But see, what I'm hearing is that I'm not sure. I guess a funnel's involved, but the main thing that I'm hearing is about it is that somebody like basically gets, you know what I'm saying, gets like they pour alcohol, you know what I'm saying, you sort of get drunk by having alcohol poured, you know what I'm saying, in through your ass.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's
and
the idea.
apparently when you do that, your body is able to absorb the alcohol a lot quicker, and that can actually be more deadly to you than just drinking it traditionally.
Yeah, but see,
Apparently, cocaine's the same.
Yeah, but who would snort cocaine through their ass? Like, why would you do that?
Well, I don't know if it's you're snorting it. It's more like you're.
how could you? How could you anyway?
I don't know.
I think that's a better question. How could you do that, Charles? How
I
could
don't
you
know.
snort cocaine through your ass?
I
So
don't
remember
know.
that was I think that was an episode of SVU I saw once.
What?
like how is this like? I can't remember what the fucking thing for that episode was, but they figured out.
Benson snorts
someone
cocaine
was
through
doing-
her ass. I mean that would have broke the that would have broke the internet there, Damian.
Yeah,
Wow.
no,
Vincent-
it was one of the criminals in the episode. And I can't remember if it was up the ass or if it was a lady doing it. Putting it up her.
Even Ice-T,
Pretty bits.
Tutuola snorts, you know what I'm saying, snorts coke through his ass. That probably still would have broke the internet though. I mean, that probably still would have been a thing to see. You know, I have to be honest.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I couldn't tell you the rest of the storyline behind that episode, but I definitely remember that.
Yeah.
Cocaine in orifices that aren't your mouth. Apparently, that's a thing.
Yeah.
all right, and
Or your nose. You know what I mean.
and then we're still seeing, okay, like I said, as we kind of like move on, as we kind of move on in different situations, we still see like different phases. I like, because I want to keep track of the technology. Like a guy with what I call electrokinetic energy. Guess you could say-
Electromagnetic.
You said, okay, you would say magnetic because he
Yeah,
wasn't
it's called electromagnetic. That's what it's called.
really.
Yeah, that's what it's
Because
called.
what was attracted to him?
Well, it's not like electromagnetic.
Not that lady in the office, which is
That is
most
true,
of the
yeah.
problem.
Yeah. But no, the actual term is called electromagnetic.
But see, by my logic, that's why I kind of call it electrokinesis, because he's controlling. I mean, he can short shit out. He's controlling shit. It's not so much like he's not Magneto. He's, you know what I'm saying, he's more.
No, electromagnetism and magnetism are not the same thing.
Okay, elaborate.
I don't know the specifics, but I know that. Damn it! I mean, Don't even remotely consider me an expert on this, but as far as I know, all living things have some kind of electromagnetic field. Like I do, you do, animals do. They all have some kind of electromagnetic field, but it is so minuscule, so small. It emits such a low signal that it's barely noticeable. But with what this guy, Megar, I think was his name. What happened with him is his personal electromagnetic field was amplified to the point where he was able to affect the other things around him, whether it be other people, like what Walter said, where he said that when those people were in the elevator, they were dead before the elevator hit the ground. That was because of Megar's electromagnetic field causing everyone's heart to stop beating. So they were already all dead. And then, of course, Megar being able to short circuit all of those electrical devices and everything. That's what an That's what electromagnetism does. Like, have you ever heard of an EMP, electromagnetic pulse? An electromagnetic pulse has the ability to short out all electronic devices. Well, Megar now has the ability to use his electromagnetic field to short out any electronic devices that is in his vicinity. That's what he was able to do with that piece of equipment at his work, to that asshole boss that he had. That's what he was able to do to the Transformer when he was being chased by Olivia Dunham. That's what he was able to do to the car. He was able to control everything. He was able to do that with his own electromagnetic field that has been amplified by whatever that doctor did to him. So that's what was going on. It wasn't electrokinesis. It was just his personal electromagnetic field being amplified, and he was able to control it in a manner of speaking. So not really electrokinesis, but I guess that's the closest thing it could be considered to, but it's not really that.
I mean, because I hear what, but basically still by the theory of electro and because I'm totally with you. EMP, electromagnetic pulse. When that gets sent out, it shuts everything down.
Yes.
It simply shuts it down. It doesn't control it. It doesn't. It doesn't hack. It doesn't hack it. And what
I control through force.
Well, neither does electrokinesis. Electrokinesis does not hack anything either. In order to control technology with your mind, that is an entirely different ability, which is called technopathy. That's a different ability. It's an offshoot of electrokinesis, but it is not the same thing. Electrokinesis is basically like having the powers of Palpatine, shooting lightning bolts out of your hands. That's basically electrokinesis. Technopathy is the ability to communicate and control technology. So when Megar was able to control the car and run that guy into the gate, that was probably closer in line with technopathy, being able to control the car that way. That was closer to technopathy, not electrokinesis.
And outside of Grimm, his asshole boss has been in 3 of the last 4 shows we've done. He was in Barry, Hannibal, and now Fringe.
Yep. I thought I recognized him.
Let me see. But again, I say to be able to electrocute other people the way they show actual scars from that. I mean, it still points right back. It still kind of trails it right back to electrokinesis.
It does, yes, which is why I'm beginning to. I'm thinking of this right now, making me think about this. Maybe his amplified electromagnetic field is allowing him to access other electric-based abilities, like technopathy, like electrokinesis. So with training, he might be able to utilize multiple electric-based abilities. Maybe.
Let me see here. Now, do we want to speak about the red medicine episode, or do we want to speak about more the intricate parts here? I mean, because we are actually doing it though, but I would still say just kind of cover the basis on that, because I believe something was said that I don't think is almost like what Olivia was saying. I don't think it was light help. I don't think it was light help, and I think certain situations ended up benefiting, like with the other corporation that they were able to take down for what they were doing.
You're talking about the episode with the women with that disease that was affecting their muscles, right?
That's one of the situations. But that was one of the more glaring situations where information that was given, help that was given, ended up being in a takedown of a direct competitor with massive dynamic, which kind of raised their status up even more after that situation. it's more. It was like that's not the only situation where you could kind of point to. It's a lot of like light situations that kind of basically either make it look like something else, or it kind of pulls the attention away from massive dynamic and the way of, you know what I'm saying, thinking that they're a part of this because they're doing what they can to help and things of that nature. So, or as it would seem. So,
Yeah.
but a lot,
I don't know
but
that episode with the women that were being turned into weapons. I'm not entirely sure what the pharmaceutical company's plan was with those women.
No,
Like, I mean, they were talking about how they were giving them to a buyer or something, but like, what were they going to do? Were they going to like have these women be trained against their will and be used as like assassins or something? Or were they just going to use them as a Trojan horse and throw them behind enemy lines and then just detonate them and use them as a one-off? I mean, what was like? I really don't know what their plan was, and
no, like
I don't think their plan was really explained all that well.
I don't think so. But like what you just said, that like yeah, throwing them in as like a yeah, just like a bomb. That's pretty much the only thing that really makes sense to me.
Yeah,
well, not so much makes sense. But see, it's not them. It's whatever. Look, it's the medication. It's not the females. It's the medication. See, the thing about it is, you find people who have this certain disease or whatever. See, the thing about it is not so much the details of the disease itself. It's just basically suggesting that unique diseases that can't be treated, that seem like it's a lost cause, that these people are volunteering to try this other thing, and and so forth. And then all of a sudden, after a while, they're kidnapped, and then it's like, because they wanted to test these things out. So it's like, if that's one particular purpose of it, fine. But it's the medication, and what the medication can end up doing if you do it a certain way, or if you dose someone a certain way, they may not even know they're being dosed in that way, and then all of a sudden you put them somewhere where you know somebody else is going to be, and then next thing you know, their heads blowing up, or they're bleeding from every point of their, of their head until they're gone or whatever. It's just like I said, it's whatever that particular buyer is wanting to do with that medication. It's not like, okay, we got this whole crop of women that we're kidnapping and we're going to dose them up, and then you get to buy one of these females and drop them wherever you want. It's more about the medication. If you can get somebody unsuspecting to go into a certain place, or if you can get somebody who doesn't, who's close to somebody that you want to take out and dose them without them knowing it, and then they get close to that person, and all of a sudden it starts to happen, then they're gone, and no one can suspect you. So I mean, it's a lot of different purposes or whatever somebody might be thinking when it comes to that. This is what I'm saying.
A lot of potential there for
Oh
different
yeah,
outcomes.
but it's not about trafficking females and using them as weapons. I think it's more about the medication. It's like, this is what the medication can do. We have footage, we have proof we can show you. This is what this does. We put this girl in there, and immediately she started erupting, and then like, everybody within a few feet of her in that restaurant was, in that diner or whatever, was basically going down. So just think, if we dosed a few people up in a certain area, I mean, we might be able to take out a whole government or parliament or something like that. So whatever they're thinking, who knows? but to put that information, out there, maybe Master Dynamic didn't want to do that. Maybe they're doing their own thing, and they didn't care about like bumping out a competitor in that way, and so fuck it, we'll inform on them and get them bumped down to where our status gets raised up even more. Who cares? It looks like we cooperate, but it was really just serving our purpose. And I guess Olivia kind of felt a little bit used when she realized, when she was listening, I guess she was listening to the report about what happened and about the stocks and everything like that, where she kind of realized that she was being played out, I guess. Or at least she felt that way.
I don't know. All right, but let's see. So do we? Let's see. Are we gonna move on to the next episode, or?
We can move on as far as you would like in the episode if you feel like you want to get to more poignant ones. I
Well, the
mean,
thing is that episode with the women that have the disease and being used. The only thing that I have to describe what they were being used for is simply a Trojan horse. They were being used as a Trojan horse, but um, I don't really have a whole lot to say about that episode because it's just that episode was just confusing to me. That's what it felt like to me. It was confusing because I didn't really understand the pharmaceutical company's real motivations for what their plans were with the women, like with their disease and everything, and what they were going to use them for. All we knew is that they had a buyer that was going to take these women and use them for some nefarious purpose, and that's all we really knew. We didn't know if they were going to be used multiple times or if it was just going to be a one-off situation. Just throw them into the behind enemy lines, set them off, kill everybody in that area, and then just use the next person in their ammunition of these ticking time bombs, in a manner of speaking.
Yeah,
And
just
I don't know.
boil as many brains as possible in whatever for whatever reason.
It basically, and to be honest, the entire episode was just confusing as hell.
Yeah, it
I mean,
was
to quote Kish, I think this entire episode was a bit of a clunker.
like it was decent enough, but it was definitely much more vague than pretty much any other, really.
I don't know. It's just
Like
there were better episodes in the season. A lot better episodes.
okay, well, one I could definitely feel like it's poignant that kind of moves us. That kind of moves us forward in the story is well before after that parasite. I mean, which was
Oh, you're
definitely part
talking
of.
about the one that latched onto Mitchell Loeb's heart, right?
Yeah, supposedly, which we found out later on was all a setup.
Yeah.
To saying to get saying to get basically get some sort of answer and code to it, to a certain situation.
Well, I mean, all I'm going to say about that episode is that it introduces a character played by one of my favorite actors, David Robert Jones, played by the great Jared Harris. My God, I
It
love
was
that
in
man.
Madman and fucking
Yep.
countless other great things.
He's been in so many good things, and currently he's acting in the Apple TV Plus show called Foundation.
I I really want to watch that show. I haven't seen it
Yeah,
yet,
he's
but I
he's
really do
playing the
want to see
character
that.
Harry Seldon, but yeah, he's great in that show too. But also, he was in the second Robert Downey Jr. Sherlock Holmes movie. He played Professor James Moriarty,
Okay, I haven't seen
and
that
he
one yet.
and he
Actually,
was a
got that
he was a
recently because I
great
haven't seen it.
Moriarty. He was awesome as Moriarty. But yeah, Jared Harris is freaking fantastic. He's like one of my favorite actors. I love that man. No homo, by the way. And but
One of those people I don't think I've ever seen him do an accent than other than what I'm assuming is just his regular accent.
okay, if you want to hear him do a crazy accent that's different than his traditional accent, go watch him in The Expanse.
Yeah,
Yeah, he
he's in that
plays
too.
he
Okay.
plays a character named Anderson Dawes, and he does a very unique accent in that show.
When does he get introduced in that?
I believe he actually gets introduced, I think, in season 1, but he doesn't show up again for a while. He's mentioned a bunch of times, but when he does show up, he has a very unique accent because he plays a prominent member of a faction known as the Belters. Um, and yeah, they have like a type of Creole type accent, and these are basically humans that were born and raised in the asteroid belt. So they
Okay.
are they're unique. They have their own language. And with that language, they also have a very distinct accent that is different from everyone else. And that's
Well,
what I really liked about their characters.
over it. Well, I seen him as probably over the top. Usually he's more calm and subdued with it, but I would say more over the top, sort of like either like a Robin Leach type of, the type of over the top type of like say affect or say or expression or say I guess accent was him in Mr. Deeds, I guess.
He was in Mr. Deeds.
Yes,
Who did he play in Mr. Deeds?
he played
Yeah.
the tabloid. He ran that tabloid, digital media. Head that Babe Bennett worked for.
Wait, that was Winona Ryder's character, right?
Yeah.
And that I vaguely remember that character. He kept screaming, "Babe!"
Yeah,
Right?
that,
He kept screaming her name.
every once in a while he do that, but yeah, that's your guy.
Yeah.
It just tells me I need to watch Mr. Deeds again. I guess the last time I saw it, I didn't know who he was.
Yeah, but no, I was first introduced to Jared Harris in Fringe as David Robert Jones, and I didn't know who he was before that, but I discovered him in Fringe, and I've been a fan of his ever since.
I can't remember if I saw him in Mad Men or Fringe first. So I think they were around the same time, so I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, but no, Jared
One of the
Harris
two,
is
though.
fucking awesome, and I loved him as David Robert Jones. He was an intimidating. Well, I don't actually know if he's a villain. I really don't, because I mean, like he is kind of, but
Yes, but in that kind of weird kind of way, where it's like, yeah, he's not like he's definitely on closer to the evil side of things, but his motivation is more personal.
Well, for me, it was definitely Mr. Deeds. That's where I definitely first saw that guy though, Mr. Deeds.
Well, yeah, I guess it would have been that, but yeah, the first time I actually like sort of recognized him, like really, it was just like, oh, this fucking guy it was either Fringe or Mad Men. I'm not sure which one.
I just found him awesome. It's not like it's something like that. I'm not saying because I'm not really saying that's the first thing he's ever been in. I just know that's the first time that that I caught wind of him because it was just he was over the top funny with his whole he's an asshole of the week. Mr. Deeds, an asshole of the week. Saying, look at this guy, all his money, and he can sit around and think he can just flaunt his nose at the law and everything. Yeah. What I'm saying? It's just like, oh my god, what I'm saying? Like, don't worry about it. When I go back and I sit back in my car, I forgot what car he said he drove and all this shit. He was talking all this shit about how much money he has and everything like that. It's just, oh my god, like this guy is like, oh my god, hate this guy. You know what I'm saying? But real quick, I was thinking about that episode though. After that one, because of course, during that whole situation where we finally get introduced to him, and basically he was able to give that compound, but we realized that whole parasite was a setup. They got that code, and then that's what starts a whole new situation.
I'll be right back, guys.
Where they start realizing, they start realizing everything starts getting pieced together. We get to the episode where we start realizing about the light color hypnotism and situations that pussy has people just frozen there. Like, to me, it's like extremely scary. I'm like, I always wonder, like, damn, yo, like they could program them to do anything later on down the line. Like, I'll be kind of worried about what the fuck was being done. Like
what's been embedded in my brain.
Like, you can just count yourself lucky that all they did was just kind of freeze you there for a little while, but it's crazy. But the kid gets abducted because he's thinking this whole time that he's writing a song. But of course, what they realize that, because I'm realizing, of course, I'm seeing the notes, they're upside down. But what he was writing is a fucking equation that was for this fucking invention that allows matter of all types, even human matter, to move through perceived solid objects.
Yeah, it makes solid matter not soft. Makes it what's God damn it. There's a word I'm looking for, but it turns solid matter into something you can just stick your hand through.
Definitely maneuverable and
Malleable? Is that the word?
but how were they on the wrong? But see, the thing about it is, and that's what always got with me. Even at that point, like even as we go further down the line, this guy was trying to tell Olivia that she's on the wrong side, that they were trying to save her and everything like that. But I'm like, I'm seeing that he's like, he killed the girl as soon as he was able to prove and show her that the shit worked, that he could reach his hand through the fucking safe and grab that apple out. Like he fucking kills her. Like how is he supposed to be looked at as being on the right side of this if he's doing that type of shit? Like that's just
Through the mysterious woman who seemed to be the main bad guy throughout that entire episode was Gillian Jacobs from Community and various other comedic things.
the one that he killed. You mean?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Remember the... You ever see Community?
Yeah, I've seen it because I think Donald Glover was up there too. I think I sometimes watch.
Yeah, she was...
Another guy was there.
she was the blonde chick, the one that wasn't Alison Brie or... I can't remember the other character's name.
But
I just
real
gotta
quick-
say the black lady because I can't remember her name.
Okay, go. But real quick, I mean, I gotta
Yvonne
at least,
something.
but I gotta at least speak on real quick the just because I just need to give a spotlight to that damn fast growing parasite shit. Like that's just like that episode with those things. That's some shit, huh?
Yeah. This fucking... Like, parasite is one word for it. Like, those things were beastly.
I mean, but all they needed to do was was get you to drink it, and that's all it took. I mean, within minutes, that's all the fuck it took. Now that thing looked like a punk rock sea cucumber, if you ask me, though.
I can see that.
That's what I gotta say. Or it looked like, or at best, it looked like something. It looked like something that should have been in Slither. You know, one or the other.
Yeah, definitely. Like, I could definitely see that being in Slither.
Being what in Slither?
That fast growing parasite from episode 10.
Oh, you're talking about... Wait, that was episode 10?
Yep.
Because episode 10 is the episode where David Robert Jones escapes from the German prison.
I mean, there's a lot going on in that episode. They also caught Loeb, and he was trying to tell Olivia that that she was on the wrong side of this war and everything like that. If she even knows what sides are which and everything like that. Yeah, there's a lot going on in that episode. But yeah,
there was a lot going on.
Oh yeah, for sure.
That's where they're breaking into the bank safes to collect all these pieces that turn out to be the teleportation device.
Oh yeah, that's also the episode where Walter gets the circular saw and asks the hardware store lady about which saw to get, and freaks her out.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then of course we see the part where he takes the saw and cuts off the guy's hand. So yeah, that was. It's a good thing I wasn't eating anything at the time of watching that scene. Which I don't think
He's standing there with this surgical tray, for some reason with his eyes open. I would have looked away. Like, he's
I would have looked away.
standing there just watching him do it, and then be like, "Oh, gross!" It's like, you're fucking looking at it. Don't look at it. What are you doing?
Well, yeah, there was also the situation where I think it was in the same episode where the creature had crawled out of the guy's esophagus. It started slithering away. Call back to the movie Slither. And then as they're examining the guy, he takes a Q-tip, shoves it in the guy's nose, and then smacks it and goes right into the nasal cavity. And then you hear like
Yeah.
the crunch, and I'm like,
It's like a
oh
crunch or a pop or some kind of just sound.
yeah. And I'm like, well, now I'm awake.
So let me
I wish I was
see.
still asleep, but no, I saw that.
No bedtime for you, only Disturbia,
Okay, and
which I have still never seen that movie.
so I do
Either.
want to speak on the weird randomness because I mean although it plays a little bit into by the way which we do need to acknowledge also it plays into a part of her trying to save to save or connect with John Scott
Hmm.
that she basically sort of ends up as a side effect of going into the tank and sort of going into her subconscious and into his is creating this like sort of like lasting like telepathic bond with him but see, that seems to be a little bit on a
Yeah,
different level.
she enters his mind and sort of takes a piece away with her.
More than that, I mean it almost seems like she is at certain points where she needs it, it seems to be information that seems to be clicking to certain things that certain meetings that he had with people that they're currently investigating and things of that nature. Just sort of like with the Billy Idol episode. Sort of like the Billy Idol episode that I kind of like to title my own ways. I call that one. But by the way, first I want to speak on the transformation episode where the guy sort of turns into this sort of like porcupine type character on another flight.
Ah, yes, that was that 13 somewhere there.
Yeah, that was 13.
That was 13. Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
But yeah, that was like in this first season at least. That's probably one of the more wild fucking things that the show is like. Amongst many other wild things, I think that was the first time they went full beast mode. I guess you'd call it.
but but also my like the Billy Idol one I call it Eyes Without a Face. Like I kind of titled that one my way. I kind of call it episode 14, the Eyes Without a Face
Is that the one
episode.
where like with the substance where if you come into contact with it, like all your orifices just seal shut?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's a whole lot of fun.
and then that's of course when we start to get deeper into the gameplay where Mr. Jones shows up at the FBI. And of course, he has his usual thing of the only way I'm going to cooperate is if you get the things that I require. There's some things that I will need first. I need an
Need to
analog
talk to the
watch.
blonde woman.
I need an analog watch. I need a walkie-talkie. I need crystals, one with crystals in it. And I need, it's just like,
I was like, anything else you need? I mean, like, yeah, it's just. It's like he had a lot of
Want a
demands.
Dr. Pepper? Or, no, just
It's like, do you have any of that orange soda that you guys love so much in the States?
a hand job in the corner would be nice.
That's funny. Oh man, it's just what the fuck? Wow. All right, but I don't know. It's just, I mean, this is when we first find out about the Cortexiphan trial. Well, not the first time we find out about it, but this is when he tells Olivia about the Cortexiphan trials and
yes.
tells her, and she was like, "Oh, I never had these trials and everything." And he tells her that she needs to undergo these tests to confirm that she has the abilities. And she first tries to fake out the first test, and she succeeds in faking it out. But of course, Jones is like, "Oh no, you're not gonna fool me." So he tells her the location of the bomb and realizes that the bomb is the same test.
And then it's like, oh, fuck.
Exactly. So like, nope, you can't fake this one out. You got to do it for real this time. Oh, and she has to focus her mind, and she needs to do like what that mutated growth on the guy from Total Recall said, saying like, open your mind.
Olivia, start the reactor.
Yeah, but no, it's just like she just starts to stare at it like she's having a staring contest with a bomb, and
Yeah.
she just starts staring at it, and she slowly turns off the lights. So I'm like,
I love that
oh,
even Peter's just like, you know what, fuck this. Like, you're great and all, but I'm not dying with you. He fucks off for a minute, and then he comes back because he's an insane person.
yeah, he's an insane person who apparently is secretly in love with Olivia Dunham.
Yeah.
Because
I mean, how could you not be?
they start hinting at that real freaking early.
Yeah, really early.
Yeah.
Like there was like a scene in, it was the third or fourth episode. Like it was very early. They just sort of like sitting, just talking to each other on a bench or something. And you just the way they're looking at each other and reacting to each other, you're just like, yeah, this is going to be a thing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And then yeah, it's just like
And boy,
Olivia
they
turns
twist
off
that
the
around.
bomb. And then, of course, they go to meet with David Robert Jones, who, of course, has successfully mutated from his teleportation, and he broke out, but not before writing on the wall, "You passed." Yeah, so apparently,
Also,
yeah,
a grim connection. The guy who played his lawyer was fuck. Who was the guy before Victor?
Prince Eric.
Prince Eric. Yeah,
Yeah,
who had a very
that was,
minor role in this show. He appeared
yeah,
like twice, and I think the second time he was killed.
yeah, he was killed, but yeah, he played. Yeah, that was Sean Renard's brother, Prince Eric.
Yeah. Like, I don't know if it's because I knew he was in the show, like, just, it was in the back of my mind, but when he first appeared, it was like from the back of his head. I was like, is that fucking guy? Then he popped up. I was like, it is that fucking guy. So I don't know if the back of his head is recognizable or if it was just, yeah, subconscious memory coming back to me.
Yeah, I mean, I had a fairly. I mean, I remember this show for the most part. Like, I remember certain parts of it. The only thing I don't remember is the name of the observer. I don't remember his name. Like,
Like his actual name.
like the name they gave him or something. I think it was September or something like that. I don't remember, but
Yeah, that's testing me a bit.
yeah.
That does sound correct, but I'm not sure.
Here, hold on. I'll look it up because this is legitimately bothering me.
Fair enough.
Fringe named observers. Okay, there we go. This should narrow it down. Let's see, season 1.
What's happening now?
I actually forgot they introduced the Observer so early. I think
Yes,
that
I
was
was
episode
right.
4.
The name of the observer that was introduced in the episode The Arrival, the one with the beacon, that observer is named September.
His name. Okay.
Yeah, that's his name, September.
But yeah, man. Like I said, it became a game after a little while. It's like, how many can I, like, how many times? Okay, did I see? It was like just like when, like during the Eyes Without a Face episode, where the old man at the newsstand first started happening to him. When he started to kind of panic and all the commotion was starting to happen, you could see one of the observers moving, moving along as as that happened. Like you see it.
Oh. There was a
Huh?
Justified City Primeval connection in Fringe as well. I want to say it was episode 16 with the bald child. I can't remember his name in Justified, but Victor Williamson, King of Queens. had a very brief role at the start of the episode.
Yep.
Yeah, I do. I did see that also. I did see that. It just seemed like for me, it's like Fox, FX. It seemed like a lot of times in Hollywood, these studios like they keep these stable of actors. It's like if we do something else that we feel like you might be good in, we'll probably end up tapping your shoulder somewhere down the line. You never know how many years that's going to be. I guess from doing an episode of Fringe to now doing, now doing Justified City Primeval. I guess there's been a few. You definitely see that there's some changes that were made. He didn't. He didn't get any sloppier, but he definitely, like I said, it definitely was like a few years of waiting around. Maybe he did some other things, but it's like the prominent stuff. I just wasn't seeing it though. But yeah, definitely good catch, Damo. Like you're definitely paying attention there. And I would say,
because again, going back to the Leonardo DiCaprio pointing at the screen, that was me. It's like,
okay, so what do we think about that monster, man? Now, what do we think about that monster that basically almost, okay, now here's the thing. Let me try this. Let me try one thing here. Let me just check into something.
Porcupine Man or the Chimera?
Oh, so you already. So, okay, 20, nope, that's 28 weeks. So that was 2007. So that means 28 days later. So it's like, so they did kind of borrow from 28 days later on that whole animal activist scenario and then letting out the wrong one, huh?
Yeah, maybe a little bit.
No, definitely the animal was not what that other one was. Of course, we were just thinking about rage infected, chimps and everything like that. But I'm just saying, like the whole scenario where they thought they were doing something right and then they were doing something really, really wrong. So
Yeah, that element. Yeah, yeah, I could definitely see that.
Yeah, that episode was pretty cool. And then of course Charlie Francis getting infected with the babies of the monster. That was also pretty freaky, especially finding out when they multiplied to the point where they literally burst out of the body of a corpse.
Yeah.
That was graphic.
That was one of those episodes, like when they deal with timelines with certain things in a show, like they get to a point. I think he said, like, I've got 16 hours left or whatever, and then it's just like you watch the rest of the episode, and you're like, how the fuck was this only 16 hours? Sometimes shows do that. I'm like, yeah, I get, your bend time and stuff a little bit, but there's no way all this took place over only 16 hours.
Yeah,
Poor Charlie died like 2 episodes ago with this kind of time.
okay, definitely feel you on that one. And
yeah, and a little bit of foreshadowing. Yeah, something's gonna happen to old Charlie boy.
but I definitely through this show, I definitely got more in tune with the possibility of the multiverse. I really started to look more into that because of this show, for sure. I think this show kind of prepared me to be able to deal with a show like Dark. Anyway, to be honest with you.
You see, I don't really see
mean-
look, Dark. Fine, but can the shows really be compared?
See, they're very unique and complex. Yes, they can. I say they're very unique and I'm saying in their own rights. No one's borrowing from anybody else. They're very complex, but there's a lot of ways to look at and deal with the multiverse. There's a lot of different ways to look at, to look at it and deal with it.
I guess.
Some people,
Although I will say that in Dark, I didn't really like it when they went into the whole thing of the multiverse. I didn't like that.
Was it Martha's bangs?
No, they were dealing with time travel and everything, and past, present, and future.
Yeah.
And then when they went into parallel realities, that's where things got a little weird for me.
I mean, but the whole concept again, the whole concept that they were banting about, that past, present, and future all run at the same time, and when you drop certain pebbles into whatever river you're dropping the pebble into, that ripple effect is going to affect that timeline instantaneously. It's not like, okay, the past it happens in the past, and then eventually it evolves into the future. No, you drop that pebble into the past, it immediately affects what happens in the future.
Mm.
Immediately. It's not even something, okay, well, now you brought this person back to this time, now they're going to grow up and going to do this. No, now it has a ripple effect that affects other things.
And then I guess when you got branching timelines, branching realities is not really that much of a jump from that point. It all kind of ties together, really.
Yeah, but another thing that I like, one thing that I did like that they did in Fringe, that I don't like what they're doing in other properties where they deal with the multiverse, is they use, like, when there are like alternate versions of the same character in the other reality, it's played by the same actor. It's the same actor. And like, take the Marvel movies for example. They're doing the multiverse in that. But yet whenever they're doing something where they're using the multiverse to introduce a character that people are excited for, then they're using a popular actor to introduce that character, but then later on they say, like, oh no, when this character is officially introduced into the franchise, they're going to use a different actor. And I'm like, why? You already introduced the character with that actor. I mean, according to, like, look, from my understanding of how the multiverse works in different parallel realities,
Okay.
there would be a different version of me, and that different version of me would look exactly like me, and every single
Yeah,
copy of every alternate version of me would be like me.
that's it. Like maybe you'd
Would
have a
look
different haircut, or
different
maybe you have a
haircut, different
you know
facial hair,
handlebar
maybe
mustache or something. Yeah, yeah.
exactly,
But
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 the genetics would be the same.
I mean, of course, but see, now in Jet Li's The One, they took the multiverse and alternate versions of people, and they even put an even different perspective on it.
I've seen the one, mind you.
And
I've
and
s-
they, and they and they even take it a little bit further than that, and then they're just saying hair differences, but it's more about hair differences, lifestyle differences. Certain say certain things are certain. There's certain variables. There's certain variables are there, but then there's certain constants. There's certain people that are always going to be there in those timelines regardless. But the guys have different motivations. You know, it, like
I'm not saying that I would be exactly the same as I am now. I'm just saying that the genetics are the same.
okay, but in the
That's it.
multiverse,
Because once the genetics change, it's not Charles anymore.
Exactly.
but also
It's a
what you have
completely
to,
different person.
Yeah,
but still, but even still, but see, and that's the thing that becomes very interesting with the reveal that we talked about, even with Peter. You can feel that way. Okay, yeah, it's still Peter. The genetics are the same. It's still Peter. But but you realize a different universe, a different situation. It's there was still a disconnect. There was still a disconnect between those two. Regardless, you would think, yeah, it's my son. It was my son created by me in a different dimension, but still me. Like we're still talking about. But still,
Realities and dimensions are not the same thing. Um,
true enough. But
yeah.
but it was still, but the main point is that regardless, regardless is that basically there's always going to be somewhat of like when you do what Walter did, you can't expect it to be exactly as it was because you're getting, regardless, you may be getting genetically the same person, but you're getting a different person. You're not getting the person that you know. You're getting someone who looks like the person that you know.
Well, look, genetically they would be the same, but it's not the genetics that make them the same person. It's their
it's
life
the experiences.
It's the experiences, the life experiences that make them unique.
But when Walter got Bishop, when Walter got Peter, he hardly had any life experiences. But yet there was.
But he did have some.
But
he
yet
was
there
old
was,
enough that he was old enough to have some. And we're discussing about something that hasn't even happened in season 1.
But it still kind of plays into the multiverse, and what does that mean? You know what I'm saying? And that theory, because I don't agree with the theory that, this version of me is still me, and it looks just like me, and everything like that, but and it's still me. It may not be the me that other people are used to.
Yeah, but remember, there when he grabbed the Peter from the other side and brought him over to our side. Yes, I know I'm going into spoiler trailers, but hey, Stone was the one that started this.
I think we're beyond that at this point.
Yeah, but it's just like when they were trying to acclimate him into our way of things on our side of it, the alternate Peter just started saying okay, where the Green Lantern isn't green, he's red. He was talking about that, he was still holding on to the way things were in his reality. He didn't actually be conditioned out of that until he got older, because he forgot about all of it. He locked that stuff away because he just dismissed it. So
There was something they hinted at, like I can't remember what it might have been, the episode with the bald empath kid. I can't remember. There was an episode quite early on.
Well, it's
where they hinted at that was because he had like a G.I. Joe action figure. He's like, I always remember the scar being on the other side.
Exactly. I picked up on that.
It was a very subtle thing, but it was just like, yeah. Those little teasers here and there.
Yeah, because it was mentioned, because I mean, for all we know, in the other side, the scar is on the other side.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just little things here and there that.
And to be honest, that makes me appreciate the show even more, because they were able to plan things out that early on.
I believe they had a plan for pretty much everything before they actually started.
You see, and I like it when shows do that. I like it when they plan things out before the show even gets started. A lot of shows don't do that. They only just plan for the season that they're currently working on, and then they work on the next season when they get renewed. But because, I mean, it's too high of a risk if the show's going to get canceled, then what's the point in planning? But but the thing is that for them to be able to make those subtle hints that early on and plan things out that early, I mean, it makes me appreciate the storytelling in the show even more.
Because I think J.J. Abrams, coming off Lost, where he's admitted that they were like, He
admitted they shitted in bed on that ending?
Oh my God, don't even get me started on the Lost ending.
That they were making up, they really didn't have specific plans for that show. And there was certain things they even introduced that's like, we had an idea for this, but didn't really know how to introduce it. So with this one, they really tried to plot out pretty much everything. It's like, we can move we're going to introduce the multiverse. We don't know when exactly, but that, maybe we'll have to move that a season. We don't know how renewal and stuff is going to go, but they definitely had very specific plot points in mind with that show.
Yeah, I mean,
and I think it was planned. I feel like they said they had 7 or 8 seasons worth of material that they'd planned for, and I guess that ended up being condensed a bit, but at least, yeah, a lot of thought went into where the show was going to go
Yeah.
from the get-go.
And at least with Fringe, they did get to end the way that they wanted to end.
Yeah.
And so, what do we think? So, what do we think about the initial introduction of the man, as it were? You know, the man. This people might have felt like this show was sort of like indirectly made for.
You're talking about the late, great Leonard Nimoy.
Yes.
Yeah, let's talk about William Bell. Okay.
And we're
Man, it was
and we're
teased from, I think, the first episode.
Well, the thing
I
is,
think Olivia
we didn't
was
know
trying to
who
talk
was-
to
We
him.
didn't know who was going to be playing William Bell. We didn't know.
No.
We found out,
But-
like, for those that know Leonard Nimoy's voice and like how distinct it is, there is an episode where Walter is watching a VHS tape, or maybe it was a Betamax. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm surprised I even know what a Betamax is. But and he's watching the VHS tape, and it shows Olivia as a child, sort of like hunkered down in the corner of a room, and there's like charring around the walls surrounding her.
Yeah, like
And-
it like seems like there's like destroyed equipment and stuff like that.
Yeah, and it seems like Olivia is like traumatized by something that happened, and they're trying to calm her down and trying to help her feel relaxed again. And you hear Walter talking in the background of the video, but you also hear somebody else talking. And of course, it's believed to be William Bell, but if you listen real careful, like, you can pick, and if you're familiar with Leonard Nimoy's voice, you're like, wait a minute, it's another Leonardo DiCaprio pointing at the screen scene,
Yeah.
because it's like, holy shit, that's Leonard Nimoy. Yeah.
Because he speaks through most of that video. Actually, it's
Yeah,
really like because pretty much like the reveal for that is because Walter thinks, oh, it was only William Bell's experiments. I had nothing to do with it. Then he's watching that tape and he's like, oh fuck, I was there too.
Yeah, he was.
and I mean now
He comes
now
in
here's-
right at
now
the
here's-
end.
Now here's the thing: my daughter picked up on the fact, so pretty quickly after watching a few episodes of Fringe, that a lot of this stuff that's going on is, is based on experiments and things that it would seem like that at least it was looking like Walter Bishop did. Of course, he shared a lab with someone, of course, and but the thing that I felt like. That I felt like was still, I guess, sort of. What's the question that I'm trying to see if I can phrase this the right way, because it's like my daughter picked up on the fact that these were experiments that were so. But did you immediately connect to the fact that it was William Bell that wrote that ZFT manifesto? Did you feel that? Did you feel that way? Because I felt like. I kind of felt like I might even partially thought that it might have been Walter that wrote it, but apparently it was basically
not for a single second did I think that Walter wrote the ZFT. I did not think that. But the thing is that when Walter started to suspect something about the ZFT manuscript or manifesto or whatever, he went to the typewriter and decided to compare the signature of the typewriter, the Y's, comparing the Y's. I was like, holy shit, William Bell wrote the manifesto.
See, I remember when I first watched it, even the first couple times, I wasn't quite sure because Walter kind of plays the role of the unreliable narrator in this show, because he's a guy with entire chunks, years, whatever it may be, of his memory missing. Like he has specific memories of things, he has vague memories of things, but he also has entire chunks missing. So
Right.
it's kind of like, to a point, you can't be entirely sure exactly what Walter did and what role he played in a lot of things.
And also William Bell is a godlike figure who seems to relish like the role of the devil, and meaning that the greatest trick that the devil played is convincing the world that he didn't exist. When you see a lot of the footage and a lot of the tests and a lot of the things that were done, who do you see at the forefront?
The forefront of what?
Peter.
No, when you look at the footage, the you know what I'm saying, the tests, the you know what I'm saying, the trials and things like that, who do you see or hear mostly at the forefront?
Oh,
Walter, pretty much.
Exactly.
Every time.
Yeah, it's
Exactly.
Walter.
Exactly. Now they may have shared a lab, but a lot of times you know what I'm saying, when you see a lot of tests and certain things being done that may be questionable, that may be controversial,
It's
and
all
things like
Walter.
that, it's all Walter. Yeah. You know, so you know what I'm saying, you never quite see, you never see William Bell on camera doing anything.
Yeah, but I think that's by design because they were just building up suspense for when we finally find out who's playing William Bell.
But it's all, yeah, fine, yeah, but still, it's also saying that, but that's also the main reason why Walter Bishop went away. You know, what I'm saying, went away from manslaughter and went into the mental institution, and William Bell became one of the, you know, what I'm saying, one of the richest men ever. You know, what I'm saying,
Not
and
the richest man ever.
because basically when people thought about the experiments and they looked and they started investigating and looked at footage, who did they see? They saw Walter Bishop. See, patents are different. Patents say we have the information and documentation on certain inventions and things and this and that nature. So they have a patent, he's got it. He still has the same benefit of almost the parallel benefit of discovery as the man who invented it himself or who was seen doing the trials and doing the legwork, Walter Bishop. You know, so that's how he wrung the whole situation out. That's how he made all that money with the patents and everything that he did, securing the control of the technology and the inventions of these things that they worked on. And the glory that he had, the true glory of all the money and all the power and all the influence that all that stuff would have. He didn't desire to be on camera actually doing the work, doing the trials, and being able to look back on that and see that, because he was playing the long game. Yeah, I mean, it's great storytelling, like Damian says, but it connects also to showing how he, in his own way, kind of used Walter in that way.
Because the only like the tape we were talking about before, where you actually hear William Bell's voice, that's the first time we actually have any acknowledgement that he, outside of people being like, "Oh, William Bell," that's the first acknowledgement that we have that he even actually exists.
Oh,
Was in that
well,
one video that Walter digs up, and that's like only
any
a couple
proof-
episodes before the end. Like, obviously he exists, but that's the first, like, yeah, sort
that
of,
they actually work together.
proof as far as, yeah,
They
exactly.
actually work together. Yeah. So because that was the devil's moves that that William Bell was making to to ensure that he would get rich off of the of these controversial inventions, but would never be seen as the person actually committing these atrocities that basically were pointing at Walter Bishop. Yeah, it was.
Just let the man who I guess was supposedly his friend just rot away in a mental asylum. Despite the insane amount of power that he managed to get for himself, still just let the man rot away.
But regardless, because then that would bring some attention to him. if this if this guy gets seen as pulling him out, of the situation or whatever, oh yeah, it would start to bring some more attention to William Bell and their connection and things like that. Couldn't quite do that. It's it's more that grassroots thing of, it's a whole brag to say, oh yeah, Walter shared a lab with with William Bell once, and oh really,
Even that gets kind of swept under the rug.
in a way, yeah, but it's already enough has happened, 17 years worth, to where where it matters very little except for what's happening now. But now everything is starting to reemerge and things are starting to happen. So it's now starting to become more of a prevalent thing than it can't be, to a point where it just cannot be swept under the rug anymore now. So, and I think that's what we're going to be looking at, pretty much, of course, going forward. Of course, we know, but, and then even me, see, I try to suspend some of what I think I know, and just go from season to season, episode to episode, and just like with the episode 20, I didn't retitle that one. I mean, I think it was perfect. There's more than one of everything. I think that's just a basically speaking this, especially thinking about in light of what we spoke about for the season finale of season 1 to be titled "There's More Than One of Everything." It definitely kind of alludes in its own way to the multiverse,
which I think was that was a quote from the Observer, right?
What was the quote from the Observer again?
There's more than one of everything. I feel like that was a quote from the Observer.
Yeah, I don't remember that quote.
Damn,
Yeah,
I feel like.
Oh. Give it a second.
Was Damian having technical problems?
Tentacle problems? Yeah, probably.
I said
We've
technical
changed
problems.
places.
Testicle problems, maybe? Yes,
You know what?
Testicle problems?
My balls are fine, sir.
Oh, okay. Well, then sack up, pal.
My internet's shit, but my balls are fine. I was just saying, someone said it. I thought it was the Observer, but
I'm not sure.
I'm sure someone said that.
But I mean, it's definitely, as a title and even as a reference, it definitely points to an allusion to moving forward with the multiverse at that point, or at least starting to make some inferences with that, because we're at this point, because up to this point we were only talking about going back in time, teleporting back in time, not so much that there's more than one place to teleport to, not just more than one time period, but more than one particular, almost entire lifetime to teleport to.
Yeah.
So that,
which I'm fairly sure that I think the multiverse thing is something they were planning on teasing it over, I think it was 2 seasons, but I'm glad they got to it as quick as they did. I think it was the right time to get to it. I think this season progressed in a very natural way.
Well, I think if you're going to introduce William Bell toward the end, I think it's definitely the right time to start teasing the multiverse if you're going to introduce William Bell at that point.
Yeah.
I definitely feel like that, because I mean that's worthy of his presence being known and things like that, because it seems like no one even gets a chance to see him. It's like, and I know it's one of them rich guy things, but it's like no one sees him anywhere doing anything. Also that's that other thing.
That's how you know you're the richest man in the world. You can just fuck off to another reality. Just hang out. I'm not taking any calls right now.
Now be careful. Be careful now. Reality is different than dimensions, right, Charles?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, because dimensions would be like different shades of color for our reality, while different realities would be like a copy of our own reality, only slightly different.
Did I say dimension?
You did say dimension, yeah.
Damn it, I meant reality.
Yeah. Like, for example, in our reality, we would have the only dimensions that we're able to perceive is 3 dimensions. I think we can see a 1-dimensional, 2-dimensional, and 3rd-dimensional. We're aware of other dimensions, but the only ones that we can perceive are 3 dimensions.
Now I'm just thinking of Futurama again. I think they were trapped
Yeah.
in the second dimension briefly in an episode. It's just, obviously
Although
everything's just flat,
if you
side
saw
by
the
side.
if you saw the movie Inception, not Inception, if you saw the movie Interstellar, you were able to see the moment where he enters the black hole and he enters the fifth dimension.
So
And the
either you so,
he goes into the Tesseract.
so either you want to say alternate reality or another universe or some shit like that.
The technical term is parallel reality. Yeah.
But see, that's kind of assumptive, isn't it?
I'm sorry.
I mean, you say
Well,
parallel. You say parallel universe.
It's a reality
I mean,
that's parallel to our own.
okay.
That's literally what it is.
But see, when you say, but like I said, see, to me, I don't know. Words with me mean so much. That word parallel means so much because when I think about even something as simplified as parallel bars, when I think about parallel bars, I think about everything being exact. You know what I'm saying? Both bars being equal to each other, being exactly the same.
Okay, fine. If you want to get into the semantics of it, then I would say alternate reality. I mean, hell,
Yes.
there is a character in the other side who literally is nicknamed Walternate.
Well, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, yeah. That's just a little sci-fi humor, I guess. It's
Well, I
just,
mean, that's not me making that up. I mean, he is
No.
literally nicknamed Walternate.
Yes, and of course, eventually we get a faux Livia. I understand
Oh yeah,
that.
full Livia. Oh
Yes,
my god, I
I-
fucking hate that one. Oh man.
Pretty much just as hot, but a little more,
Man, it's just like Walternate and faux Livia. It's just like, oh man. Freaking hell, I hate that.
So it's like I said, we do understand. It's just a little bit of sci-fi humor that we inject in there. I mean, because like I said, you don't want it to be all heavy. I mean, it cannot be just all heavy. It just gets a little weird if it's just all just heavy stuff the whole time, like a serious weird drama. There's got to be some humor injected into this, just a little bit.
Yeah.
And then wouldn't you rather for Olivia than people being constantly like, oh, Olivia 2 or Olivia B? Yeah, just
Or-
for Olivia. It's,
Or Olivia
it's just so
Beta
much easier.
if you want to get into the whole Greek alphabet. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Just for Olivia, fine. Everybody gets it. I get it. It's kind of funny. It's all good.
Yeah. Not as funny as Walternate though. I really liked Walternate.
No, Walternate is perfect.
Yeah.
And then Peter doesn't get one because,
Well, Peter doesn't get one because the Peter in the prime reality is, spoiler alert, dead.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I tried to get around it. God damn it,
Yeah.
Charles.
Yeah, I know. But look, we talk about spoilers all the fucking time here, so, yeah.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
But I did my best to just be vague on it. But I think I have to say, I mean, look, again, all of the technology. Once again, I tried to do my best to note those things, like the whole Videodrome effect, from episode from episode 12 and everything like that. I was just like, wow. The certain things like that. The color light hypnotism. That it's. I'm just like, just the things that people were going through. I mean, and purposely, it's like, what reason? It still brings the question again, why someone, or even like toxins from frogs that make people suggestible. That make people suggestible to certain fear and certain things that's being done to them that somehow can manifest what it actually can manifest to actually happening to their bodies. It's crazy. And how they're manifesting certain fear sets, like Like I almost had to wonder when they had what looks to be this sort of like hallucinated spirit, so hallucinated, some version of John Scott come in and assault and then slit that guy's throat. Like you wonder, okay, did that really happen, or did he fear that happening? And they suggested that somehow that was going to happen to him in some way. Because I know there was this whole thing about her seeing him, but she
I
really
don't think
wasn't.
we, I don't think we had a clear answer on that one either, did we?
Well, she did talk to him again, and he still.
Yeah.
They still had the conversation again where she talks to him again, and he's saying, like, where they're kind of basically confirming on the story that he wasn't really a traitor, and that he was going to marry her and all this type of. He was going to ask her to marry him and everything like that. There's this whole conversation that they had. So, did he really go and kill that fucking guy? But the guy was like, or did they take some spirited version of him to go and actually kill this guy? Like I just don't know,
Because that was definitely a slit throat. There's no question about that. That throat somehow opened itself up. Somehow.
But did he know that guy previously though? He knew John Scott, right?
That was.
They were able to confirm through John Scott's memories that they have interacted before.
Okay, so that was that guy. So he didn't know him. So was he fearing? So it's like again that suggestible fear thing. That's what makes me wonder. Like was it the frog toxin and suggestible fear that John Scott was going to come back and get him and do this, and so that's like it heightened the fear that John would come back and get him and slit his throat, and that's what. And that's what ended up. He believed it so much that it actually manifested on him like that, or did they manage to sort of like basically manipulate some sort of like spirit figure of John to actually commit this hit on him? It's like I kind of wonder. It's like am I going too far on the whole Fringe science?
Yeah.
Am I giving it too much credit?
I wasn't clear on that.
Yeah, well, we were able to confirm that John Scott was not a traitor, that he was in a secret Black Ops team working for the NSA that was completely deniable, and they were hunting people involved with the pattern. And the guy that was in the hospital room that got his throat slit from the whole like fear toxin thing, I do not believe that person was involved in that. He was legitimately a criminal, and he was working with John Scott as a mark. John Scott was using him as a mark, and so he was under the assumption that John Scott was legitimately on his side of thinking, like he was a bad guy. And so him assuming that John Scott was there to kill him was well within reason for him to think that would happen. Now,
So it really was. It was just something that manifested itself.
Yeah, exactly. So I think the other guys, the guy that was on the airplane that was yelling at the flight attendants and the pilot, telling them to restrain him and also to like kill him if need be, and then cause the plane to crash. And then also the other guy, the export-import guy, those were on the level with John Scott, and they were a part of that Black Ops team that were hunting members involved with the pattern.
Okay.
Yeah, so which we did get confirmation of.
And so
we'll say that's one thing I truly love about this show is they present some of the wildest shit imaginable, and present it in such a way that you like. It just makes sense, like 99% of the time. It's just like it seemed the way they present it, the way they give you the science. Pretty much, 99% of the time, it seems like, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm very excited to start season 2 because season 2 opens up in a very interesting way. Like Olivia, of course, has her meeting with William Bell, but then something happens when she returns to our reality, and I'm not going to get into it
Okay, well, thanks.
because, yeah,
We thank you because we don't want to go. We don't want to go any longer than what we have to, especially when we got to go and do this next Saturday anyway. So,
yes, that is very true. But I will probably get started with season 2 maybe on Monday because I want to take a 2-day break.
Fair enough.
So yeah,
well, so that we can go ahead and finally, I think we definitely put enough of ourselves into this day and into the show. I think, guys, what do you think?
I think we're good. Yeah, just um, overall good discussion. I mean, Fringe discussion was great. City Primeval, I'm hoping that in the next episode, Willa does not return because I do not want to see that insufferable kid again. Uh, oh my god. I still can't get over
Dad,
the
why did you get kidnapped by the Albanian mob? You don't care about me, Dad?
fact. Yeah, exactly.
Shut up,
I,
bitch. I'm busy.
I still can't get over the fact that she left the safety of the hotel and walked all over abandoned warehouse district in the most dangerous city in the entire fucking country.
Just to pick up shiny objects.
Yeah, it's
Like some
"Ooh, this is
stupid
pretty."
bird.
Fellas, this is not going to keep her off this show. This is time that we can't get back talking about this shit again. Oh my god.
Hell of a way to
This
close
is-
out the show, eh?
This is, I don't know. This is not. I'm trying not to have it be this way. I'm just trying. This is because it's not going to keep her off the show. So,
Oh man.
oh my god. Yeah, I'm sorry. Oh, well. Let me see. This 143 at this point. Oh my god. Is he still asking this question at this point? Ew.
Oh, who's asking a question?
Oh, he
Oh, yeah.
no. Is this live? Okay, well, what? It is, still is live. It was live at that point. It still is live now, but not for long. This is when we're just reviewing the stuff here. We're not doing, any rumor reports or anything like that on this one. It's just mainly the content discussion and pretty much that. So sorry we couldn't pull you in on this one, Jake. But we're always here to have you contribute on other content that we have. But on this
Yeah.
one, we go long enough doing, doing our own talking. So, and now we have to close out before we start talking anything else on any other content that we're going to have to talk about next week anyway. So, in order to avoid that,
Yeah,
I'll
in
just
in the words of Bill O'Reilly, we do it live.
okay. I hate that cornball, but anyway, we will strive for efficiency, and I certainly thank you. Any last words, guys?
No, I got nothing.
You got nothing. That's the last words. All right.
Yeah.
And the bank account of life, I got nothing. Damian, how about you?
I got less than nothing.
All right.
It's
Well,
nearly 5 a.m.
Oh boy.
All right. Well, I'm about to let you go on that. Then I'm going to say that the day may have just begun for some people. The day have been going on for the last few hours for some of us. They've got to end for this guy. And, so I thank you all for being here. Thanks you all for all the other people who will watch later on down the line. I hope you enjoy the kind of things that we enjoy. Fringe is definitely one of those complex, things that we're going to start getting into as far as technology, government overreach, corporate interests and things of that nature, I guess. I mean, let's see how that plays into the other stuff that we're doing here. Maybe that,
Apple barbers.
Oh boy, here we go.
maybe, I guess. But before we go any further into that, I thank you very much for your time. And I will say stay awake and aware. Not that woke shit. You have a good one. Peace, two fingers.
Yep. Bye bye, everyone.